In life, you gotta make something out of nothing. I make something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of I make something out of Sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of When I was growing up in the hood, no, we ain't had much, but we made something out of nothing. And I remember being at school and I ain't had no lunch, but I made something out of nothing. Me and my brother saved every little dime we had to keep the lights in the water running, but that's okay. Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. Something out of nothing, 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 something out of nothing. Sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of
never seem to mean. 'Cause in my heart I'm always stirring the streets. I let you know die.
faces. Well, you the op and your bros hating. All of them fake, I see both faces. Scared of the whip, it's a ghost racing. I knock them down to their cold cases. Marathon run, I'm a slow pace it. They did not want me to go places. Foil plans like the gold place. And if we pulling up with the whole squad, are you ready? Done told y'all that you better be running. I'm in my go yard when I walk in, I know y'all not telling me nothing. I'm the man. It's okay if y'all in denial. I get the chip on them and I bust out the south side. Is that Vigo de Gallo? Boy, yo, stop it, quiet. If it's snow, I done got it. See my jewels, shining, shining. White diamonds, Miley Cyrus. Private jet, private pilot. Look at me, stylish, stylish. Masterpiece, body, body, young. Hey, I don't know no, but I'm on this every day. You cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Baby, I know what's coming, I could barely wait. And when it was on, they wanted me gone, boy, I'm here to stay. Run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Heavyweight. I don't know no, but I'm on this every day. You cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Heavyweight. Walk there with the whole team and we ride now. Hey, couple of bets up in my pocket. I don't want pause to get wild nonsense. We got momentum, don't try to stop it. Diamonds are clearer than my conscience. I don't let bygones be bygones. It's bygones, I'm honest. Penthouse building reach heaven's heights. Now that's what you call a God complex. Remember the days I was down low when they was out cold, but I went out and got it. Look at my milestones, man, it feel like the Dow Jones when you look at my pocket. Look at the flex, whipping the Teslas. Mess, but I'm it's all a finesse. Boy, yo, stop it, quiet. If it's snow, I done got it. See my jewels, shining, shining. White diamonds, Miley Cyrus. Private jet, private pilot. Look at me, stylish, stylish. Masterpiece, body, body, young. Hey, I don't know no, but I'm on this every day. You cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Baby, I know what's coming, I could barely wait. And when it was on, they wanted me gone, boy, I'm here to stay. Boy, I'm a heavyweight. But I'm on this every day.
bebé. Prenda los blones que vamos a prender. Dale, mueve, mueve ese culo como dice R1. Tirando patas como si fuera judo. La yo la diferencia, Kaku y Chu. Y llegaron los duros. Oh, 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 oh. Porque esa vaina vibra. Oh, 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 oh. Porque esa vaina vibra. Oh, 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 oh. Porque esa vaina vibra. Oh, porque esa vaina vibra. Oh, porque esa vaina vibra.
A Team Secret impressionou contra o jogo da Liquid, pra ser sincero. Mas a nave eu acho que ganha, ela tá mais forte, ela tá mais estruturada do que a Team Secret. Nave vai ganhar, o time já tá formado desde o meta passado, eles têm mais chance. Eu acho que a nave vai bem, porque tipo, eles estão com uma lineup bem forte, era a antiga FPX com o Cined, é muito forte. Mas apesar que a Team Secret surpreendeu, eu pensava que eles não iam passar da Liquid. No outro jogo, para Leviathan, acho que eles são um dos times que vem bem forte, representando bastante nosso cenário da América. E acho que eles conseguem ir longe sim no campeonato, não seria nenhuma surpresa eles até ganhar, eu acho.
Teams survived the first round of this EMEA bracket, but today 2 more will be sent home. Hello everyone and welcome to day 10 of Lock-In. We're coming to you live from São Paulo, Brazil. I am your host Yingsu, and today joining me on the desk all day for both matches, it is Bren and Saisho. Welcome guys, we have a good day, it's Saturday, the fans are filling in and I'm very excited for the games.
Yeah, it seems vibey in here. I'm noticing
Vibey.
the fans outside are all chilling. It's Saturday. Yeah. They're out there getting food, ready to watch the games. And I think we've got a heater on our hands.
Yeah, the potential's there, isn't it, as well? I mean, we've got 2 matches where theoretically we could have some upsets happening, but a lot of still uncertainty, despite the fact that we've seen every team play so far now at the event.
Yeah, that's wild.
Lots of Leviathan jerseys as well out there. I think they're selling them too. I might go grab myself one after this. But before we talk about today, let's talk about yesterday's matches. First, we saw Fnatic kind of dismantling this Sentinels roster. I think people thought this game, Josh, was going to be a lot closer than it was.
Yeah, I agree. I was really impressed with Fnatic. I think that they deserve the Super Team label from what they've demonstrated so far. But this Sentinels team, wow, still looking rough despite the talent on the squad. I mean, they put up some level of resistance, but they got outclassed. And I think, yeah, it's obviously going to be quite a while, but not that many good signs for that. It kind of rolled them.
No, absolutely. But obviously early days of the 2023 season. So this big lock-in tournament, there's a lot of variables at play, but I completely agree with you. I think Fnatic looking so good. But for this T1 match as well, where they played against Furia, I mean, T1 showed some signs of life early on, but again, just a bit of disappointment, I would say, from that team, from where we were expecting
my
them.
goat.
Carpe, my goat. I mean, Carpe might go for the first 5 rounds of Pearl. I was like, oh, they're trading effectively. They've shored up their weaknesses, but they just could not hold on against the pressure of Furia.
Dejazine, my goat.
Yeah, exactly. I was sat in the VIP area watching that game as well, and I can't hear out my right ear as well because some guy was vamosing behind me so loud. He was just screaming over every kill that Dejazine got. It was
Josh.
wild.
Yeah. It was actually you. Yeah, Dirk and Dejazine in the next round. That's going to be really exciting, isn't it? Speaking of the next round, let's take a look at the current EMEA bracket, because I feel like a lot of people's pick'ems might be in tatters just because how the bracket have gone so far. We've got Team Secret beating out Liquid to get this far. Na'Vi, they're still in it. I know a lot of Brazilian fans are going to want
hold on.
Furia to...
Real quick here. I've had 2 bracketology segments that have been ruined by production. We've thrown up the graphic as well this time. I want it done properly. I want my time to shine. No one's going to deny me. I've paid off Kurt to bring the bracket in as well.
Okay.
So we're going to be doing this live. And I want to do my bracketology this time. No pressure. I'm going to be able to do this, okay?
Some real alpha energy being exuded.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say something I probably shouldn't have done on the broadcast, but listen.
Oh, hold on, wait. I'm on your side. Golden Boy, you know, before he handed off the pre-show to me, was like, whatever you do, give Brent as much time as he can to be as unhinged as he can. So, Golden Boy, I'm doing this for you. Get rid of the cloud production. Come on.
Okay, so
what
is the first match that we're starting with here?
I believe we're starting with Na'Vi, right? We got to beat the Na'Vi Secret game.
I mean, I feel like Secret Na'Vi's got to be a fairly quick one, right? I don't mean to be dismissive of Secret, but Na'Vi, Copenhagen champions, they're looking really strong.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with you with that one. Na'Vi looking like the strong favorites here. Listen, Secret, great team, did a good job of you know, upsetting expectations, and they are looking pretty strong, but Na'Vi just ultimately have the stronger core. And I think a big part of that, listen, Angel, this guy's coming in as the IGL. He's rolling back the years once more. He has like 1 match per tournament, it feels like, where he does this, where he just drops 30 kills, he finds the Fountain of Youth, and then he loses it again. So,
yeah, but he has to not lose it again in this game in order to keep that up, I suppose. But yeah, I think that's a fairly simple one.
I mean, surprisingly logical.
Yeah, I mean,
of course.
But also, I think the next one's very simple as well. Leviathan are massive favorites. They looked incredible in the first game. I think you just breeze past that one as well.
Surely, right?
Massive favorites? Okay, yeah, that's not happening. I'm going with Vitality for this one. Where's the Vitality one? Where is it?
Oh,
that's
bro, no. Leviathan looks so good.
Where are they?
Leviathan looks so good.
Listen.
They look so good on Ascent. Let me convince you just for 2 seconds, please. Their Ascent looked god tier.
I'm not giving you 2 minutes.
They've been winning every scrim. They've been winning every scrim, please. Mazzino has been popping off. They've been going unbelievable dumb hard.
Dude, I am like the biggest I'm the biggest EMEA fan ever, and even I would not put Vitality over Leviathan.
Oh,
I wasn't listening.
This is crazy.
I wasn't listening.
You've ruined my bracket.
No, this is my bracket. It's bracketology with Brent, okay? The bracketologist.
Okay, but surely you're not going to put footballers through against 100 Thieves.
I'm kind of down for footballers. Are you footballers, 100 Thieves?
No, this is going to be 100 Thieves. Listen,
come
I'm going with 100 Thieves for that one. That is, you know, listen, I can't be entirely illogical. I think 100 Thieves will be winning that one, so slap that one on.
And what about the final one?
Fnatic versus Furia?
Yeah.
Fnatic heavy favorites. It's a super team. They've already proven it, right?
Okay.
I think, listen, even though Fnatic are going to be playing against the crowd, this team together finally, you know, the princes that were promised, this is the team coming together. They've got all this talent on their side. I mean, I think that it's just...
I'm just waiting for the butt.
Heavy favorites.
Don't jinx them.
Listen, guys, no, this is entirely serious.
I don't like him predicting
This is a very
Fnatic.
logical bracket. Look at this. I mean, we've got relatively favored. The only exception
Dude, how much do you love EMEA?
Yeah,
you want to come over to
I love
EMEA?
Yeah, they're great, sure.
All right, so that sets up an absolute banger matchup of Fnatic 100 Thieves in your bracket.
Yeah.
So, who's winning that game? I
What
mean,
is
you
this
talked
now?
about how good Fnatic are. Fnatic are a super team. Fnatic looking strong. Yinsu's on the desk.
Yeah.
What are you going for?
So we're in the top 4.
Yeah.
Oh, behave.
This is
behave.
prime. Listen, I'm sorry.
Behave.
This
Hey, yo, where's Mimi at? Is Mimi working today? Can we get Mimi back?
I'm sorry, this is prime time for Fraudnatic. This is
Dude.
prime time for Fraudnatic to come out.
What
I mean,
is
listen,
going
every
on?
major event they haven't been able to make it happen. If it gets to this point, I think
Yeah.
I think it's 100 Thieves taking it.
Bit of a-
Listen,
bit
I
of
think
a-
it's 100 Thieves taking it.
Bit of a Fraudnatic choke moment.
Yeah.
I could see it. I could
So
see it.
original, you guys. So original. Never heard that one before. First time. Carry on.
Well, the next match, the only match we've got left,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Na'Vi Vitality.
Yeah.
So heavy favourites Na'Vi,
Yeah.
super team, Angels found a fountain of youth against Vitality, Dark Horse team coming through.
I mean, I just want to say I would have Leviathan going through here, but that isn't
Yeah,
even
me
possible.
too. Me
yeah,
too.
I mean, I think Vitality are going.
Oh my God! What is? Are you
This is
French,
my
Brent?
bracket.
Are you French?
This is my bracket. I mean, it looks kind of cool. Imagine if that happened.
Why do you have Vitality? Why?
Well,
are you so
because
high?
they don't care about pistol rounds. They can ignore them because they're so good on the eco rounds and they've got sheriffs in their hands. So I think that's going to be the difference maker. Listen, the amount of rounds that they managed to pull around against global esports by just winning the eco rounds when they really shouldn't have.
It's an outrageously unhinged bracket, I think. It's got
Yeah.
it's got some things I agree with,
I'm
and so
only-
many things I don't.
I'm only going to support this if you think Vitality then beats 100 Thieves and then beats whoever wins Loud DRX and take the whole tournament. If you can say that with chess
Sure.
right now, I will support this.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, he said it, not
Yeah.
us, not us. But then if it does happen, we had a little bit.
We
to
covered
play.
ourselves.
Yeah,
Thanks
we
for
covered
thanks for giving me the time though to make my
Yeah,
bracket.
I regret it. Anyway, there you have it, you guys. Take a good look at this. Take a screenshot if you want. And when Bren is really, really wrong, I want you to tweet at him, DM him, whatever need you feel that you want to do, and make sure you let him know how wrong he is. But we do have a poll for you guys for today. Make sure you scan the QR code and tell us, who do you think have the biggest chance? Who do you believe in the most today out of these 4 teams?
Leviathan.
Yeah, Secret, Na'Vi, Leviathan, or Team Vitality. Brent's about to make like 100 fake Twitter accounts just to prove Vitality.
Just pump the vote.
Yeah,
All the
yeah,
votes
yeah.
of Vitality.
He's
Yeah.
literally going to rig the votes right now. But yeah, make sure you use the code, and of course, tweet at us as well with the hashtags VCT Lock-in and VCT throughout the show. Once again, make sure you let him know that he is wrong. We're going to give you guys an opportunity to do that now as we take a break, and just make sure that Brent's doing okay. You know, just
Yeah, I know. We need a mental.
I'm
health
fine. I'm happy. I've come into this show with
Yeah.
energy. I got on the show today. Everybody was dead. Like I was good.
Okay, we'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for us to cut the nonsense and actually talk about the first matchup of the day, starting with Team Secret versus Na'Vi. Let's go with Secret first, because I feel like they're, again, carrying on the narrative, Bren, of Pacifics. We cannot underestimate the teams coming from Pacifics.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have come out and they've showcased as well, I think, higher peaks than I was personally expecting as well. I'll be the first one to admit.
Yeah,
I was underestimating, I think, the real peaks of this Team Secret squad, especially with the opponents that they're up against. But they turned up, and they turned up with really great individual skill, I think, across the board. Envy in particular really impressed me, actually. I thought that this guy was taking fantastic timings when he was playing largely that initiator role. But they just had good ideas, solid game plans, and it was enough to really just crack a rather shaky Liquid.
Yeah, and I think that's the important part, right? When you look at how they actually beat Team Liquid, they were applying quite a bit of pressure to them, and then Liquid completely crumbled under that pressure. But I think you've got to give credit to Team Secret for the things that they were doing well. Like, I think that they had some really good ideas, always comboing like shock molly stuff together, Jesse Vash using his Hunter's Furies early on too, and then you have a lot of power coming out from the fragging side. But I think when you look at the tape and you see the stuff that Secret are doing, a lot of it is still quite standard, and then Liquid just crumbled under the pressure. I think it was an embarrassingly bad performance from Liquid, honestly. But I'm not going to judge Doombros by the sins of his brother. I think that Na'Vi are going to be able to take that pressure and actually push Team Secret to the point where we get to see what their ceiling is. And I think that's what we haven't seen. We saw Team Secret come out and get a win, a massive upset win, a great result for them, but we actually didn't see how far they can go, and I think this game is going to be a true test of that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. How far can this Team Secret go? What is their peak going to be? If there's any team out there that's going to be pushing them to the limits, it's going to be the opponents that they're up against here today.
Well, let's hear a little bit more from Team Secret's Dubstep, who sat down with Golden Boy and Achilleos for a quick chat about the squad's growth in the offseason.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here once again with Achilleos, and this time we got to get ready for some wub-wubs because we're joined by Dubstep, who's with us from Team Secret. How you doing, buddy?
I'm feeling excited. Like, it's been so long since I've been in a LAN event like this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, nothing but positivity, I guess.
Well, that's good to know, and actually leads me right into my first question, which is, you know, because we haven't seen you guys in a while, like, what were some of the struggles last season, and how do you feel that has been addressed for VCT 2023?
I guess last season it was really rough because I wouldn't say like we got ahead of ourselves. I guess we got left out in the competition because I feel like we didn't grow as individuals. Like in that case, we needed to find like a solution for it. So this was kind of the solution, like changing some of the players, I guess. So I feel like this year it will be really different because I think like the solutions that we fixed, I think it's really working so far, I guess.
Well, and I'm sure a lot of that comes from, you know, working with your new coach, Warbird, who's coming in. One, like, has he been going to the Philippines to like work with you guys, or has it been like how's been the workflow with the coach?
So basically, he's a remote coach, so he works in the US.
Okay.
Yeah, while we practice at APAC. So it's really rough for him because the time zones, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's like in the reverse schedule. He's awake in the night, sleep at the day, something like that. And I appreciate like his sacrifice doing that. So far there was no issue regarding the schedules, and it's been going smoothly, I guess.
I mean, this is like your first time actually meeting him in person then, now that you're
Yeah.
all here at the event. I mean, what was that like to finally be like, oh, this is the voice that I've been hearing? You know, I've seen your photo, but I've never gotten to meet you before. How was that?
Actually, the first time he met me, I was in the hotel lobby. Then one guy like put his arm over me, and I'm like, who the hell is this? Oh, he's my coach. So I'm like, oh, okay, nice to meet you, bro. I did not expect you to be this tall.
No.
Because originally we thought we were on the same height, but
Yeah.
I think I was cheating. He was taller than me. So yeah, it feels great meeting your coach. Actually, it's one of the things that made us really like in a good mood right now. So meeting each other, it's always like a good thing to meet your coach in person, right? Like everyone in person you're working with.
Yeah,
So
right.
the mood is really nice right now. I hope it continues throughout the tournament.
That's good.
That's awesome. But yeah, I mean, in addition to meeting him for the first time, obviously, there's still a three-man core from the previous Team Secret, yourself, Borkham and Jesse Vash that are still there, but you've also added three newer faces, some faces that don't have a ton of experience, especially in playing in an international scenario. Aside from winning at this event, what are your other goals or things that you're hoping to take away from this this tournament?
I think what we want to take away from VCT LOCK is obviously this is a tournament that shows every franchise teams, right?
Yeah.
So it's a tournament to see what to expect coming to Pacific League, VCT Masters, VCT Champions.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like obviously it's called the kickoff tournament. So yeah, it's how we, I guess, how we prepare ourselves on the upcoming events, especially the VCT Pacific. I think it's one of the most important events that we should be preparing.
Last thing, are there any teams, since you guys are going to be coming in playing against, you know, a whole slew of international teams, any squads in particular that, you know, Secret's excited to play against potentially? Maybe not from Pacific, but from EMEA and Americas?
I guess our wish came true. We're going against, I guess, two of the best teams in EMEA. Obviously, Liquid. If you win against Liquid, it's either Crew or Navi. Also, both decent teams. So, yeah, I think we got too much on our plate right now.
Hey, man, at least you know you're going to be nice and full, right?
True.
All right, well, Dubstep, I want to thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you guys.
All right, everyone, back to you.
Of course, as they discussed, you know, this isn't the same Team Secret we saw last year, and the newer players, Josh, the ones we had questions about, I feel like they showed up and they answered those against Team Liquid.
Yeah, they looked awesome. It's a real firepower injection having Jeremy and Envy on the team, and I think that has made a lot of the difference for Team Secret. And I think those two players are good enough to be able to take it to Navi's players.
Well, can they? Are they good enough? I know you think they're good enough, but Navi, I feel like, are a different fish compared to Team Liquid. Of course, they are a proven team already. And when we saw them again with CNED, Bren, they won a 2-0, what we expected.
Yeah, what we expected, but there were some signs of weakness as well, which I think we'll get onto a little bit later. But overall, what we expected from this roster was the existing core of FPX comes over, ported over, with CNED being that one-to-one replacement with a player like Ardis. And overall, they were looking really, really strong in some areas. I think that you could see just the glimpses and glimmers of that previous FPX roster. Shao and Sugetsu didn't even have to put up previous top peak performances for them to get their win in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest thing to me, is that they really didn't need to show their full force to kind of just dismiss Crew. Even though they looked a bit dodgy, the player quality and the level of experience and talent on the squad is just so high.
Yeah. But I don't know if it's all together there for Na'Vi. I don't know if this is hubris from them with their map picks, but one of the things that I was paying attention to was, first of all, the fact that they picked Lotus in their matchup initially. And this was signs of weakness for them. I think that this... Usually when teams are going to be picking Lotus in this tournament, our expectation was it's usually an underdog pick because there's so much uncertainty. Teams don't really know if they've got the right read on things. And we saw just levels to it where they didn't quite have a really fleshed out game plan, where moments like that you're witnessing where they just can't really quite stop the post plant in time were just causing issues for them.
Yeah,
so
I felt like their attack side, though, was a lot better than their defense side. They really ended up dropping the ball in that first half, but they're still good enough to recover, even when they do a wee bit of trolling.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like they're still good enough that even if they're doing a little bit of trolling, even if they're picking Lotus, they still manage to sail their way to a pretty comfortable win, I would say. So, yeah, I mean, we can't be too harsh on them for that, but I do think it kind of like pried open and showed some weaknesses, at least, with this Na'Vi squad. They're not just impossible to take down.
One person I do want to see more of is CNED, because we had a lot of questions about his flexibility, how he's going to replace Ardis. What did you guys make of his Jet and Raze as well, the two agents we did see him on?
I mean, I think it looked acceptable, but he really wasn't pushed. I want to see more of the Raze. I want to see CNED playing Sage for them, other picks. I think CNED's one of those players where you know his Jet's awesome, but his Chamber struggled, and that made a lot of people concerned, because if you can't play Chamber, can you play the other stuff that people are going to ask you to play on Na'Vi? I'm not too worried yet, though. I think he's got talent, but you still need evidence of him succeeding in order to feel really comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his Jet was clearly a comfort for him as well. I mean, no questions asked. I mean, I've got no difficulties just pointing out positive after positive with his Jet gameplay, but it is that other flexibility on other agents that we're wondering about, I think, and we'll find out the deeper we get into the tournament.
Yeah, I think we'll probably find out today, hopefully. And speaking of CNED, let's send this down to Baller at the Telestrator to break down a little bit of what we saw from Na'Vi.
Guys, I really like the conversation we're having, because I have a breakdown here that'll show kind of how Angel and Na'Vi are utilizing CNED to not really care so much about the flexibility. I want to look at the comp that they're running, Jet and Omen, and we'll start by taking a look at just what's happening on the pistol round. Taking at the mini-map, they're looking like they're going to go for a fast B hit. It's just basically a smoke coming in from Angel, and then they're going to rotate around. CNET is going to pop his dash, and they're trying to feint like they're hitting this, but this is mostly just for them to get a pick, okay? But now they know he's popped his dash, now because you've actually seen him at this point, and they're going to rotate all the way back towards A. So you can see they're setting up for this. Sugetsu's going to cover the flank, and what they do without the dash is what's really important here. CNET still has his smoke. He didn't use it to dash on the switch, and Angel's going to use that and draw the attention because there's a smoke going out there, and it's kind of dissonant because you think CNET's used his dash already, but he has, and Angel's the guy who's going to get in the TP. So it's about how CNET attracts attention here. They're going to go on to take this pistol, but there's a couple more examples that I want to show as well. This one is kind of related to CNET, but also mostly Angel and Xiao. They have the Nightfall that's come in from Xiao, and that's going to cover the noise of where the ult's position is. And I think this one's just a little tip for you in ranked if you're trying to do this combination with the Nightfall and the Omen TP, where you can see right now he's TPing on top of Gen. Sometimes you think, okay, let me obscure the noise of my ult happening, but realistically here, you're trying to obscure the position of where he is. So Angel, I want you to watch exactly how he moves here on top of Gen. He's trying to get a kill. He's trying to surprise the guy who cannot see him because he's up close Gen. Obviously, this is not happening. Melzer's just dodging the Nightfall, but they've got sight because of it. And again, there's an orbit around CNET that's grabbing attention. They're trying to look where he's dashing. They're trying to look where he's taking some space. And I think that's going to become a key factor here in this last round that I'll show you. They're grouping up again towards the B site. This time they will hit. This time CNET will dash. And I want you guys to think about what that does for the opposing team. There's two players in market here. CNET dashes into his smoke, and that's no up trap. So they don't think that there's any possibility of anybody being in a cage, and also using Omen's abilities to full capability, right? Getting up into this TP, starting to do some pressure. It doesn't look that great with the grouping of CNET and Angel there, but what I really like on top of this is how Angel, and if this was CNET, he wouldn't have this capability unless he gets 2 kills. Angel has another way to get out of this. So Sugetsu just cages him again, and he's able to TP back towards stairs. This is the type of thing that I think is really cool that Angel is doing. He's utilizing CNET in a really interesting way, and it might not even necessarily have to do with the flexibility of CNET and just the big brainness of Angel. Sure, we might not see Ascent today, but these are the types of things I'm looking at for Na'Vi.
Thank you very much, Bala, our resident teleastrologist.
Yeah.
It is so hard to say.
I think it's important that Team Secret actually ban Ascent today, because you can't allow when there are teams that understand that map that well, teams like Loud last year, teams like Leviathan and Na'Vi here at Lock-In, when they're just so difficult to shut down. It's that Jet Omen combo, and it just rinses people on attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad Bala mentioned Angel as well. I feel like we have to talk about him, and we also have to talk about the other boomer on the side of Team Secret. They are the oldest and the second oldest players of this entire tournament. This graphic is incredible.
Yeah, this is just amazing, but it is that battle of the two players who are IGLing for their team, the two oldest players, most experienced players as well. I think there was like an indirect quote as well of Jesse Bash at the press conference saying that the match against Liquid was so easy, because of course it's easy. Playing against kids, like why wouldn't it be easy? And they're all kids to him, I guess, you know, when he said at the end
Angel stepped in though on behalf of the EMEA, asking Jesse Bash to pick on someone his own age.
Yeah.
It's a Kane fight. They're both playing really well so far in the tournament, though. They're actually providing huge individual contributions, as well as what they're doing in terms of experience, leadership, and IGLing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think that's going to be pretty key as well, and a big test as well for Jesse Vash, because, listen, you're up against Na'Vi. Angel's calling can sometimes be, it seems in a moment we saw from Bala's Telestrator, a little bit erratic at times, some of the plays he pulls out, but they are really difficult to get a handle on, I think,
Yeah.
and so a big challenge for Jesse Vash in this upcoming series.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some kids on their roster as well. And speaking of one of those kids, Sugetsu, here he is, chatting a little bit about the team's performance after they beat Crew. Check it out.
We are expecting a good performance from them. I think nothing. I was thinking about like our first map, what we will do, like our stuff. I have no like stressful situations anymore when I'm going out towards crowd. To be honest, our team wasn't following like which score we were playing. Like when we switching sides, we have like in our minds like is it 0-0 and you're fighting for every round which you can. So we just focused and won this series.
No KJ utility. And he's got more space.
Goodness, Angel.
Oh!
It's a man possessed. Oh, he's just looking to put him away, and he's already gotten 4.
about how they won Team Liquid. I think this team just not enough prepared for this kind of games. I don't know. So I can say that he should be afraid of us and just prepare for us. For me, we're fully confident, so I think we will win the series also. I don't know, do something, but you cannot win us anymore. Thank you guys for watching us. Keep supporting, we really appreciate it, and follow us on VCT Brazil.
I really like the points that he raised about preparation. He just felt like Liquid weren't prepared enough. But what we know of Angel, Doombros, and Na'Vi is that if they have tapes, Bren, the game is different. They love preparing. They've had a little bit of time to prepare as well. So surely we see some counters if we're going to go to the same maps as we saw last time with the Team Secret Liquid game.
Yeah, it has given that, valuable ammunition for them to be able to figure out what they were doing well. Like some of the things that I thought Secret were doing well, which you pointed out, Josh, was those util combos, right? Just to try and push people away, which is something that is going to be quite readable. You can kind of exploit that as well just by making sure that you tap the spike and fight within the, I suppose, layers of util that's being sent your way, or maybe even just pulling out a util ahead of time. But for Secret, what I would like to see for them is to actually just start throwing a bit more curveballs as well at them. Just something out of the ordinary that they weren't doing. They had a very, I would say, standard game plan when they played against Liquid. And I think if you have confidence, you're able to take the fights, you're in good form as well, and you throw a bit more of those curveballs, maybe just like flanking through mid if we end up seeing Icebox or something.
Yeah.
Could be it.
I think the keys to victory here for Team Secret are being able to apply a lot of pressure onto Na'Vi and force them to react. I think they did a great job of that against Liquid. And then they need to hope that Angel is not having a very good game, because Angel sometimes is a double-edged sword where he goes really aggressive and he either feasts or famines. And then I think the third thing is that they need to be getting really great performances out of Envy and Jeremy, because if you set those guys up to challenge early on, Na'Vi are the kind of team that's going to wait for it. They're always really good at absorbing aggression, so they need big performances out of the people they set up early in the rounds.
Well, sounds like you guys believe in Team Secret. I want to know what the guys at home think. We took a Twitter poll earlier, and we asked you guys, which team today do you believe in the most? And it's actually Na'Vi.
Yeah.
And Vitality only got 3 points.
Yeah.
Brent, you need more Twitter accounts.
Yeah, I need more
You
Twitter
need more
accounts,
bot
apparently.
accounts.
Gotta offset that.
But I think, though, that this match is Na'Vi as the heavy favorites because of so much that they've accomplished in the past. And it's not that Team Secret are getting underrated. A lot of people still believe in them, but they've got a mountain to climb in this match.
Yeah, no, and also Josh as well. I can't believe you're saying that as well. Bias caster. This guy just saying that, listen, trying to offset the
Bias caster,
fans.
the Copenhagen champions are clearly on the same level as Team Secret. It's the first
He's
time
just
event with this
upset
roster.
that Vitality didn't get like the amount of
Okay,
support
all right,
that he
enough
thought
about
they were
Vitality.
going to get.
Secret. So we've been singing the praises of Secret and all the strengths of them as well. This is a real possibility of them performing another massive upset, but it's going to be quite difficult, I think, still, because they're up against that heavy hitter team of Na'Vi.
Well, to win this tournament, you need a perfect run. That applies to all of the teams today, but can one of them do it? Do they have what it takes to make it all the way? Let's find out, because Lock-In Day 10 starts right now. Team Secret have already taken down one EMEA team, but are they the real EU Slayers? Because I feel like Na'Vi will be a tougher opponent than the last one they had to face. And if by the chance that they can do it, I'm going to be starting singing the Cinderella run. I'm going to go for that. I'm going to do the talent thing of being like, Team Secret, this is their tournament. They can do it. Because I do feel like they're not heavily favored in this matchup.
No,
I mean, if Secret win this game, that's bigger than anybody that Talon managed to take down. I mean,
That is true.
This would be an enormous scalp to take because this Na'Vi team has not really made that many changes. They've kept their core, their identity, their talent, and their synergy together from when they were up at the very top of the world, winning Copenhagen and going deep at champs.
And that's why everybody has been so high up on this Na'Vi squad heading into this. You know, many people had them as one of the favorites to make it into that top 4 on their side of the bracket in particular as well. And this is, like we said prior, I mean, the biggest obstacle that Team Secret will face in quite some time, I imagine, from them. And it's those same keys to victory that just keep repeating in my head that you were talking about, Josh, again, that we were all talking about, which is making sure that Jeremy, Invi end up having really good performances, again, playing at peak form, being able to force Na'Vi to make mistakes as well is going to be pretty important.
I'm interested to see where this map select will go because I know you guys were a little bit critical about Na'Vi's Lotus, but they have traditionally had an incredibly deep map pool. They don't have a permaban.
Yeah, I think Team Secret have to get rid of Ascent. And then for Na'Vi, it just comes down to, do you want to challenge Team Secret on the maps where you've already seen them? Do you want to rely on the tape? And it looks like it, right? They're not taking out any of the places where they beat Liquid. I think Na'Vi are going to be happy opting into that because they know what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah, and so Icebox is the first map pick as well. I can understand this from Team Secret, but I think, again, it opens themselves up to a little bit of that counter-picking. Na'Vi are a team very prep-heavy. They love to know, you know, what they're going to be up against, and you are kind of like delivering yourself almost to the hands of Na'Vi with a pick like this. They did look strong at it. Maybe they can throw in a bit more to make themselves more of a threat on it.
I'm also just looking towards CNED, and I'm anticipating his Jet coming out on Icebox, maybe Pearl as well.
Yeah.
You know, getting him on maps where he can be super comfortable. You've got to imagine you have the advantage, and that is quite surprising. Team Secret taking Lotus out, where maybe they just don't want to mess with Na'Vi's attack side, because I really thought Angel was playing a great game on one half of the Lotus map.
Yeah.
But this decider is going to end up going down to Fracture. And I was impressed with what Team Secret were able to deliver there. On their defense side, they had some good ideas. Borkum smoking himself off, good synergy, good help between the rest of the team. I think the way to describe Team Secret is they managed to put pressure on their opponents without making too many mistakes themselves. You might be able to bait, you know, somebody like Angel into making a bit of a sloppy move, maybe bait CNED in there too. But the other 3 players on Na'Vi are so solid.
We're going into the Prime Gaming agent select here, and of course we've seen Team Secret's comp already. I want to know what Na'Vi are going to do here. Are they actually just going to go for a counter pick? Usually other teams that aren't afraid to just switch up their comps whenever they can.
Yeah, I mean, Josh, you were mentioning as well while we had a bit of time that, you know, Na'Vi are that kind of team where they will play multiple competitions throughout a tournament. But okay, we see CNED gets to play the Jet. I'm a big fan of that, obviously, whenever I can see it. But Angel playing this Cypher. And it is a pretty standard comp as far as Icebox compositions go, so maybe they just feel like they can play through it.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the lack of
No
Sova,
Sova.
what are they going to do over at B main? How are they going to get through that congested area of the map?
Yeah, that's going to be hard, actually.
I think part of the read here might be that Team Secret love playing for retake, so they might have space without even having to use the drone.
Well, the last time Angel played Cypher was a long, long time ago. It's the one time that he's played it as well, so I can't wait to see what is going to happen in here. And it's time to pass this over to your casters for map 1. It is Doug and Baller.
Thank you, Sue. The crowd has shown up. They're already electric. We haven't even freaking started. We've opened up seating, and it is getting more and more full with every moment that passes.
It's getting full, and people are getting crazy, and I couldn't be more excited for this match. I hope that these guys in the audience as well are super hyped because we just saw Team Secret take down an EMEA team. Maybe Na'Vi is clearly way above Liquid. I mean, for sure.
Maybe, clearly.
but there's that little inkling there. This is a potential for something here for Secret. Maybe there's something brewing.
Maybe. This does really feel like a different beast, though. I mean, I think what you asked of them against Liquid and what you're asking of them now, it just really feels like an entirely different conversation, but you're right. We play this game because there's always the possibility.
Insta push down mid here for Na'Vi. They're going to flash through the orb.
Dubstep waiting to receive, and Xiao's able to clean him up right off the bat.
Only one person there. They did not expect that whatsoever. He's trying to go on a lurk. And Zipon just flashes through. Secret's going to try to re-clear at this point. And look, CNED's actually, Angel's actually just put his cam all the way down B long. They don't have to worry about this. They could cheat over towards Kitchen and A.
Yeah, I mean, they have Trips down there as well as a secondary line of defense.
Looks like they might want to go for a boiler hit with this dart. Through mid, there's still a minute left. But they're trying to see, is there any stragglers right now? There's the dart going out. Flash as well to try to obscure that dart so he can tag somebody.
Very clean. And while I don't think he got any tags, that's another instance of just how disciplined this Team Secret team is.
CNED with the Sheriff. One tappable.
The knife's going to spot him. I believe the drone did as well. CNED now trying to duck for cover and stay alive. If ever, just a moment longer. Couple of shots landing, and yeah, that's going to land for a kill. So Getsu's able to get one as well. Now Borkum applying pressure across the middle of the map. It's a 4v2 here. They're going to have a lot to do, and Borkum's been able to do it at least for now. Jesse Vash still close by, trying to roll back the years, and he does. It's a 1v1, though. They're not done yet. 21 HP. He spotted him, able to land a few shots, and he spams through the box to get the pistol.
Are you kidding me? A 2 versus 5 to start things? I mean, is this real? Borkum. Borkum. He might just be the GOAT. What is this? Against Na'Vi too.
One enemy.
Such a sick round from him. Remember, we started this round with Na'Vi getting a pick. We started with them leaning towards the direction that hit came in.
Yeah.
CNED gets a kill, Zippon gets another one on the site. That was a 2 versus 5. And look at it, right back towards their old tricks, immediately trying to deny space with as much utility as they can.
And remember how important that was against Liquid. They suffocated out when they were playing on this side. So you got to keep a close eye on that for sure.
One could make the argument that their shock molly combos, especially on the defense side, were what made Team Liquid break down.
Yeah, yeah. I completely agree.
I'm really curious now to see how they're going to continue to play the rotations with this Cypher. I mean, we haven't seen this since the days of Nats playing Cypher on this map.
You had to hit your Nats quota, didn't you?
Of course. But it's relevant. I mean, it really is. He's probably going to play a lot of the trips, a lot of the cams. And don't forget, Cypher's gone through a significant buff. The trips are much longer, so potentially we could see some really, really funky and gimmicky trips out of him.
Very nice setup out here for Secret as they've gotten to the post plant. They've got the wall defending things, and Molly on the spike as well. You really can't Molly, and you really can't take care of that. CNED with a clean shot.
Look at his movement, too. Up to boiler, to top screens, but they have post plant, and we've already seen how strong this is.
He's going to be able to stick it to at least half, yeah, and then now able to back off as the kills go back and forth. Remember, this is not a great gun round out for Na'Vi.
That wall's blocking.
Jeremy, 1v2, 72 HP. They've got to do it fast. They've got to do it fast. He's got to get there quickly, and he does! A Red Bull clutch! A Secret roar out of the gates in this best of 3.
2 clutches in a row. It's just incredible. We might be looking at a magical match. Does not be right off the gate on the back foot and in some very, very cool ways. Whew. And by cool, I mean clutch.
No real time to think about it. We're jumping right into the next round. See Na'Vi here with a gun advantage. And again, it's going to be a hit towards A.
This one's fast, though.
Yeah, the knife tagged a couple of members, too, so they
Push
should
up
have
top.
a very good idea of where the hit's coming from. Zipan able to get 2 quick ones, but they're traded right back. CNV trying to tuck away, trying to get away, trying to stay alive.
Surely
able to
not
do so.
again. Surely not again. Man disadvantage. Dubstep with only a Sheriff. He was their former star in Borkum. The man of the hour on the pistol, he's still alive.
And he's got a Phantom. Able to pick one up from the chaos and cacophony that ensued on the site. They still have plenty of time here too, Bala.
This started with a rush, so yeah, they have half the round still to go.
I'd be really interested if they rotate out though. They have the Viper's wall up on A. And that's such an important tool. Dubstep upgraded to weapon 2.
Yep, got the Spectre now from one of his teammates. They're running it over towards B. There's a lot of tools here
30 seconds left.
on both sides. Dubstep has 1 molly. Xiao has a wall and Sugetsu has an orb and 2 mollies. But with the way this rotation is, this is going to take a long time for them to get into this.
Yeah, it is.
And Borkum has the pit. Borkum has the pit. They didn't consider this. And Sugetsu fired off one of the mollies from Boiler to try to get a little bit of damage done, but how do you clear this now?
A massive moment here. Note Xiao still has his wall. Oh, the foot. Oh, the foot. Betrayed by a step. But he's still playing close by. He swings out, and he's punished.
Integrity, oh my goodness, just
Pit's
barely.
still up, though. Borkum playing in this 1v2. Again, clutches have
Don't
been the
forget the
tail
wall.
for Team Secret, but you're right. The wall is still in play, and it goes up just on the other side of the wall. He's
He's
gonna
gonna
have to
run out
spam
of ammo.
through it. The panel's down.
Didn't
He
get
didn't even
out.
get a tap.
Didn't
He
get out.
swings out, and Xiao gets a
didn't
kill,
get
but
out.
yeah, I don't think he has enough time. There's no way, man. There's just no way. I thought for sure he was gonna hold it, get it to half, and then take the fight. But another Red Bull clutch.
I am speechless for these first 3 rounds. Just speechless. Why did Xiao just didn't trust? Sugetsu was way too far to the right there. I would not have trusted either. But I mean, still, gotta stick or you lose. It's Borkum again, too.
Bit of early utility used by Secret this time. Try to deny the orb.
Recon as well, potentially a shock. Over towards Kitchen, not gonna just try to break anything, because truly, you don't really know how Angel's playing the Cypher yet. He's died before any of his utility has been a key factor in.
Yeah.
Right now there's one trip towards yellow, so he can hold this left side angle.
The knife looking to tag Angel, and it did not. But he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Wall up, spike down, Envy playing just on the other side. CNED not able to find any value out of the Sheriff. This is also really key here because these are the rounds when you have a gun advantage like this, you should get through this cleanly. If Team Secret are winning the insane clutches and they can get through these rounds too, which statistically they're supposed to win, I mean, this could be smooth sailing.
Yeah, the first anti-eco was not clean though. It took heroics, and Zipon's trying to make it the same exact thing. Sugetsu too, ducks behind the wall.
Sheriff in his hand, Jeremy has the res, but there's not a lot of time to use it. Sugetsu falls, but you're right, it wasn't clean.
Yeah, but at this point, you're up 4-0. Your bank should be getting there. It's not, though. Na'Vi finally going to get the op up for CNED as well. He tried to take an op angle in that first gun round, but instantly got traded off. This time he has the actual gun, and it's glass cannon, Doug.
A gutsy, bold decision out from the EMEA representatives. We'll see if it pays off.
Go up top.
They're going his way.
I like this setup. Zipon's holding the left. That's a really good off angle, really high up. Your crosshair placement's going to be busted. But there's going to be a drone out potentially, a dart, something like that. CNED's holding the other side, but they let him through.
There's the drone that you mentioned. Does tag one.
Doesn't spot CNED though. And you might not expect it with the amount of money that he had to go for a glass cannon op.
I mean, but surely you have CNED on Jet. You consider it, right? I mean, the possibility at least. Either way, it doesn't look like Fate will be tempted this time around. At least not yet.
I just love how active Dubstep is with rearranging his alarm bot based off of the late round situation that they're going to set up for. There's going to be a flash. He's going to try to get through this, but there's a trip to deal with too. It's the same setup that we saw early on in the pistol. Trying to get a dart tag, try to get a kill, and push the player off a boiler entirely. The problem here is Angel knows they're not through because of the trip.
Oh, he missed. My gosh, I thought that was it. I thought he was going to land it. The ult's been used. And now Team Secret start to swarm out onto the side. Zipan still trying to hold the line, trying to keep them back. He's able to take care of one. Angel has arrived. And not a moment too soon, but Borkum finds two.
If they get this res, we're back up to a 4 versus 2. Xiao cannot get his own res, but there's very limited time here if he kicks down the spike.
Clean shot up from Xiao as Jeremy falls. 4 seconds, the spike does go down. See Xiao trying to clear a panel for Sugetsu to take the fight. Nothing there yet, but a clean flick out from him as he gets 2 of his own. 2v1 here, Dubstep again. Heroics on the cards, and my gosh, he's halfway there. A 1v2 now. Xiao on the tap, the op shot goes wide, he's trying to spam. Xiao's pulled off, he's gotten it to 1, and Xiao stops it this time.
Dude, they might just stop my heart at this point. What is going on?
That was so freaking close.
Every single round has been a nail biter. Every single round. And that's no exaggeration.
Seconds left.
I didn't know I could have this much fun watching Icebox. I'm not gonna lie.
One enemy remaining.
And we haven't even gotten a chance to see anything super nerdy yet either. I mean, Angel has died every round before his Cypher stuff goes off, before he gets a chance to even do anything. This time he got suppressed because he rotated really fast, and they weren't even walking into it, and I think he was actually playing an anti-KO setup.
Timeout here called from Na'Vi, as it's a 3-round lead.
This is an important timeout.
Yeah.
I think this is huge. The amount of ults that are up for Team Secret, and the desk was touching on this, Josh in particular, saying there's no Sova in this comp for Na'Vi. And we've got a KJ lockdown in the hands of Dubstep. How are you going to deal with that? The first thing that comes to mind, play really aggressive on A and try to get that space so you can flank B if they do go there, and you're also denying that Pipes position for the lockdown. That's the first thing that comes to mind, but Angel thinks differently. So let's see what they have cooked up. This is a big round. Looks like we got another timeout as well.
Just in case this hasn't been exciting enough as it is, they're forcing you to wait through it. Let the anticipation build just a bit. And now we're back into action. CNED once again on this glass cannon op.
That's crazy too, because they saved that up, and he still doesn't have the money to buy it because he dropped it for somebody else.
Both Imbi and Dubstep just going with pistols, no armor this time either.
Yeah, another pause too. Yeah, I figured.
Something looked funny.
Something looked funny in that buy, yeah.
Tech pause coming through. We will let you all know what's going on and keep you all informed as soon as we are. But you're right, Ball. Again, this round feels so important for this half, and I mean, you've got the potential for Secret really to double down on a bankroll.
Yeah.
Depending on how many of these ultimates they have to use, you'll have the ult economy your way. You'll have the financial economy going your way as well.
Yep.
This is big.
Swing round. Swing round, and I think Secret have all the tools. And the mind game that's going to go on right now after this tech pause gets sorted and the teams can get back to talking to each other is how Na'Vi are going to approach countering your ults.
Right.
And the leveling that's going on between the IGLs, figuring out, okay, Angel, what's he going to call? Are they going to play aggressive? Can we counter that? It goes crazy out of timeouts.
And you know, the truth is we haven't really seen a ton of aggression defensively at the start of a round, right?
No, yeah. Other than pistol, yeah.
Right. So this very well could be the time that you want to dial up a little something spicy.
Yeah, but I also think that that's kind of a common call. We're back in it.
True.
I do want to also note Sugetsu's Viper's Pit can be countered by the lockdown. And not only that, but you have the Hunter's Fury synergy too. It's going to be looking like towards B. CNED is going to be key here.
Yes,
Already finds the pick, but I'm really concerned if he... Oh, never mind. I'm not concerned anymore.
Takes the head right off of Jesse Vash. Even with the knife in their face, they continue to push forward, and they're punished.
Rez on board.
Yes, Hunter's Fury too. My gosh. CNED seems to have awoken.
Don't jump anymore, guys. Don't show your heads.
Oh, that's a hand! He hits the hand!
Go for it!
He may have 6 before him. 1 bullet left, though. Had a player right beneath him. Jesse, who's already felt the wrath of CNED once, this time wins this duel.
That's the one time I want somebody to end. Just go for it.
Do it for the people, man.
Still, this situation is not quite clear. Borkum won off his ult. They've given up B. Jesse Vash just got the kill over there, but Zipan's recovered this op. And the wall's still not used for Borkum, thankfully, because they're going to need that to plant.
Oh, they're going to try to get the pit online. They hand the spike over to Borkum. As you mentioned, 1 point away from the pit.
Spam.
Wait until the wall goes up and then swing out. Well done.
That might have tagged, too.
The pit may be in play here. Oh, the spam! Oh, the spam! And a clean round out from Na'Vi on the other side of the timeout. And yeah, it was primarily CNET who took care of business.
Yeah, but even in the last seconds there, Shao, just hearing the audio cue of where that plant is going, and because your Sage is down already, you have no protection. This was just a beautiful round from CNET. A ridiculous shot. Using the elevation of the little snowbank in the bottom right of that screen there to get the headshot angle is so clean. Such good movement. And I think they've gotten themselves back into a healthy spot here, Na'Vi, regardless of how the first 6 rounds went.
I mean, we talked so much about the importance of that round, the swing round, as you dubbed it. And yeah, because of that, they are in a much more comfortable position than they were before.
Oh, there you go. Starting to find the shocks to kill the trips down. And that one is actually placed post-barrier. So you could spot it going down. But the cool thing is you can't break it without peeking deep. So you have to use a shock there.
Right.
Look at the orb as well, placed for Sugetsu.
Oh.
Or no, the cage from Angel. Very aware.
Camera Hunter Fury used. Out from Jesse, and yeah, he takes care of Sugetsu.
Shao's got a line. Oh.
Dude, these are Spectres. They've invested the Hunter Fury, they invested the Viper Pit, now they have control.
This is so good from Team Secret. Look at this ult. We've seen this a number of times.
Yeah.
This is a very gimmicky thing, but right now they just made it look super optimal. They can't get into kitchen, and this is going to be not only spammable from so many different places, but how do you clear?
You see Jesse going for the flank, trying to establish mid-control.
They're repositioning right now to rotate through kitchen, but that's walled off, so they're going to have to call a save. Maybe even preemptively now without even seeing this wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going.
Yeah, there's just not enough time.
I'm looking at Jesse Vash right now. He is deep into mid, lurking towards A. And that knife, finding Angel's the cue for him to speed up a little bit.
CNET hidden here, though. He may be able to preserve the op unless he can do something about it. Nope, shoulder taken off instead. Thrifty round win for Secret. We were just talking about how it seemed like Na'Vi were able to equalize things out of the timeout and put themselves in a better position. The thrifty round win from Secret spits in the face of all of that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 2 massive picks on B. Obviously, there was the drone tag, and Sugetsu gets hit by it. You can't do anything with that unless you have god-tier dodging skills. Or you're playing Jet. Especially with Jesse Vash. This guy has been a beast on Sova. Just an absolute beast. He's been using his ult consistently early. And the funny part is, that usually could get them in trouble against a Killjoy, but they don't got that.
Again, you see the persistence, the insistence on denial of utility from Secret. Denial of having orbs.
Zipon gets tagged there, breaks the drone, and CNET actually takes the angle back. That Zipon was on. They've just gotten a lot of information right now because of how quiet it is over towards A. But Team Secret, they're doing it on purpose. Look, they've doubled up the trips right now, both in kitchen and in 2. Angel's very aware of how easily they just won that last round.
Yeah. And the nice thing is, if there's any doubt of them potentially going B, you've got Angel who's got the cam set up long, so you can just toggle in and out of that to confirm. And because of that, they still have 3 members here. CNET with the op, he finds another. Zipan trying to clear out the wall that was up. As CNET gets a second, you might as well leave it on, leave the cam on CNET for now. As he's, oh my gosh, he does it. Still up, still in play, and still fragging. 4 on the round.
This guy is such a beast. And what a treat to have him back on an international stage. The champion in 2021. And with this team around him, he looks in prime form. that shot. I mean, there's been so many shots that are just like jaw-dropping.
Yeah. I mean, he can make a frag movie out of the first 9 rounds.
And Team Secret is still up by 2. Cross map orb one way for Zip-On right there. You just saw it in the smaller camera. And that potentially allows Zip-On to have a more comfortable time holding B by himself. Sugetsu's gonna have to ult here. He knows it's coming in, but remember what I said. The lockdown can counter this, but they're also just giving up the site. He's just planning up top. Now Xiao with the spam.
Xiao with the spam and CNED with the up. We mentioned it a few rounds ago. CNED seems to have come alive, and so have Navi. The Prime Gaming Flawless to drop the gap down to 1 round. How many kills does CNED have? 12.
It feels like way more.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was flirting with 20.
But look, this is starting to be the nerdy stuff. Xiao there with the angle, finding the gap in the wall. I'm not sure how early they broke that or what, or maybe there's a missed.
Oh, I think the panel was spammed out right off the bat.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Or something went wrong, I'm not sure. Either way, you also have Sugetsu with so many. I mean, we already saw it on the B site, that one time where you had the auto cue and the spam through the smoke. But there's so many times where you just have people pinging on Na'Vi where the potential spots they could be hiding. In the pit or lurking up. And that's how you get another kill. Jesse Vash just gets dropped there. Into the 10th round, though. It is an eco. Dubstep has really not found a way to use this lockdown. And, I mean, that's definitely a big problem for them.
Yep.
They don't have a counter to it. That gains you so much space. It's been like 6 rounds where he's had it up.
You wonder here if they choose to invest it.
Here we go. They're going to get it down this time, potentially. I mean, it's an eco round, so you don't even want to invest it, but you have the space to use it. Such a conundrum.
But the problem is now this is taking so long that the space that they had is very well gone.
And I like that Navi's just playing up. They're like, yeah, you can use it if you want. That's fine. We'll be happy with that. This is your eco. We're still going to potentially have a chance to retake this easily.
I can't imagine they invest. This is taking too long. CNED missing. He's been so good. You have to call it out. Xiao and Sugetsu do not, though. Now Dubstep drops. Another Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Na'Vi.
Look, the score is tied, yes. And Team Secret, I think, played great so far in this game. But Na'Vi, when they win these rounds, they just look like perfection.
Yeah, yep.
And remember what we were talking about a lot when we first, and if you watch that first game for Na'Vi against Crew, it was a lot of Zip-On, it was a lot of Angel. The other stars, they weren't necessarily the biggest factors in that game.
Yep.
They were, in some senses, struggling. Here, not at all.
No, they're all mine.
It's their playground.
And to go back to what you were mentioning, Na'Vi, when they win their rounds, they look clean. When Secret was winning their rounds, it was clutches. It was magic, right? How much of that magic dust do you have left?
Here we go. They've given the space this time. You do have an anti-KO setup being played by Angel. He's way off the site with 2 trips for Sugetsu to play with. And they're mauling him off the pipes. This is taking forever still. Look at the flank. It's coming in. This is what I was talking about. There's multiple counters here.
The turret destroyed. And Zip-On's actually rotating back. The alarm bot spotting one as well. And the thing is, you don't know if it's coming from mid. You don't know if it's coming from spawn. Jeremy gets the spike down. Lockdown finally being invested.
That's good timing there, actually. They've given up the flank after breaking the alarm bot. No way.
Oh, he had 2 lined up. But Envy able to decapitate him for now. 4v4 here on the round. They have to wait for the lockdown to clear.
This post plan is, retake is taking way too long because of that lockdown.
Dubstep very far away. He has 2 mollies to work with, but he's so worried about the flank that he's not able to help with the fight on side. 3v3 here. Zip-On falls.
The other molly missed, by the way. It's in front of that. I think it hit the wall again.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. He's not able to even get half. His Borkum goes aggressive and he's punished.
There's no time.
No, there's not. A round secured by Secret to give them the lead yet again.
All guns gone, though. And there's a bank for Na'Vi, so this last round is scrappy for Team Secret to get some sort of economy going.
Yeah, absolutely. Even after the win.
And you can see the power of that. I think Team Secret was a little too, I mean, sure, the lockdown won them the round, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But a little too hesitant to try to use it to secure the round like they did there, rather than use it to get them in positions to win the round. Because when they get in those clutch situations in the post plants, I think they've been doing quite well. Especially with the amount of post plant utility you have. I think that's the win condition, and I think it's been slightly errant. They're still in the lead, though.
Which, given Cena's performance, given Xiao's performance, is really impressive. Note, Angel there waited for the shock dart to be used before he put, and then he put the trip down.
Yeah.
Little things like that, man.
That's how you know these guys are optimizing. And again, he's so ready for that sort of play from Borkum. And since those couple of clutches for Borkum, it's been really rough for him to get anything going.
Oh, now the Neural Theft. Gonna expose so much. CNET going aggressive. CNET taking the angle, and CNET taking lives too. Now 4v2 economy. Horrible. Sugetsu's clean as he gets 3. And we're tied at 6 apiece. Surely we're gonna look at that one more time.
It's so clean when they win the rounds. It is absolutely just, look at this from Angel. He's just waiting for the spam to happen. Waiting for him to maybe try to break the trip, something like that. And Sugetsu with his one-way too. You can't let this guy have this. I mean, it's so disgusting.
Somehow, through all of what we've seen, Team Secret are still in this. We're tied at 6 apiece. They have a shot at it. Let's throw it down to the desk. Yinsu, take it away.
Thank you very much, Doug and Bala. You guys said the Team Secret, we didn't see enough of them. They weren't pushed hard enough. I feel like they have been now.
Yeah, they've definitely been pushed to their limit, I think, but Team Secret have been so impressive with what they've brought to the table as well. Doug was talking about round 1, round 3, the magical stuff that happened early on. So I wanted to showcase it again because Doug was saying that it was magic dust, but I think it was all Borkum. It was Borkum out here just ripping through the team, just finding all of these magical moments to clutch. The way he opens himself up to only one angle so that he's able to isolate 1v1s is amazing here. And I told you, these Team Secret players have actually got the talent to be able to bring it to Na'Vi. The fact that they're able to win a 2v5 in round 1 and then a 2v3 here, where it's Borkum again, it's absurd. But the question is, have they done enough in the first half? And I would say Na'Vi's comp should have done better on the defense side.
Yeah.
So I actually think Team Secret might have done enough here.
No, I completely agree with that as well, because you look at this composition, and we, brought up that head-to-head battle between Jesse Vash and Angel. Well, it really does manifest, I think, in terms of the way Angel has directed what composition they wanted to play on this one as well, because, Angel is going to be playing this Cypher into it, and now the questions are coming out. How are they going to be attacking on Icebox now when they don't have a Sova and they have this Cypher? There's all these little things that are piling up, like on the fact that Jesse Vash as well doesn't have to worry about using his ult for a lockdown because they don't have that to go up against. All these little advantages that should be playing on the side of Team Secret to be able to take it away.
Yeah, I think Secret can play hard at the first chokes, don't play retake or plant denial, fight aggressively, A main, B main, and you can get free lockdowns. It should be doable.
I want to see some more magic dust in the second half. Back to you, Doug and Bala.
Thank you, Insu. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things that the desk touched on there that I want to go back to. One of them being the conversation around the lockdown.
Yeah.
Right? They had it early in the first half. Don't use it until, round 10? Something along those lines. So you're sitting on that for so long, you aren't able to really get max value out of it.
Yep.
It would just be interesting to see. I mean, they were very hesitant on attack, maybe differently on defense.
I think it'll be much easier on this side.
Yeah.
And I also think Dubstep, who, may I remind you, the times we've seen Team Secret, he was the fragger, he was the star on this team. He was that jet player. Right now struggling, but I think a lot of that comes down to him having so much responsibility. There's an early pick. Same thing that Na'Vi pulled out on the pistol, just slightly different. And we haven't really seen much of these man advantage situations for Team Secret.
You're right, we haven't. What we have seen a lot of, that we just saw again, is Angel being the first touch. I mean, the guy's consistent. He likes to fight. And, well, if you win him more often than not, why not, I guess. But you just toe a very fine line when you play at that pace. The spike has made its way up towards 410. You see CNED waiting for the flank that has never come. But it looks like they're going to be able to contact out, and there's no one really looking. Yeah, that wall's going to go up, but they haven't cleared Borkum, have they? Oh, they've not. There's a counter wall up too. Xiao gets the spike down. There's no wall to defend it here because they invested it to control the site itself.
Can't give up bodies anymore.
No.
To these early picks before they force Na'Vi off the site.
Dubstep can't work a way in, and Envy can't either. They finally clear out the panel. A little high-low is way too much for CNED to handle. It's way too much for Na'Vi to handle. They're overwhelmed, and they're done.
That's a good pistol. Carrying all the advantage you can possibly get from that initial pick. Now, you mentioned Angel with the first kill. Going down to Envy right here. Not the most impactful agent, but you could think maybe you start to have Angel wrapping in the mid-round. And then Borkum, yes, he did fall after getting the first kill, but he maintained the advantage at least. He got his. And then they properly cleared the rest of the site together. With that high-low swing, really, really nice. Big anti-eco here, Team Secret. It hasn't been clean on the anti-eco so far, and that has caused problems and given Na'Vi a lot of staying power in this game. It was 4-1 at some point, and when Na'Vi won that second round, they got broken economically.
Yep. Drone being used by Jesse to try to spot some info mid. But again, Angel, the tip of the spear, the first one to swing out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super curious because Xiao has the spike in mid. I think there was a second there. Angel wanted to call an audible, but decided against it. So they will fake over towards here with the cages. Angel gets knifed. CNED's still here. That looked like it cleared.
It was a really nice setup, right? They want to creep out up to B just long enough to trigger the Killjoy utility and then rotate off.
I'm wondering if this wall was just placed, actually, given the way that Jeremy is rotating off.
Yeah.
Does Xiao have a counter wall to get over? No, they're going to have to wait this out if they want the ruse to still be there.
30 seconds left.
It is solid.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of time left here. They kind of have to commit to it, and that's going to give away what's going on.
The decay. Zipan's all by himself now.
Oh!
Traded
What a
out.
shot, though.
Did they get the space? Yes. 14 seconds for the plant.
They've
This
got
is
to
where
go.
that shot comes in from Jesse Vash. He doesn't have it.
CNED's going to show up on site. He's got a Marshall, but Angel gets two. It's all onto CNED, and he's gotten one with the Marshall. A 1v1 left. Envy on the tap. Tempting CNED to go aggressive, and he does. Not able to land the shots. The young buck from Team Secret wins it out.
Another 1v1. This game might have the most clutch attempts of any game, aside from maybe the NRG Loud series that went just 3-map gigabanger. This again wasn't clean. I mentioned at the beginning of the round, how did Angel get two there? I thought CNED had a chance, but Envy waited long enough there to give CNED the doubt that he was sticking in it. And CNED dashes forward. I mean, that was still such a good play too. Forces him to get off if he was sticking. And also gives him a new angle.
Jeremy with the early slow for Dubstep to take the fight. Oh, he spotted ahead.
Wait, hello?
Patience? Discipline? Or a mistake?
They saw him on the mini-map, Doug. That's why Sugetsu starts spamming. CNED just barely on his screen saw him on the mini-map.
Got a little greedy.
He could have gotten a free kill on CNED of all people.
Yeah. A kill in the hand is worth two in the bush? Maybe. Something like that. All right.
Wow.
Jesse's showing you can use the Marshall just as well.
That is such a deep angle. Behind the orb, too. You never expect that. It's funny because Sugetsu could have easily been watching that. I wouldn't be surprised. Angel and CNED leaning towards mid. Maybe waiting for a dart of some sort. There it goes over towards B. That's going to be their cue. I think the players are going to make noise on A first. There's the knife. Now time for CNED and Angel to strike. This is the key for them.
They've got Jesse here. There's CNED with the first kill, you're right. Borkum falls, but Jesse gets another.
That slow is too perfect for anybody playing in the backside.
Yep.
And Angel with the cage too, that enables them. That extra smoke enables them to get in the sight and get out. I like this too. This is not expected for everybody to playing so deep in the back of sight.
Oh. A brutal headache, all that's delivered as Angel gets 2 to clean up the round.
And they take back the anti-bonus. That is a crucial round to stay in this game. Always in these second halves, no matter what the scoreline is. Team Secret is starting to get rolling with their shock molly combos. We haven't seen it because Navi is really just not really playing into it. Except for the exception of CNED in that last round. He updrafted early.
Yeah.
And that has been somewhere where you could send that shock molly. It's not going to happen this round, though. Ooh, really deep trip. With the B presence, maybe they're pushing them back so far that they're easily going to rotate after they get the orb. And I think they already did manage that.
Interesting here how Secret really don't rotate off of A, given that they saw the knife get 3 early on, and now they have the recon cleared out as well, so they know there's still some presence long.
Orb comes up, Jesse Vash's drone goes out. Everybody's dodging it, and I mean, I can't believe CNED's walked all the way up here with the wall. They have so much space on both sides of the map. They already know Borkum's position, by the way. They cammed it earlier. Borkum had to break it.
Well, the problem with an approach like this, though, is if you lose members on both sides, is you take these split fights. Oh, what a peek out from Angel. Ah, utility in hand. Timing unfortunate.
Actually, Angel's Cypher ult went off there. And I think that caused that second kill to be kind of easy. They get the res back up, too. I like this approach.
Oh, Angel's been tagged. Angel falls.
Hey, I'll take that trade, though. Trade the res for the Hunter's Fury? Yes, any day.
Kills Angel's stats, though. Unlucky. Shao jumping away. Jesse Vash falls. 3v2 here in favor of Navi. They have full site control as well. It's going to be really difficult for Secret to find a way in. Dubstep with a whole lot to do, and he's gotten into a 1v1. My gosh.
I'm losing my mind.
That was too close, man. Oh, that was too close.
It's just happening over and over and over, but I think the magic dust is running out. There's a hole in the pocket at this point because Navi is stealing it away. I think Team Secret right now, it's tied up still. Team Secret had, and they still have, a good chance at this map.
Yeah, they do.
But Navi is firing on all cylinders, and they've broken the money. So this should be a lead here for Navi.
And a third close by. But it seems like all of Navi are grouping towards B-Long. Meanwhile, Sugetsu's still back A. And it seems like Secret want to fight this. The flash in the face, the CNED has to drop.
I can't believe Angel has a cage up there to save them. I've never seen this wall be used.
Nope, me neither.
It kind of gives you a weird angle on the backside. If you can maybe cross there, I wonder if Angel's actually aware. Either way, they're just rotating off. They don't want to deal with it. There's been 3 pieces of utility shown on that site. They already got the mollies out from Dubstep 2. All up to Borkum right now.
CNED, the cloud burst to drop the dart, the swing out, the shot doesn't land, but he stays alive. The spike still hasn't gotten down yet. CNED's one pushing forward, Jesse just waiting. Waiting and waiting. Now they see the wall up, they see the spike going down, and they have to go aggressive. They have to try to take these fights. Viper's Pit invested, and round certainly secured at this point. Unless they can do something about it here, they have numbers.
Peek too soon, there's no mollies anymore. Everything's suppressed.
Covering the flank. He's upgraded a weapon and he's up top. Angel needs to be the one to clear him out here. They know where he is, and yeah, he's dropped. So one weapon they had, now gone.
And nobody coming from the rope either.
You can't res him from down there. What was that?
Not the pit, though.
The tap, just to threaten. Angel gets 4 on the round. And the round is secured for Navi.
They lined up. But okay, hey, there's the first non-clean round, I think, when it comes to those anti-ecos from Na'Vi. And when they're still looking quite good, they got the pit down, and then all of a sudden things started going haywire. Those shots from Jeremy, for example, and Envy catching CNED just willy-nilly jumping around there. I wonder if he thought he was way safe or if there's somebody watching that walk out of Rafter. But either way, Angel with the lineup at the end. He's gotten 2 of those in 2 rounds. Don't forget what happened on Lotus.
Tech pause coming through. As always, once we're informed, we will inform you as well. Apollo, I need to go back to, you know, as much as we talk about Angel and his calling, it really is so much fun to watch them on the attacking side. They manipulate the map so well. They play their opponents like freaking puppets, bro. The rotations, they draw out utility, they draw out rotations, they establish full control of the map, and just leave Secret 2, perhaps even 3 steps behind at times.
Yeah. I mean, I think back to that res round where you rotated, you had so much control in A, you finally start pushing on B, and then the rotate comes back over towards A, and they get the res off because they're playing so aggressively on both sides of the map. I think a lot of that comes down to just having really good ideas about how to play the game in general.
Sure.
Not even thinking about your opponents. A lot of times, especially, like for example, what we saw in the crew game from Na'Vi was just cycling through the strat book, for example. I think we're seeing a little bit much of the same. What I really find super impressive is how every single player is optimizing some little detail that there's just no way it's coming from just Angel or just Doombros.
Right.
It's them putting in so much individual work to improve and optimize the setups that are given to them.
You know, the fun thing about a global stage such as this is that it is the nuance that separates the good from the great. Right? Like that often is the difference maker when you've got two really good teams going up against one another.
And you can see that in this game.
1,000%.
I mean, Team Secret is 100% playing with nuance, especially on this defensive side.
We still need Thunder 6, man.
Yeah, we got to get some.
I am being told that there's a headset issue going on, so as soon as we get that figured out, we'll get back into things. These pauses here are so brutal because, again, the teams, they cannot talk in these tech pauses. It's late in a map, right? You're thinking through everything that's going on. You're reflecting on the previous rounds, the 17 rounds that you've played through, and all you can do is dwell in it, right? Because you can't talk about other people. You can't process through it out loud. It's all just internal. You're just left with your own thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's particularly tough for Secret in this instance, given the fact that right now it might feel that the lead slipped from their hands.
Yeah.
It's only 1 round difference, so I'm wondering who's on the team right now, keeping them grounded, keeping them in the moment, keeping them knowing that this is still very much in their hands. They just got to kneel down and pick it up.
Yep. And this is where there's value in boomers too, man. The experience, the stuff you've gone through throughout your career.
What? I mean, we got 2 32-year-olds in the server right now, Angel and Jesse Vash.
CNED pushing the pace. We haven't seen this from them.
Oh, my.
Oh, the dart. I believe Tech 2 as well.
Yeah. They're just rushing up mid right now. They got an interesting wall. This is really tough to play in the post plant. There's not really great positions to play for it. You have to hold on to mid. And there you go.
Yeah, that's what they're going to try to do. They want to fight for it as well.
Doesn't even peek off of the flash. Oh, because the orb went up.
It just Borkum here. And the aim punch just too strong.
I like the idea there for Sugetsu to reposition with his orb, but that does force Zippon to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting if he goes down.
And now, I mean, really through all that, it's Jesse who's left with the heavy lifting. And Economy's not in a great situation here, so victory looks like just preserving your weapon. Dart, oh, he gets away. Remember here, that's really what's left is, can they preserve this rifle? And they're hunting for him.
Wow.
They're looking for him.
He could have gotten away.
Oh, he may have gotten away. Oh, shot. In the face of 3, he keeps the weapon, the prized possession to carry into the next.
I mean, it's treasure for him at this point. It's going to be the only Vandal here. and they are fishing for anything they could get. Stinger's a couple bought up. I thought for sure he had the information that they weren't all three. I mean, that they were all three chasing him. But that's the reason why he backs up and stays close in maze there. It's because there could have been somebody going up towards belt or something like that as well.
And there was. Pit used early by Borkum towards A. You had the knife tag a couple of members from Na'Vi on B-Long. So a decent idea of what the setup looks like so far.
Farming the orb for Xiao. He's going to have his res up if he gets the plant. He has the spike up for now. And they have confirmed this pit over towards the A side. It's so aware. Just breaking every piece of utility. That's in their path. Dash activated. That means a flash is coming soon here for Zipon.
No flash, just dash.
The knife cleared it, so
yeah,
doesn't even need to invest it.
Between that and the Viper wall, ensuring there's no one who's able to spam through that. Try to spot him dashing through. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Oh, he gets two. And now he's been able to upgrade a weapon.
And those guys are not resable. So no matter what, Xiao probably is not going to have impact with that in this round.
No. 3 rifles in the hand of Secret here.
They've got ult as well, KJ ult.
More magic required,
no!
but CNED,
not like this.
He's so patient. Oh, he's gonna get 2, and the lockdown. CNED saves the day for Na'Vi. But it's still a 2v2, and they still have a rifle to work with. Jesse's gotten into a 2v1. What can Xiao do? He's got the res.
Oh,
no
this start is
armor.
fake.
There's no way that they don't secure this round. They're gonna swing him. They know where he is now. No damage dealt. The spam through, Borkum getting it to half.
Sticking.
He's gonna stick it all the way through, but Xiao's spam is too good. The Red Bull clutch in favor of Na'Vi.
What a freaking map!
And what a bloody tragedy that would have been had they not secured it, given CNED's heroics. For it to still be a 1v1 at the end.
I mean, Doug, I'm still crying from what just happened. They just don't check. Dubstep too focused on getting it down. It's been a win condition that the coach is probably harping on. Oh. And because of that focus, because of that insistence, he loses the prize. Na'Vi up big now, 3 rounds. And the final time, oh, actually the first time out coming out here from Team Secret. That's surprising. But they have been in the driving seat. I mean, until the last couple.
Yeah. Man, and just when it seemed like it was going to be magic that kept Secret in this. It was, again, a heroic play out from CNED. Not just to get 2 kills, right? Because those 2 kills by themselves are great, but the fact that it happened to be where the lockdown was going just destroys everything.
And can I just say, Xiao, again, this guy cannot be stopped in the clutch.
Nope. Xiao is good. You start to worry about the economy here for Secret. They've got to win this round. Otherwise, you have Na'Vi on map point and not a lot of money to work with. Seems like Na'Vi may want to go fast here, too.
They've given up on the shock molly. They're not finding value here. Borkum against CNED. There you go. Talk about first kills in this series. It has been heavily in favor of Na'Vi. The ult immediately for Jesse Vash, too. They pinged it before it even comes out, but CNED gets the dash.
So frustrating. You seem like you think you've got CNED. You kill him once. You know he's getting res. Surely the Hunter's Fury will secure it, but no. The mobility just too much. Now Na'Vi slowing things down. Reducing the pace in the face of the defenses that Secret have set up.
With 55 seconds left, we've seen multiple times these rounds come down to a race to plant the spike. And there is actually a lot of control of space for Team Secret. They're not in front of pipes. Those double cages go out. The execute's coming. Angels first again.
Na'Vi managing to erase the lead that Secret had, and they're now looking to put him away. The molly, the shot dart, and the kill onto Angel. How much more can they find?
20 seconds.
The spike is, I mean, it's just on the precipice of being able to be planted. CNET has to find some space.
No more smoke for him either, but it's the transfer. They get
Clean
in.
shots. Clean shots. Again, this round very well could decide the map because they're not going to have a ton of money left, and there's no success coming through for Secret. Na'Vi, map point.
I can't imagine what is going through Team Secret's head right now because I would be absolutely broken. If Jesse Vash is a second earlier, he gets this kill on CNET, honestly.
Yeah, yep.
And they still have success going into the site. This was still a 5v5 when they take down Angel. But the trades are just so solid. No, the second timeout for Team Secret has not been used. So they're going at it without speaking to their coach.
Either reckless or confidence. But either way, they feel good about the plan they have before them.
I mentioned the first kills and how important they've been. Na'Vi in this map have gotten 14.
Good night. It's so difficult to find round wins when you're constantly at a deficit like that.
And can you imagine how this is even? There it is. Angel onto Borkum. That's a huge pick. That's the Viper wall here. That delays for so long on A. You could see even in the last round how it was so difficult, especially after that early utility didn't work out to get them the space.
Ult used. Jeremy playing close by, trying to find something cheeky, but not able to do so.
This is it.
Yeah.
Patience coming in. They're waiting for potential shocks from Jesse Vash.
Interesting here that they're choosing to rotate off.
They have the Cypher ult. They just use it to pivot if they need. This gives them all the information and little risk to take.
And they're taking so much space off of the information that they've just garnered. Look at how far up CNET is at this point.
I feel like Dubstep's aware there. He looks like he's looking at Kitchen. He's backing off towards Snowman so he doesn't get pinched in. Good molly. Oh! 13 seconds he has to go around. He has to plant in front.
CNET's got to find a kill here. He's got to find a kill here, and he does. This should secure the plant. It should secure the site, and it very well may secure the map. Only 2 left on the side of Secret. A Bulldog and a Guardian. The Bulldog gets 2, but there's still so much for Envy to do. He's healthy. He's got utility. What he doesn't have is time. What he doesn't have is help. And what he does not have, at least for now compared to his opponents, is health. And he falls in the face of magic from Secret. Na'Vi take map 1.
What an absolute banger. I know the score says 13-8, but there was so much in that game for both parties. We started with 3 clutches back to back to back.
Yeah.
And we did not end with that.
That feels like an eternity ago as well, man.
I just can't wait for the rest of this series. This was so much fun to watch.
Another instance in which it's not about how you start, man. Right? Like how well Secret played at the beginning and how Na'Vi were able to right the ship. Just made for a blast, yeah. We'll see if Pearl's the same way. We're going to throw it to a break. Stick with us, friends. We'll be back shortly.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What a start from Na'Vi. They take map 1 of Icebox against Team Secret in this best of 3. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here once again with Sideshow and Brent. I mean, the only word I could use for that second half, Brent, is just dominant, pure dominance.
Yes, I mean, pure dominance from Na'Vi, I think, from the beginning of that second half all the way to the end. But the real difference maker being, you know, Team Secret had a lot of little things going for them. They were able to win the pistol rounds, the rounds where they should have won, with like the anti-eco rounds in particular. But where it really fell flat was a lot of the gun v gun rounds, what we were witnessing between these two teams. In fact, I was just looking at the numbers of it as well. When it was those full buy rounds, like 20k plus in terms of the loadout, it was 8-1 for Na'Vi. They won 8 out of 9 of them.
Yeah,
and so this is just a massive difference for them, and just that extra level that Na'Vi are able to bring by the fact that they are a consistent core roster that's coming to the event. They've got those extra levels to it, and also, of course, the CNET effect of that guy just absolutely tearing them apart at moments.
Yeah, I think Team Secret showcased that they can win some clutches and have some big moments, but they weren't able to actually bring it to Na'Vi when it was the basic default game.
Yeah.
I think they needed to adjust their game plan as well, which I'll talk about in a bit.
Yeah, everyone was hitting their shots, I feel like, on Na'Vi. They just couldn't lose. But of course, there was one guy who I felt like hit all of his shots. It is CNET. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. I feel like the entire second half and some of the first half, Brent, was just the CNET Verizon high-speed moment over and over again.
Yeah, when this guy gets an operator in his hands, I mean, he's just in prime form. Especially when he's on the Jet, a comfort role for him. We still have that question of flexibility, I think, heading deeper into the event as well. Well, you know, the kind of impact he's going to be able to bring when he's going to be playing other roles in particular, but his Jet is just
run Jet every map.
Yeah, just run Jet every map. Genuinely, no, you listen, might be able to get away with it in some cases, and I think it's valid. Listen, CNED's the kind of player where you do want to build around him as a Jet player predominantly, which is interesting, right? Because the core that he's joined, which is FPX, now Na'Vi, is normally it feels like Angel's running the show, and you know, we used to force artists like, listen, artist, you're running what I want to run. You're gonna play this, and you're gonna listen to me. And he puts his foot down. But CNED, I feel like, is the caliber of player where you can just be like, you can play Jet, CNED, anything for CNED.
I mean, he himself even said that, Saisho, he is extremely happy that he gets to play Jet again.
Yeah, I'm sure he is, and I think that we'll have that discussion as we get later in the series. But I want to bring things back to Team Secret's game plan, because when we got to the half, I said that I didn't want to see them play retake and plant denial as much. I wanted them to fight hard. So I want to take a look at round 16 and look at it from CNED's perspective, because I think the big problem was they gave Na'Vi too much space on the site. And what that does is, I mean, here they get a really good entry just playing the fundamentals, right? So that's how they're mitigating not having the Sova. But then everybody drops back and they're playing these kind of positions way back on site. And what that does is, it allows CNED to get on these really aggressive angles. Look, there is nobody in the site for Team Secret right now. They're all playing these post-plant lineups. And then, when Na'Vi gets CNED onto the aggressive positions, he picks off Jesse Vash, Envy, as they're getting back into the site. And I think that is the big problem for me, is that without the Sova, there should have been an opportunity for Secret to adjust their game plan, get aggressive, and stop them from coming in through the chokes. And instead, they still played their same game plan, sat back, and just allowed CNED all the space he needed to ruin them.
Yeah, and it links back to what I was saying just before we got into that match about Team Secret having enough curveballs to throw at them as well. Not leaning on the same game plans that got them the win against Liquid, not leaning on the same concrete game plans of the post plans, like you said, because now they're the kind of team, they're going to adapt, they're going to throw new stuff at you. CNED's going to run at you with a rifle or an operator, whatever it might be, but they're going to disrupt you like that, and that was the clear difference maker, especially into that second half.
Well, Team Secret, they do have a map to be able to try and turn this around, but before we get into that one, let's take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around with Jesse Vash. You know, despite losing, Jesse still had a really, really good match.
Yeah, he's looked weirdly like the best player on the team, and I don't think that that was the case when we've seen him at previous events, but the level up here at Lock-In is really impressive, and I think he's definitely taken it in the Battle of the Boomers so far. Angel had a good performance too, but I don't think the Cypher was the reason that they won. I want to see more from Jesse Vash, but I think he's got it. I think, though, the game plan and IGL element, that's where Angel is really pushing the game ahead here compared to Jesse, and that's where Jesse is going to have to adapt. I don't know, is there like a brain lab? Like AIM Lab and Brain Lab or something?
Yeah, just like a little puzzle game on a DS or something. just throw it on home to keep your mind sharp. But we are going to be heading into Pearl, and you know, just coming off the back of Jesse Vash and watching that guy, he's going to be tested like he's never been before. I think you're going head to head with a Battle of the Minds, the IGLs, which Angel clearly got the better of him on that Icebox match because they weren't able to make the necessary adjustments, make the necessary adaptations to how Na'Vi were playing. And now you're going into relatively unknown territory as well, because don't get me wrong, you know, the core of this FPX team, previous events, we've seen them play Pearl before, and so they might pull out something different now that, you know, they've got this Na'Vi squad, they've got no artists, and now CNED into the team. Yeah. But overall, you know, it's going to be a different test, and also potentially the final obstacle. You know, the last chance for Jesse Vash to really bring his team over the finish line if they want to stay in the series.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. I know we all want to see CNED on the Jet, right? We don't want to kind of, don't play around.
So. Yeah. I think CNED on the Jet, or if they want to run some kind of Sage composition, I actually believe in Na'Vi to have created a crafted strategy around that. Harbor, all right. Pretty cool from Team Secret. I'm hoping they've got something cooked up. I don't know how deep their map pool necessarily goes with these crafted strategies, but I have no issues with the composition itself. I think no duelist comps can really work. However, someone's got to stop CNED from doing CNED things.
Yeah, someone's got to step up to the plate, because it feels like CNED right now is, again, back on that comfort role. We've been hitting it time and time again. This guy has just been a menace when he had the operator in his hands on Icebox. Guarantee you we're going to see him opping on this map as well on Pearl. That B-long angle is just fantastic for him.
Yes, also Dubstep's debut on Astra as well. What a time to whip that one out. I can't wait to get into this game and hand this back to your casters, Dark and Bala. What do you make of this?
I don't know. The only real takeaway I have, Sue, is that we're asking, how do you stop CNET? Who stops CNET? I don't know that you stop CNET. I feel like you just try to contain him, but CNET doesn't care.
Minimize his impact?
Yeah.
Is that a better way to phrase it? I don't
Probably
know.
the best way to go about
I
it.
think the comp is very interesting from Team Secret, but I think as well Navi is leaning into exactly the same thing that we saw in the offseason from them, and that to me is a very scary thought, given how much we just saw their optimizations on Icebox. So Team Secret is going to have to be just as drilled, honestly. And we might have it. This Harbor, in my opinion, has been super successful here so far at Lock-In on Pearl. And things like this is exactly why. The wall into B-Link, but it doesn't matter. CNED's not stoppable.
There you go.
And he's way in front of it, too. This could give you control of both B-Long and B-Link and give you kind of a false sense of security because you're playing off that turret if you're Sugetsu.
Yeah, but what I do wonder is if the wall is sectioning off the turret. I couldn't tell for a moment.
Oh, yeah,
and
it
then
was. Definitely.
It evaporates.
And
so.
Sugetsu can just adjust.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest of deals. But then Harbor adjusts, and then
Sugetsu
goes and goes and goes.
Then, yeah. Well, tit for tat all the way through. Speaking of getting all the way through, you see how far up Dubstep has gotten down B-Long.
So they just got their high tide back up right now. Borkham's positioned to help them out. He's going to wall off the backside, but I'm looking here for Angel's dart. He just used it, and I think it insta got broken.
Yeah, and then the knife tagged him, so they know he's backside. Or at least they know he's somewhere in the vicinity. The spam starting to come through, and the spike goes down, but so does Invi.
How many kills have we seen through the smoke for
Too many,
Navi?
bro.
Still even here, though. 3v4. Secret have a big opportunity
To win another pistol. They've been so good in these situations, but no, this seems like it's all Navi all the way. First round goes in favor of them.
Regardless of the comp, I think a big concern for me coming into this was how is the mental going to be for Team Secret? Because it's situations like this when, again, Icebox, they had such a chance. And it slipped away from them. And honestly, towards the end of the game, it looked like there was no more chances. It looked like they were not finding anything. It looked like they were out of ideas. And so coming into this, is that going to carry over and cause them to lose the idea that they could actually beat Navi?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard test on mental because not only do you have what just happened in your rearview mirror, but then you had CNET aggressively swinging out of double doors right off the bat.
Yep.
That's just so difficult to weather. And they've got a beat on them. They're not winning any of the magic things. Jesse was so far up ahead of everyone else there. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do.
I didn't catch which Astra actually recalled that smoke. If it's Shao, I'm just so impressed. But I think that might have been Dubstep.
Yeah.
I think that might have been him trying to get over into the corner, but it was just mistimed.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, there's no fight here on this anti-eco at all.
No.
Navi happy to continue to take fights. They've got the spike down now. And the pivot from them from both sides. Even farming an orb, I mean.
It doesn't get much easier than that. Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Navi. We worried about how Secret would look given Icebox, and I know it's only been 2 rounds, but they look uninspired. But again, I have to stress, it is early. There's still time.
I just love that re-clear through Art with everybody there. After they get the first kill on A main, they put down a smoke, and they leave it for a bit. Yes, that gives it timing, but you have to be so ballsy if you're Team Secret to just walk through a smoke like that when a player has just died.
Yep.
So you have extra time there, they group up, and that nets them so many free kills in mid. CNET aggressive, dodge the knife.
Dude, that is CNET will continue to be a problem.
Just ridiculous. This guy went 4 first kills for 1 first death in the first game. 80% success rate is very high.
It seems like he's just picking up right where he left off. Note here, Dubstep has gotten a lot of room to work with A. And that's a nice kill.
I think Shao peaks a little ahead of his teammates who are ready to peek with him.
But what is the plan here?
Could have been a bigger engagement, but It's even now, and this high tide's going to give them potentially some space.
Yeah, the problem is they don't have dubstep for this take. I mean, yeah, he's going to have some of his utility, but even just that, the absence of a gun.
They're so scared right now. Shock coming in, he spots the Cove, he's going to shock again. Zipon's going to have a chance to peek here.
He's patient, though. It's actually Borkum who's going to swing out first. Zipan glad to let him walk into his lap, but Jesse with 2 massive kills. And this is where dubstep's distance becomes a problem. He's too far away from the play, but he may have gotten the position.
He's making noise.
He may have gotten the timing, but his knife was out.
What is that? What? Zipon was completely unaware of his position. He was repositioning to go into B-Link to play the post.
Spike is down.
I mean,
Yep.
was there a lack of time there? Potentially.
Yeah, perhaps he'll felt the urgency and, oh, I'm so far away from the hit. I've got to go. I've got to get there fast. And
Dude, what?
that's
What is the
outrageous.
stats? 12 in 1 in first kills to first deaths. That is, I just talked about CNED, but no, let's gush about Zipon.
Yeah,
Holy
bro.
crap.
We're talking about the wrong guy. But even in that, you see the strength of a team like Na'Vi. You can talk about all of them.
Jesse Vash still having such an impact. The deaths touched on him. He might be their best player, and I think 100%.
Yep.
He is their best player.
Weapon here.
And he's not playing the primary role we normally see him on. He's playing the Fade. And on this map, honestly, Fade has kind of fallen out of favor in a lot of teams. Because of the long prowler distances getting nerfed. Got the Reckoning here for Harbor, for Borkum. This can clear out the site.
This was a nice spot by
Dart and peek here from CNED. He's going to swing. Oh, they break it instantly, and he just has discipline.
He has the op, and he has a Vandal right at his feet, so he's able to drop a pot shot and then perhaps relocate. There he goes. Instantly switches over to having the Vandal. The Reckoning is going to try to clear out the site, create chaos.
CNED dance,
On
didn't
B.
get stunned at all.
No. Borkum swinging, and Borkum winning. Now they got the Nightfall too, but Borkum continues to push the matter. I mean, it may have come a couple of rounds too late, but it seems like Secret, at least for this round, have equalized.
I mean, they just flipped the script. That was a beautiful take. That was a beautiful combination of utility in the back of site. CNED had no room to work. And eventually, that pressure causes him to crumble. He even still had the right play, but when you put so much pressure, even on a diamond like CNED, you can see it can crumble.
A gun out of hands of Dubstep, but a thrifty round win for Secret nonetheless.
Borkum is a key, I think, as well. On Icebox, those first couple of rounds for him were so huge that he had Viper ult twice within the first 5, I believe.
Yeah.
And then after that, it all disappeared. Here he is again with an ult, round 4, mind you, it's not that early, but they have strategies around it.
Yes.
There was a KO nade that went in front of CNED, and then there was the pulses of the Reckoning on both sides.
Couple of pings early on. The Haunt not finding anything. The Knife doesn't either.
Oh, that's such a cool haunt, though. It lands in the other window.
Yeah.
So it clears both a main push and inside of Art. That's really nice.
Interesting here how they'll choose to read this, because a drone and aggression down B long would suggest that it's CNED who's following up shortly thereafter, as he's done time and time again.
Yeah, you're right.
But this time it's just Angel.
And the funny part is they're using utility as if it was CNED.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
They're trying to clear out not only the op, but...
And that's what you don't expect, right?
Well,
Navi's trying to conceal where the op is, where CNED is, and then you get popped from the other side of the map. Again, nuance.
Yeah. And it gives Angel a chance to fall back, by the way, too, because they're using that utility.
Yep.
And being more cautious, because CNED, if they can just force a dash out, then he's getting away anyways.
Inby with a sidestep. Zipan jump spotting. And he hears that, but will the timing work in his favor?
30 seconds left.
Not able to land the shots, not able to react quickly enough. And now position betrayed.
Shav's already watching the Sewers flank.
Yep.
They've got CNED with the op, nothing to block him off. They've got to save here, 12 seconds.
Yeah. Na'Vi have a chokehold on this round. A chokehold on the map. And it's really concerning that we're seeing some of this really cool stuff out of Na'Vi so early.
Yeah.
And Secret, again, with the exception of that one round, which was nice, they had a plan, but it was based around ultimates, right? Like, and if that's all you can rely on, you're not gonna have enough success.
Yeah, for sure.
It just statistically doesn't work.
And hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I've seen so much more cool stuff from Na'Vi in this map.
Yeah, 1000%.
With this comp too.
Yep.
Angel's got his Hunter's Fury right now. They've swapped Sugetsu over towards this B site. And a lot of times, the idea here is Angel will fall back and they'll play with a grav well up at the top of B Link and the alarm bot to trigger that. And if you end up going in there, you are a dead man.
Interesting wall here from Harbor to deny not only B main aggression, but then also the op.
Oh.
That's where CNED's playing.
Angel just missed that.
Yep.
CNED gets marked up, so they have to leave the setup. They were posting him up on such a good angle.
The question is, do Secret push into that, knowing that that's where the op is, knowing that's where CNED is? They use a Prowler to push him off the angle, and they succeed. Art control theirs as well. A really nice flash, but a better turn from Angel.
Zip-on challenges, though, and he loses his life right now. They're relying on Xiao's smoke to stay up for CNED to work his magic in Art, but it's a little too late.
He's still there. He still hasn't been taken care of in the Cove to try to provide some cover. Xiao pushes through it, lands the shots onto Borkum. The peak just a little too early. And now Xiao finding comfort in the Cove.
That Cove is giving them space to actually get out of flowers right now. Xiao doesn't take the opportunity.
Oh my gosh. He's got the blades too. Time to reload as Sugetsu tries to go aggressive, not able to land the shots. CNED does land it with that knife. A pretty one at that.
Jesse Vash is going for a flank. They might not have time for this. The wall as well. Yes, the suck is going off, but
no body block.
Can they get into this?
I don't know if they can. Xiao gonna attempt to get it to happen. CNED is gonna be sacrificial. He's gonna go forward. A 1v1 left. Jesse's so weak. Timeout on his side, and Xiao pushes it!
Again and again, man. He is too solid. You just never, ever, ever expect the round to be over when Xiao's alive. I don't care what the situation is. But props to CNED too. He did all he could. I really like what he did in the final moments here. Yes, he gets killed by Dubstep, but the way he smokes out of there and gets a step in front of that wall gives him the information. Are they close or are they far? That sort of thing makes all the difference for Xiao.
He's currently on a 10-1 start, by the way. We've talked about Zipan, we've talked about CNED, we've talked about Angel for good reason. I mean, this just feels like such a complete team. For it to be this early in the season, too, that's a scary thought.
There's a moment there, too, inside of Art. Hard to recall exactly, but bring your mind back to Zipan jiggling that push from Art coming out. He saw somebody and he laughed. He laughed. He flashed for Angel. Angel gets one.
Yeah.
Then he swings and dies, but it's that type of thing that I see, and I see how comfortable Na'Vi is.
Yeah.
Just fully confident. Yes, the beginning of Icebox was a little rough, but I think you can, especially a team like Experience with Na'Vi, you just brush off those clutches.
Oh, 1000%.
They could go your way.
You're slowly hearing Bala fall out of love with Liquid and in love with Na'Vi.
I mean, if you've been listening, you know I've been in love with this team already. I'm trying to fall in love with Team Secret here, too. But unfortunately...
What? I mean, come on, man.
Any other team, any other day, and they might have a chance.
You're just running into a full force, all cylinders running, Na'Vi, and that's a terrifying sight. CNED went for it all there, not able to capitalize. But surely, again,
the flash from Zipan. He's throwing that for B-Link. He's throwing it while the drone is going. So your focus is completely on trying to dodge the drone or break the drone. Answer your blind. What can you do? What can you do? What can you do?
Nothing at all. And I'm sure Secret are asking themselves the same question, man.
I mean, this is just ridiculous.
The dart didn't even tag. Like, there was no dart tag. There was no drone tag. That was just, it was free, man. It was free. It was a gift. And the exasperation, you can see it on their faces. Despondent, because you're right. What do you do?
Same setup for Angel, but this time he's actually baiting for CNED, which is just ridiculous.
It's a dangerous game you play.
Jesse Vash, the one to take that too, and him and Borkham are the guys I think right now that need this. Turret spots.
Invy's close. Oh, Invy's spotted. And it's just spam. There's really not a ton of utility here for Secret to be able to win this.
Look at that
fight.
smoke from Shao. Look at that smoke on top of the box in the middle of there. Just provides such an easy one-way.
And it was there the entire time too. The setup was already planted.
Well, it was off the turret that it sprung too.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that was coming, and I'm still shook. Borkham is too. Wait, did he get hit from that?
I think he did. Yeah.
Observer turned off the X-ray, and I didn't even notice because I'm watching CNET, and it looks like he has wall hacks anyways.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
This is deflating.
Yes, it is.
This is starting to be really, really deflating.
Yeah.
After such a solid attempt on Icebox. And I can't even blame Secret either. Like I said, any other day, any other team.
They're just so complete, man. They're so complete.
One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready.
You watch games like this, and I think people who were doubting Na'Vi at the beginning of this tournament saying, yeah, they're good, but are they still going to be the best? Are remembering what they did last year.
Yep.
And then looking at CNET and his performance right now, and honestly, I bet you a lot of people are saying, okay, how many tournaments can you win this year?
Yeah.
We're getting way ahead of ourselves in this stomp, of course, but there's not much to talk about when they're frying this hard. And you just have to look to the future. Insta KJ ult. Can you even plant? They're going for it with their own KJ ult.
Yeah.
Angel's got his ult out, though. It's going to break attacks, too!
Oh my gosh. He may even get a, yep, he gets another tag.
They did get Jeremy into B-Link. He broke their own lockdown, so this is still a really good round from Secret. They have a chance.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide's providing some cover too, but now Angel swings through. 4v4 here. They still have the Reckoning too for Borkham.
Yeah, Dart here, though. Could easily give them the space. I'm looking at Dubstep as well, going on this long flank once again.
Ultimate intended to create chaos and to draw a little bit of information on where the remaining members of Na'Vi are.
That wall just lasts forever, though.
The alarm bot? The alarm bot. Oh! Needed to land that shot. But a 3v3 here.
They still got one more star here to smoke the spike if they need to, but there's still even a grab well for Borkham.
Sugetsu going aggressive. Borkham's able to land the shots. You got Invi playing on the other side of the pillar. It seems like Secret have been able to secure this one.
Huge. But they just used 4 ults. Oh, hey, it doesn't matter. Hey, it doesn't matter.
No, but I want to go back to what you just said because I think it is reminiscent of the conversation we had previously. They're winning rounds when they can invest and chain together a lot of ultimates.
Yeah.
But that seems to be their only window.
Yeah, they used all but Jesse Vashis, who's on a separate cycle from them. And even when their cycles are synced, you see what happens.
Yeah.
It takes them all, and it's still relatively scary.
Yeah.
And sure, it was more clean. Don't get me wrong. 3 players survive. You should be very happy with that round. Let's see what they can do. Still a chance, still time, still room to bring this back in.
Very similar look here. The Prowler's going to clear out Cubby. Angel once again spamming through. Returning to the scene of the crime. That dart is going to hurt. But he tucks tail, he runs away. Lives to fight a little bit longer. Dude, Angel's just...
Cove's going down. Sugetsu has a chance. Yeah, he gets the kill.
It's just so dumb, bro.
This is what happens. It's a repeat.
Yep.
We've seen this before.
And remember, it was on Icebox. These 4v2 situations is where the magic would come to life for Secret, but it just seems like that has not been a factor in this map.
Okay, need to push him off too. CNET's just trained on the angle. It's starting.
Yeah, this is utter obliteration.
It's starting. Angel Go Kill is starting. There was so much energy in this room for Icebox.
Yes, there was.
So much energy, excitement, that we had a close game on our hands. This is what I was worried about. And again, I don't even think what I said came true about Team Secret not having the wherewithal to recover from that. I think they probably are recovering just fine. It's just a matter of the players they face.
See what they do here. Round 11, a decent spotty buy for Secret. As Cena trying to control the middle of the map. The wall goes down, but they're able to farm the orb anyway.
The B side has been the successful point for them. He's flashed by Zip-On again, but Sugetsu's not able to follow up. Look at this from Dubstep.
That's a big kill.
The timing just not quite there.
Yeah, Dubstep falls on the other side of the map. Now Zip-On has shown up. Shout here. Angel's here. Excuse me, Shout just rotating over. Jesse Dash trying to play this close angle. He was only able to get one.
Borkum swing! Where's the swing? He can trade that.
And the thing is, now all of the rotations have arrived. There's still the op in the hands of CNED. And Envy has a turret. He has a Sheriff. And he's got a 1v1! Magic strikes again! Now note, the Reckoning is back online. The Nightfall is back online as well.
Na'Vi might be due for a reckoning.
You see a little love out from Angel. Real recognize real, man. I'd tip a hat to that too.
Hey, we got the energy back into this building immediately. That's the type of round that'll bring you so much motivation, so much momentum.
It's a spark. It's a spark.
You gotta have the fuel though.
Yep. And again, that fuel very well may come in the name of a Reckoning and a Nightfall. Again, the challenge.
Yeah, he can't get away this time. Look, they know it's Angel.
Yep. The recall.
Yep.
Angel falls.
Last time, remember, there was a cascade. Angel had all the chance in the world to fall back. This time, they recognize it's him and they push the pace. I love that from them.
Envy's ult used. 2 still to go. Sugetsu finding a pocket there, and surely they know.
Surely he doesn't stay. No, he falls back.
The Nightfall confirming that there's no one in that pocket.
Borkum still has his ult.
Yep. They got the Cove to provide some cover as the spike goes down. Oh, one going back. 4v3 here, now the Reckoning invested. Envy trying to get a little bit more than he bargained for. As it's now a 3v3.
The control here is way too strong. And now they can fall back, now they can play the post. Dubstep's position way isolated though.
Jesse Vash is so far away. The timing is everything. Borkum falls. Jesse Vash now getting there. The tap, it may be too much. Dubstep in this 1v3, and no, he cannot do it. Even with the ults, 3 that they had at their disposal, they're not able to convert it. And it's a 9-3 half in favor of Na'Vi. We'll take a look at that one more time.
I gotta see that Sugetsu POV at the end there. Because he just barely gets out the grab well. These are long-range shots, not easy. Look, he's getting out, and it's a flick too. It's just ridiculous.
Clean. The aim is steady, the comms are clean, the calls are immaculate, and it's a 9-3 lead for Na'Vi. Curse, blessing, yet to be decided. Yunsu, take it away.
It's a curse or blessing depending on which side you're on, I feel like. But again, Bren and Na'Vi, they look great. So many layers to everything they're doing. You can really understand why they chose this map.
So many nuances in their play as well, and I wanted to highlight one player in particular who's Angel. I've been highly critical of this guy in the past, right? Because sometimes he makes just chaotic decisions. Some of his calls and his decision makings don't really make too much sense. But this is one that on paper doesn't make sense at all. It's a solo drone in round 5 where he pushes all the way up here by himself. Now, if you're Secret, you watch this and you're like, oh, a drone, they're pushing somebody else into this position. Angel then solo pushes up by himself, just instinctually fires into this, but this makes Secret react to this and say, okay, well, they must be playing B with lots of people, but no, they've still got 2 players on A side locking it down. Cned's there with the operator to lock it down, and that's a call that's made that's reliant on your opponents being competent, honestly, because you just know the call that call only comes out if they're starting to read that and seeing that solo drone play, meaning there's a big presence towards B main and reacting off of that effectively. But it's layers on layers from Na'Vi where they're just really outplaying them.
Yeah, I think they've got some great defensive protocols in general on this map. It's clear that they've put a lot of time in. But one player I want to highlight who's just been going crazy this whole series is Xiao. He's been a beast. He's 13-3 right now. In the previous map, he went 20-8, and he went 11-1 against Borkum and Dubstep. That was on Icebox. Now here, he's still going nuts. He was winning 1v1s left, right, and center, 1v2s. He's just been nasty in the clutch, and he's always alive for it.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has just been so consistent so far. Again, that kind of expectation that we have on him, that he's going to be consistent in the clutch. I love it as well. He's playing the Astra, playing it pretty well. Still just being that final layer of just, factor that plays into these rounds multiple times, even if it gets tense for them.
I'm excited to watch the next half, not because I think Team Secret have a great shot of getting back into it. I just want to see more from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Well, Team Secret, they have to dig a little bit deeper, Josh, because if they don't have anything else, they will be going home. Doug and Bala, we don't want to see that just yet, do we?
I don't know. I mean, Na'Vi are a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, but we could potentially get a 3rd map, man. That's what she's hinting at. No, we don't want to see the team go home. It's been a lot of fun watching this tournament and Team Secret in the Omega bracket here. But yeah, no. I think this is going to be such an uphill battle.
Oh, yeah.
That I have never seen, and hey, this might be the biggest curse of all time. I have never seen Na'Vi look this good and throw a lead like this.
Bro, why would you say that?
Just saying. Just
Why
saying.
would you say that? Look at how far up CNET is. Look at how far up CNET is. Hey, he's all the way backside.
How did the turret not spot him?
There's just chaos right now.
Oh, was there a... Oh, my goodness. Wait, what?
They know,
Yeah,
bro. That may have been a bit too much. But either way, even with CNET making that aggressive play towards B, you've got Xiao, who's already gotten 3 on the round today. Spike's going to go down. And because of the attention that was drawn by CNET, the rotations are going to show up late. Sugetsu, a little bit too much challenge before him. Still a 3v2 in favor of Na'Vi.
And Angel's reflanking this.
Yeah.
They have the bead.
Yep, the timing for Angel.
Look how far back they are as well. Not worried about...
Angel
Push.
falls. Zipen's able to get one, though. You got to be careful. These 2 members are weak. They're going to have to swing them out. Ooh. 4 on the round for Xiao. And Na'Vi get to 10.
That's a 4K for Shout. Like you said, the Des was just talking about how this guy is such a highlight for this team.
Dude, he's 17-3.
Yeah, in 14 rounds. 3 deaths is just ridiculous. I wonder, even in stops like this, that's still such a ridiculous scoreline.
Oh,
The deaths in
outrageous.
particular. Because you get that many kills because a lot of times you're in a stomp like this and you're overheating.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Note here, Secret, feeling the pressure of the situation, they invest. They go for Stingers and Spectres. You see this vintage Na'Vi buy. They maintain the 2 pistols and they invest a little bit more in the rifles.
It's so solid of an idea.
Yeah, it really is.
I think the light armor here, I mean, for the rifles, it's fine. Obviously, you need to spend the money on the rifles, but Angel as well, and Sugetsu, both light armor. And they're going up against Stingers here. You pointed it out, Stingers. That could make all the difference. This could very much be a round win for Team Secret. They're able to make the right calls.
They may not know what's on the other side, but you assume here, right? Given the deficit the Secret are facing, that they would roll the die a little bit and see if they can get lucky. That's gonna help. Ziphand's gone, initiator tools. At least half the initiator tools you had, no longer viable.
Wow. And rotating around too. This call from Angel, I think, is giving so much time. Still a lot of room for Team Secret to rotate too. They're gonna be here in time, well in time. No, Stingers in the backside, they can run out the smoke. They can flood this with flashes. Jeremy
nice.
doesn't have one though.
Very nice wall out from Borkum to isolate this fight. And Angel not been able to get past it. The plant's got to go down now though. 4 seconds left, they delay it. They just got to stay alive and they've secured the round.
Envy's all the way in sewers. There was no way that was going. That flood through the smoke, that's what I was mentioning. Those Stingers do so much work. When you just run spray out, you can just hold the keys, you're strafe. Glue them down. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, CNET still, what a job to try to keep this back. Good thing there, actually, though, for Na'Vi. Talk about a classic Na'Vi buy situation. They saved two guns there.
Yeah. Also worth noting for Secret, important that they were able to preserve 2 of their own. They did save 2 Spectres from that, or Stingers, excuse me, from the previous round.
And picked up the Phantom of their own, too. So this is the 3rd round of the second half, but the buy situation is so chaotic.
It really is.
Normally, Na'Vi would be dead broke here.
CNED's almost dead. Took some spam there, down to 4 HP. You've seen this from Na'Vi, and they're just so versatile on the attacking side. Excuse me. They can slow things down. They can speed them up.
Yep.
You got Angel who can go aggressive. You got CNED who can go aggressive.
Oh, I'm just waiting for the dash smoke plays from CNET on the B site when it comes. So much synergy. There's the kill. Angel with the first one again.
This might be the best we've seen Angel play, man. Dubstep with the shock dart in his lab, still takes care of CNED, who, mind you, only had 4 HP. Put that into consideration, but Challenge Ziphan able to clean up 2.
Might be a flood here. Ziphan ahead of this wall by himself.
Sugetsu gets it down to 1, and Sugetsu cleans it up. Na'Vi at 11.
And that should be economy broken for Team Secret too.
Yeah.
So unless we see another magical Stinger round, and at this point, Na'Vi's economy is so good to withstand that. We're looking at match point here.
Yeah, at this point, it's not magic that's required. It's a bloody miracle. 11-4. Secret on a really broken buy. What do you do?
Just a couple of pistols. First engagements have been tough for this team throughout the entire series.
Absolutely. Oh. Dubset had gone undetected by the drone, but does clear it out. The flash, CNET swings around, and just really unfortunate. Combined with the fact that CNET's just frying. And you see the outcome of that. You see the score on your screen.
Last player to find 2. It is match point. It is looking like Na'Vi is going to continue to just do what they did in the first half and bring it all the way home.
Secret calling a timeout here. 1 round away from elimination. And in these moments, again, you test the depth of your playbook. But you imagine that this is really all done and dusted at this point.
I don't even know if the playbook comes into factor anymore.
Sure.
I think you're, at this point, throwing it all out the window.
Yeah.
Figure something else out. Game plan, composition, mental. All of it right now has been so tested for Team Secret that, like you said, a miracle to come back from. An absolute miracle. I don't think we're going to get it.
No.
Final moments here of this timeout and potentially final moments of the map and the match. And Team Secret here at Lock-In.
What do they have to work with? They've got rifles, light armor on 2 members. Jesse Bash 1 point away from having his Nightfall.
The great thing about this map and how much I've enjoyed it is because this is a treat to watch Na'Vi just kind of show so much and at the same time be so electric. And there it is again, Zip-On. This guy's been a monster. I don't think I've seen him die first since that stat that popped up, and I bet you he's gotten like 3 or more extra first kills.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get that stat, that would be awesome. Because, yeah, I think you're right.
2 for 1 on this map.
They've already pushed off Borkum. They've pushed off Invi as well.
This is for nothing. They've left the spike in spawn.
It's just free. And off of that, because they get picks on B, they're able to open up the map to really do whatever they want. They have a numbers advantage. They have map control.
And Angel's just waiting here for them to re-clear B-Long.
And he's winning individual 1v1s. Bro, this is, again, this is the second time we've seen Na'Vi in this situation.
Yep.
Right? Where they can just go for the jugular. They can play with confidence, with perhaps a little bit of recklessness, but it works.
The updraft flash as well, CNED. It's all considered. And it's all but wrapped up here. Jesse Bash, last player remaining, has been the best for Team Secret.
But the best may not be good enough. CNED falls. What can Jesse do? They're playing this so intelligently too, Na'Vi are. They're not giving him individual fights. They're not trying to end the map now.
It's just ridiculous. They're playing perfect.
They are. And if not perfect, really dang close, man. They got the gravity well. They've got the kill. They've got the series win. Na'Vi look like an unstoppable force right now.
And all led by the evil genius himself, Angel. What a performance. I have to wonder, is this the peak? I have to wonder how much farther can this team push it? Still challenges ahead for them. A whole tournament. But today, they look like that force that you mentioned.
Yep. And a good buyout from Secret, who won over our hearts for a while. They won over the crowd hearts for a while too. You see them getting love, you hear them getting love, but it was just too little. Too little at the end of the day.
It has been such a pleasure watching this team in the 2 matches that we had.
Yeah.
It was such a pleasure watching this match even. That very first game on Icebox, you thought there was a chance. And then Na'Vi just unlocks I mean, they shifted gears, but they skipped a couple too, went up to 5th. Just ridiculous.
Without missing a beat, man.
And it was a whole package today.
It really was.
CNED looked great. Angel's calls fantastic. The ideas and game plan from Na'Vi, phenomenal. You had the clutching from Shao still, the anchoring from Sugetsu. And the absolute reliable rock of Zip-On.
I mean, it's just, Shao had 307 ACS. 19 and 3.
Oh my goodness.
And again, I have to remind everyone that this is the second time we've seen Na'Vi look this good. This is the second time we've seen him obliterate a team in this manner. Again, tested early on Icebox, sure. But when you've got Magic versus fundamentals versus a complete package versus really everything that Na'Vi have at their disposal, it's too big of an ask.
And don't get me wrong, too. There's magic on this team. There's situations that I think there's just no way. There is absolute magic on this team. in some instances, it just looks ridiculous what Xiao can pull off, what
Yep.
CNET can pull off.
Plenty of reason to smile there.
Yeah, laugh it all the way to the upper bracket, or the
The next round.
end of Omega,
Yeah.
essentially. So cool.
Take a look at the MVP. You got Chao, CNED, Sugetsu. Again, it really was a complete effort. You could pick anyone. You honestly could.
You could. I honestly, you should have put everybody on here. This was such a good game from everybody. I would give it to Xiao personally.
Yeah.
I mean, just on that clutch and the Cosmic Divide, so good.
Outrageous performance out from Navi. Secret fall. And Navi move on to the next round. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the desk takes over. We'll be right back.
this EMEA bracket, but today 2 more will be sent home. Team Secret have already taken down one EMEA team, but are they the real EU Slayers?
CNET is going to be key here.
Yes,
Already
he is.
finds the pick, but I'm really concerned if he... Oh, never mind. I'm not concerned anymore.
CNET seems to have awoken. Oh, that's a hand! He hits the hand!
Go for it!
Hey, we got this, boys. High energy, remember, high energy. We want this more than enough.
I didn't know I could have this much fun watching Icebox. I'm not gonna lie.
He's been so good, you have to call it out. Shouts, you do not, though. Another Prime Gaming flawless comes through for Navi. A kill in the hand is worth 2 in the bush? Maybe? Something like that. Now 4v2 economy. Horrible. Sugetsu's clean as he gets 3. In the face of magic from Secret, Navi take map 1. They've been glad to let him walk into his lap, but Jesse with 2 massive kills. Too far away from the play, but he may have gotten the position.
He's making noise!
He may have gotten the timing, but his knife was out!
What is that?
Gonna attempt to get it to happen. It's gonna be sacrificial. He's gonna go forward. A 1v1 left. Jesse's so weak. Timeout on his side, and Shell pushes it!
Again and again, man!
The flash, CNET swings around, and just really unfortunate. CNET's just frying. Navi look like an unstoppable force right now.
And all led by the evil genius himself, Angel. What a performance.
Welcome back, and that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. As you guys just saw, Navi, they live to see another day. They carry EMEA's hopes onto the next round. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back here with Sideshow and Brent. That part of your bracket was at least accurate.
Yeah,
you got that
accurate.
bit. You got that bit.
Concrete. Now wait till you see the next matches as well. You guys will be eating your words when we see the next upcoming ones. But that was an absolute flattening by Navi, isn't it? Again, just glimpses of that really solid core that went on that run at Copenhagen, you know, almost a year ago now as well, actually, if you think about it. But yeah, just from top to bottom, honestly, there was so many great moments in that match. But the major ones, honestly, as well for me, that I think got exposed in Team Secret was, 1, map pool. I think the depth of their map pool, they just weren't able to build that up coming into this event. And 2, the player quality. But that's understandable, right? Because they went up against a team that has won many titles before. CNED, you know, former champ as well, 2021.
Yeah.
And then you've got the HyperX score that's won Copenhagen.
Yeah. I made the hot take that some of the players on Team Secret would be able to bring it to Navi, and there were like flashes of it, moments of it. But in terms of the consistency, they were nowhere near, especially on Pearl. I do want to take a look though at this. This was a really cool flash that Zipan was throwing in order to set up for the rest of his team that allows kind of these plays to be happening over on the B side. And I think it just shows the level of preparation that they put into these moments. They're going for these big, like, supportive plays onto the B side where Zipan's able to help support people, specifically Angel, who ended up anchoring there a lot. And then you get, unfortunately, he'd be closing this one out with an absolute blinder. But I think looking at this flash that comes through over the top, it is so clear that Navi have put some serious thought into how they're going to play these rounds and how they're going to set up CNED back on these angles now that Chamber isn't in the game. I'm impressed. And Brent, you brought up map pool depth. Well, yeah, Team Secret clearly not there on Pearl, but for Navi, they've demonstrated an incredible ascent, incredible Pearl and Icebox. Their Lotus attack half was insane. They've previously been great on Split and Fracture, and they're banning Haven. What, they've just got to fix their Lotus defense and make sure that their Split and Fracture are as good as they were before?
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's the luxury you're afforded when you have a core roster. You can bring in the previous ideas of what you had that was really good at. There's not as much catch-up, right? When you're coming into a tournament like this and you've rebuilt the entirety of the roster and its core, that's the luxury you get when you're a team like Navi.
Yeah, we get to see more of Navi, of course, in the next round, but unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to Team Secret. They brought us a lot of great moments, especially in that game against Team Liquid. And Pacifics, once again, I think it's going to be a stronger region than people think.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret came to this event, and I think most people were expecting them to go out in one. Maybe not the Team Secret fans, but Team Secret took a scalp, and I think I would expect them to have absolutely boomed Team Liquid. I think they might have killed the team I mean, Team Secret might have actually gone out there and assassinated one of the other partnership teams. And they're looking decent if they can build out their map pool to go on maybe a bit of a run in the Pacific Division.
And I think it just takes time, right? Because the quality of these players as well, I think the additions that Secret have added, but in particular the players like Envy and Jeremy, they really did show real great flashes of brilliance, but it's a time thing. You know, you're not going to be able to compete against the Giants immediately, and that's what the 2023 season can be for them.
Yeah, they need some time, like you said. But before the break, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match. The results are in, and I've been told that this is the closest poll we have ever had. And CNED has taken that by the tiniest of margins.
Yeah, I think those were the best two candidates there. Xiao and CNED both put on a blinder of a game.
Yep.
And Xiao wasn't really required in Na'Vi's opener against Crew, but now you get to see what he's actually capable of. He was winning clutches, he was so good in his anchoring, his utility to help. It's just, he's the full package.
Having him as the final line of defense is just unfair, man. It's just unfair. Like, it's so reminiscent. It's why the most dangerous teams throughout tournaments often have these heavy hitters that are just that last line of defense. You could TRX with Mako. Think of, you know, when the NRG core Optic were really just so sublime. It was like players like Marv being able to just carry that forwards for them. And then you see it just there and then as well in the form of Xiao playing that as well, Astro, whatever else they've got him on.
I love how CNED won that poll, but you guys were just like going on about
I mean, CNED deserved it, right?
No, I mean, I don't know.
So
I think both of them deserve
the
it.
The analysis for CNED is he played Jet and he kill everybody because he's so good. He shoot head really well because he's insanely cracked.
I want to
Depends on the
pull a
timing.
Van Silly and just everyone deserves an MVP. But Xiao is actually standing by right now with Achilles in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Insu. And the desk, that's right, I'm standing by here with Xiao, fresh off of his victory over Team Secret. Now I want to get right into it here, Xiao. Things started off a little bit rocky for you. You went down 0-4 in that start of Icebox. I just want to know, what were the comms like during that time? Were you guys panicking? Were you wondering why you weren't able to win these rounds? Or was it just cool, calm, and collected the whole way through?
First of all, you have to know our team never panicked. And I think we just lost to, like, Pistol, we lost clutch 1v1 or 1v2, and then we lost their bonus, our eco, like, also. One guy survived. I think it's just a little bit unlucky. I would say it's just unlucky.
A little bit unlucky.
But we bounced back and took 6-6 half, so I'm proud of my team.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to not be, and then you close it as a 13-8, so it was really clean stuff and a really great bounce back, and then an even cleaner finish on Pearl. I do want to ask, because, you know, we just heard that the MVP poll ended up going over to CNED, pretty well deserved, and today, I think he looked absolutely fantastic. It was really clean and comfortable play from CNED. I think he was a little bit rocky in that first one. I just want to know, how has it been integrating him into this roster? Because obviously you had Artis, now you've got CNED, things are looking good. Has there been any bumps in the road getting him ready, or has it been very smooth transition?
I would say it was smooth transition, but he had some, like, let's say, ascent pings when they're playing over-aggressive, like one by one sometimes. But now we play like for 4 months together, and he's learning fast, I would say. So now he's really good teammate, and he was before, but now he's doing correct things when it's needed.
All right, well, I mean, looking good, and hopefully that continues as you move on.
Healing, clutching, and just good guy.
Doing everything. And we're also seeing a little bit more personality come out of it as well, which is great. You can tell that comfort is there. But you guys are going to be playing against either Leviathan or Team Vitality next as you get ready to go through. Yes, they're getting ready behind us right now. I want to know, who do you want to face out of those two teams?
Actually, hard question. Probably Vitality, but I respect a lot Leviathan. Because I want to play against Vitality. We never played against them.
Okay.
Actually, we played on Jalut. No, I'm lying. Then, to be honest, it doesn't matter.
Not in a VCT event, right?
Yeah.
So, all right. So, Vitality. Well, we'll see if that's going to happen, because that match is going to be coming up next. That's all the time we have here for Xiao. Thank you very much for joining me for this interview. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will see Leviathan taking on Vitality. So don't go anywhere.
Thank you, guys.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Lock In. Let's get into the second match of the day between Leviathan and Team Vitality. As you guys can see, production, they didn't trust the three of us once again to keep it in check. So we've got SK Rossi joining us. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. It's pretty exciting to be on the desk. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game, and I'm sure your insight is going to be invaluable. We haven't been scrimming and playing against these teams, so you've got a very different perspective.
Yeah,
from us.
I've even played against one of the teams, so yeah, I have pretty good insights.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see us break it down. But let's start with Leviathan here, because Brent's going to troll this, so I'm going to let you take this one, Josh.
Troll.
Because they are looking so good.
Yeah, I think they're looking scary good. A lot of teams have been talking about how good they've been in scrims, and now we've actually had an opportunity to watch them play. And I think their ascent has just been absolutely immaculate. We'll talk about that in a bit, but the player quality they've got too is really, really high. You know, King's been fragging, Taco's been fragging, Mazzino, the new addition, has been popping off too. This is really supposed to be like a South American super team, right? Yeah. That's kind of the whole point of the addition of Mazzino.
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, from the talent perspective, you look at the individuals, they're just all so damn good. I mean, I'm especially been impressed with Mazzino over the course of the tournament, because that guy has just been, you know, just dominating from an anchor position and playing smokes as well for them.
I mean, we talk about maps as well. I think in the last matchup, you guys had questions about the map pool, but when it comes to one particular map, Josh, I feel like Leviathan are just one of the best, if not the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at their ascent. The South American teams are normally so good there, but look at how they control the attack side here. You know, they're just immaculate. The utility usage and then the way that they're pushing through, they're able to trade their way through. I mean, this round was bonkers, though. This round was the one where Mazzino TP's up top, and he's pinging out his teammates to spam them through the smoke. In a lot of the other rounds, they've got Taco dashing in, and then they've got Mazzino teleporting into the smokes. A bit like the Telestrator you saw earlier from Bala, actually. This is just a team that understands how the attack side works, and for a defense-sided map, if you're good on attacking, you just got it all. And I think that makes it really difficult to get through.
Yeah, and Rossi, you know, I've heard so much scrimbox about this team, and after seeing them, do you feel like they're one of the favorites in this bracket in the tournament?
Leviathan for sure. They're like very deadliest team out there, I would say. Aim-wise, their strategy-wise, they're really strong. Even when I was talking to Erin, he said like they're one of the best teams on Ascent. We're like, they're really good and they're really sharp, and especially King. You know, he plays like multiple agents like Viper, you know, sometimes Duelist Raze, and sometimes Initiator like KO. Just to have that switch of mentality between each agent, like when you're Viper, you're like basically like a controller, and when you're KO, you need to lead the team, lead the charge with your util, and even when you're Raze, you have to go out and frag. Like King is like the consistent fragger for their team. In all of the tournaments that I've seen, all of the games I've seen, he's like really good. Just like he's a really explosive player, having able to play like multiple agents and also consistently frag for the team. I think it's just brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, the guy just does it all, right? That flexibility you were talking about, and he's IGLing, and I mean, he's just so clean in terms of his movement. That's one of the things I'm so impressed with, because, you know, if you're calling for a game, your aim and your movement is like secondary to what you're thinking about that's going on in the moment, right? In the server. Yeah. It's why it's so rare to see a fragging IGL player, but King does it all. I mean, the guy is just sublime in every single capacity. It's like he's just maxed out on the traits and like the FIFA Ultimate Team card or something. I don't know, he's just got like 99 on everything.
He doesn't have like, I feel like the normal narratives around the IGL. People are like, oh, he's IGLing, give him a break, you know, he can't do everything. But it feels like King can do everything, which I feel like makes him really scary.
I mean, it's like if the IGL is, you know, fragging out of his mind, that's a huge motivation for all the teams. Like, our IGL is leading the team. Now, let's go charge up, and it's our time to show up as well. So, King is a really good leader, and fragging out of his mind, it's a really good motivation for the team.
Yeah. I'm interested to see, though, how deep the map pool actually goes for Leviathan, because their ascent looked great, but they had a bit of a shaky performance on Pearl. They're still able to get it over the line because they're a fantastic team. But I don't know whether they've demonstrated the same level of depth as, you know, for example, Na'Vi. If you want to talk about them being bracket favorites, that's somewhere where Na'Vi look like at the moment they have an advantage. I think this series will showcase to us, hopefully, the depth that Leviathan have or possibly don't have. Maybe Vitality can punish that.
Well, let's talk about Brent's favorite team of all time. It is Team Vitality. Tell us why you believe in this roster so much.
I mean, they had a definition of a dark horse team, but I think that just on an individual basis, they have talented players that are really quite underrated as well. And moments like these, tournaments like this, is where players like that can shine. Like Multi, for instance, like Twiston, for instance. When these guys get going, they're on another level entirely. And they do have a core of like that veteran presence of different bone cold. That guy has just been kind of simmering in the VRLs, but, you know, just to remind everybody at home, this is a guy who's won a title before. He won the championship title in 2021. And so he's got a ton of experience to bring to the stage to this team of, like, untested talent. And really, I think events like this are a great time for them to just go on a run and upset and kind of, like, surprise everybody. I've always been dead impressed with this team when I was watching them, even during the off-season when they hadn't had much practice. And now they've had even more time to cook. So I'm really excited about this series.
Well, Rossi, you played against them. So do you agree with everything that Brent's just said?
I mean, I do agree, but I didn't feel that pressure like I'm playing against a team like Vitality. It was just like they play on more on the confidence and the momentum that carries with Twiston. You know, it's like Twiston is making the chaos around the map, and then the Senator, you know, capitalizing on it, lurking around, taking space, calling for the team, you know, secondary calling, and just telling them like what's happening around the map. And I think they carry forward with that. Against us, is every time it was Twiston on the other side, and there's Senator lurking around, so it was very annoying for us. So I think Vitality capitalized on the confidence and, you know, like a lot of momentum-based,
I was impressed, though, with a lot of their defensive protocols. I think on Split, they demonstrated a great understanding of the map, and also just the way that they're controlling the map on Lotus here, too, investing a lot of utility early on in fairly unusual ways.
Yeah, I think the way that they were varying that up as well. I mean, firsthand, Rossi, you were experiencing this, right? And it makes it so much harder to control that one particular area of the map. But the reason I picked out that example as well when I was like thinking about it is that I think they're a team that are clearly thinking about the way they want to play certain maps and the extra layers on top. And beyond that point, it comes down to player quality and like the fundamentals and how they trade off of each other, which clearly they have because they are incredibly skilled players, like in just the form of like Twiston and Sender as well as an individual as well. That guy just seems to be able to pull rounds out of nowhere.
I'm glad you guys have already started the conversation on Twiston, because EMEA, we knew what he can do. You know, he was a known quantity already, but to show up on his debut on LAN as well, Bran, I feel like he's probably one of the reasons as to why you're so confident.
Yeah, and he said previously, I keep bringing this up because I find it so funny, but like in a previous interview, he's saying, our team doesn't have any star players. And I cannot think that that's anything more opposite compared to what he showcased in, because the guy was just on a tear over and over again, being able to pull just miraculous moments from just nowhere, it seems like. And that kind of player quality as well is something that, you know, some teams might be lacking it. They'll offset it with really good strategy, good layers in that. But having a player like Twiston who can just pull out insane rounds, magical moments, can be the difference maker when your team is down and out in certain situations.
But I think also, and listen, Rossi, I don't want to be rude, but I think that he was abusing a lot of like the nerves that you guys had on Split and finding holes in your game as a newer team. I think he's going to find that way more difficult against Leviathan, a team that is really drilled and the core's been together for a while.
Yeah, like if the Leviathan boys have saw the game against us, I think they're gonna definitely punish, because even when the Vitality guys had the side, Twiston was always like aggressive.
Yeah,
you know, he was never passive. So I think if they start punishing that, I think Twiston's confidence will also go down, and the team will be like making a lot of mistakes, and that might, you know, stop their momentum. But they need to punish first. I think that's the game. Leviathan need to punish Twiston out and punish their mistakes. I think that will be a very good start for them.
Well, Twiston, he's got a secret weapon, though, and we all know what that is. Let's do a shorty check-in. Of course, this guy in EMEA, he loves shorties, buckies, judge, anything like a shotgun. And as you guys can see on your screen, I think it's 45 so far shorty kills, and I believe he even tweeted like he's going to donate 25 euros to every shorty kill that anyone does in this tournament. And I did a little bit of research, and I think the max anyone has got in one map was Sugar Zero, and that was 4 shorty kills in one map.
Was that all the way back in like Reykjavik or something?
I think so, but I feel like Twiston can beat that.
Possibly. I mean, the shorty developments, I'm not even kidding. It's really nerdy to talk about, like how weapons come into like tournaments and people figure out more and more ways to use it. But the shorty is just, this tournament so far, people are using it way more. Like it gives you the extra element, like I've noticed so many more players spamming through smokes with the Phantom, and they run out of ammo, and the immediate response as like a pro or anyone is to run in there and punish them, but they just whip out a shorty, and then they kill you when you're trying to punish them like in smokes. I've seen that so many more times now.
The reason it works with for Twiston is like he plays Jet, and he's an opper. He just take a shot. Let's say he missed. The opponents are like, he missed a shot. Let's run at him, and instantly have a shorty, and it's an easy kill for them. And that's why it works more on Sugar Zero as well. He plays a controller. He just pop off a smoke and play inside with the shorty, and it's very hard to expect. And on a big stages, you might tend to make mistakes, and you might forgot that the player has a shorty out of nowhere, and it really works with Twiston because he's on jet. He just throw smoke and get shorty kills.
They need to bring back the broken classic right click because that was keeping the shorty in check. When the classic right click was broken, there was no need to buy a shorty, and we all just had goofy, silly moments with the classic all over the place.
I want
That's
the
what
Bucky.
we need.
I want the Bucky
The
back.
old Bucky.
Yeah, Bucky FC.
As a
Buy
secondary
Buckies?
weapon?
Dude, Korea would take over as a region. When I was playing Korean ranked, the amount of times people would just force Bucky, second round, third round, whatever, they would just full buy around Bucky was insane. They're playing like it's pre-nerf Bucky. Like, Korea would take over if it was on the, like at the same level as it was in 2020.
I mean, Brent, I know you're still on the side of Vitality, but Rossi, I want to ask you, who have you got for this game? Who do you think is going to be taking it?
I think Leviathan. Yeah, like I said, if Vitality continues that momentum and the twist and confidence, and if Leviathan don't punish that, I think it's a game for Vitality. But I know Leviathan has a really good team and they are very experienced on big stages. I think they'll be able to punish it and they're going to take this game away. Yeah.
What about you, Josh?
Yeah, I've got to favor Leviathan. I just think they look so clean on the maps that they're good at, but I want to see more from them. I know that, you know, people in the scrims have been really impressed with what they've seen, but for us actually watching the matches, we've only seen one map so far that looked dominant. And there are other teams around, even in this bracket, like Na'Vi, like Fnatic, that have shown us more and on deeper map pools. So that's what I'm looking for here today. Leviathan not just to win, but to impress.
Yeah.
You got about 10 seconds to
10 seconds, that's
yeah,
fine.
10.
Listen, my brain says Leviathan. I agree with you guys. I think on paper, everything across the board seems like they should be taking it, but my heart says
Didn't know
Vitality.
you had one.
I don't. It's pea size, it's tiny, so maybe that does not bode well for you guys, honestly.
Time's up. Your time's up, Brian. Your time's up because the teams are ready right now. It's time to bring out Leviathan and Team Vitality onto stage for the next round of this matchup. Neither of these teams have ever faced each other before, and today they're playing for their tournament lives and a shot at Na'Vi. Now, Rossi, as we were watching that, you know, I saw a little bit of emotion coming from you. Tell me what it was like to be on that stage, to do that walkout in front of the fans.
I miss being on the stage already, especially on the walkout. I just literally got goosebumps. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. The sounds, the lighting, the fans, like a lot of people watching from home. And that was my first time on the stage. I'm like, it was completely goosebumps. Even now when they were walking out, the music and stuff, I just literally got goosebumps. And I just miss being on the stage already.
The players for Fidelity will be feeling the same way. Leviathan have actually done a lot of work to calm themselves and be match ready for tournaments like this and moments like this. But Leviathan, as you see them still grouped together, it's still pretty new for them.
Yeah, it is. But one advantage they have coming into this is they haven't lost that underdog mentality, I think, at the back of their heads. They still like the fact that they are dark horse in this tournament, and
that's
the
a
fact
great
that
map.
people aren't really, you know, paying close attention to them. But these maps are going in a very interesting direction. Ascent has not been banned out off the rip.
I'm not sure if that's a mistake from Vitality here not to take away the obvious one, but Leviathan are not picking it.
That is weird to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in the off-season, their Haven looked really shaky. Leviathan were playing with Kesnit, though, and they were still playing in the Chamber meta, so I'm sure they've done a lot of work. From a curious analyst's perspective, I actually quite like this because we get to see more map depth, but I also just feel like Ascent was the obvious pick.
Yeah, Rossi, what do you make of this? Haven and Pearl as the first two.
I think like Leviathan guessed that Vitality might have prepared for them in Ascent. I think that's why they went for a surprise pick of Haven, because everybody knows how good Leviathan is. Like that's their highest win rate, right, on that map. So I think that's why they took another route of going for Haven, maybe knowing that Vitality might have prepared for them really well.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Ascent anyway, it looks like.
But
yeah.
and I think if this ends up going to 3, I heavily favor Leviathan. But there does seem to be, based on the map pool, an opportunity here. If Leviathan start out shaky on Haven, I could see a world where Twisten's Jet leads them to a 2-0 upset.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Vitality, first map Haven, I think actually will work out quite nicely for them. When I've watched this team in the offseason, and at various times as well, multi-pedestrian, fantastic in the map in the past when they've been on Alt Glue. Bone Code also an amazing IGL.
Well, here is the Prime Gaming agent select. I'm looking forward to seeing what both teams are going to pick here. And obviously, as we see, Lev, they haven't played this map yet in 2023, it looks like. And so far, everything is not too weird.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan were playing it in the off-season, but you're right, that might have been in late 2022. So Shy going to KO, just Taco's got to be playing Okay.
Oh.
On the Rays, right.
I mean, this is really interesting. When I watched Leviathan last of this map, they had counter-strats on counter-strats. They were seasonating the pocket where Omen's TP in A lobby pressure for Haven.
But
so look out for those kind of layers as well.
But to me, it felt a bit surface level. I want to see deeper.
And Rossi, Jet versus Rays, what do you think?
I think like the Raze is really good at taking the A lobby control, especially when you're a defender, conditioning the team to go towards B or C. I think that's their game plan. It's all about the A lobby fight is what I feel.
Yeah, and also Twisten's gonna have some opportunities on that shorty. And speaking of shorties, here are my two shorties. I'm so sorry.
Sue, did you get a lost in the sauce there? Little lost in the sauce, huh? You said shorty and there was nowhere to go.
Yeah.
We'll take it as a compliment.
Sure,
I appreciate
that's what I'm
that.
gonna do.
Thank you. However, let's kind of talk about this game, because I genuinely think this could be a very volatile matchup between these two. The desk alluding to the individual capability, how it felt to play against them, multitudes of aspects coming into this game now, but where's your mind going at the very start here?
I mean, I'm kind of in agreement with the desk in the fact that this seems like it could be very split between who is going to be able to take this one. Vitality have everything to prove. They're coming out here the second series now on this stage. Leviathan, very experienced roster, but a lot more expectations riding on them, especially with a lot of the crowd backing them right now, Lauren. Biggest question for me is Taco Leah, how is he going to be looking on this race? Last time we really saw Leviathan crushing on this map, it was King playing that, but Taco Leah was on that chamber. Now he's out of the meta, so we see King flexing over to that breach role that Adverso used to play.
But King has been invaluable to this side, and we are underway. It will be Vitality on the attacking side, which of course then means Leviathan on the defending side. C site somewhat open and an instantaneous posturing for this retake. Let's see if there's any sort of threats that they can manifest, but I love this deep hold towards middle. Bone Cold hyper aware of the potential, and did he just catch the timing on Taco?
Yep, heard the footsteps for sure, and I don't think they clipped him at all, and Mulsey's just swinging around the back, but he doesn't manage to find the kill. Bone Cold will be good for one now, a second! Shy able to answer back with just one of his own to try to get themselves back here into the site. Messina just going to be laying down smoke.
Mazzino tapping on the spike, drastically outnumbered, but bear in mind, Vitality aren't
holding it.
anywhere near here. Someone needs to deny
This could be a heartbreaker.
Oh, he's done it! Right under their nose. They had no idea and no ability to get back into it. I thought that was finally time for Vitality to post a pistol round.
It absolutely should have been. But yeah, that pistol round victory is still going to be eluding them here. As Lev, they just get in, get the stick. But that was about as perfect as a beginning as you could have hoped for Vitality. They get the site for free. Bone Cold charges through Garage, finds two. That initial opening there from Mulsey, well, doesn't find the eliminations. Still, he put pressure down, but they just didn't have the coverage to prevent that defuse from coming in. So Lev steal that round away. But we did see Vitality being so consistent at winning these eco rounds. There's less sheriffs than we're used to seeing. But let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, I want to just keep tabs on that. Again, I asked Hypok, who is currently obviously in his dungeon, what he was looking for. Give me a win condition here. Hold on, that's a mistake from Taco. He's got to try and stay alive. He's being pressured. He's down. Okay, any more danger? Yes, actually, they're on the site. Hold on.
How do they do it?
Twiston, that is the player that Rossi was saying. If he gets that momentum, that confidence, that's worrying.
That's a big swing and a big paranoia, but
no one really ready to play off of it. Just cuts across, everybody continues to get into position. You still have that deep lurk from Bone Cold hovering back at a lobby, just making sure that no one approaches from behind. This should give them now a very good idea that it's going to be a Heaven and Link push. Their way through, Twistin finding one, now a fourth.
Oh, Twistin's on for the damn ace. This boy is heating up. 4 already. Wants to make it his own.
1 HP.
Oh, he's done for. Bone Cold, yeah, he'll take it away. That's just fine. But 4 for Twistin. You talk about confidence. You talk about being an Eco Cobra to an extent. But again, you'll take that every day of the week, punishing any of those players who are pushed up, catching Taco in an uncomfortable scenario then, trying to back away desperately, the paranoia, straight sent out, it was just perfect. Able to spiral off the back as soon as he got that SMG to hand. He was golden.
And I just don't know how they continue to be this consistent in winning out on these eco rounds, but they're not letting that initial little scuffle on the defuse upset them whatsoever. Now the momentum is completely swung. You see 4 rifles, still the Spectre held by Twistin, who's 5-0-2. As it's just going to be classics and some util for the side of Lev. Turning this around for them seems like a nigh impossible task.
Yeah, and as I said, I was speaking to Mike earlier, asking what he was looking out for, Vitality to actually pick up a pistol. Now, it looked like they had everything made for it, and then obviously slipped between the fingertips, but still, the conversion here in the second, certainly course correction to say the least, and also had a quick chat with the coach of Vitality just prior to this, just, you know, a moment before they went on, really. And he predicted this veto incredibly well, as in to the extent of Ascent, as in the extent of the first map. He knew their veto to a T. So Vitality should be more than prepared. They should be very well equipped with what's coming their way. I want to see how they look, though. I'm also looking at the fundamentals here, Seth. I'm looking at how clean do they keep these rounds, because right now they are walking into potentially a 4-play stack on C.
Still, the weapons not going to be advantageous to them. Fault line goes out. Stun does connect there on Twistin. Still manages to make it up above. Spray coming through. It takes a little bit of damage back, but still will find King, and Mazzino falls as well. That's Mark pushing in. We'll get 1. So first death there for the Vitality Jet, but now it's just Shy with a shorty on the back sight, and he misjudges where he's going to be wrapped on. Destrian will go ahead and finish it off with a 4K of his own.
This is good. 4 standing. It's what we're asking for. And I already like it. If we kind of roll our minds back even to that pistol run, I love seeing what Bone Cold's up to. Constantly watching on these flanks, constantly making sure that backline is secured no matter what. You saw in the pistol kind of lingering back deep right down, double doors. You saw it even in that second round where Twistin got that 4K kind of sitting over towards a lobby in case that backline pressure was coming out. And again, as much as yes, on paper, you look at Leviathan as one of those teams that certainly has that credentials on these maps as of late, but Bone Cold has also been instrumental. I think Bren actually mentioned on the desk as well, some of the individuals here are exceptionally good on some of these maps. So if they've been able to build off that here, that's what I'm looking forward to. But again, somewhat of a standardized start, showing presence towards A long, no commitment behind it, and a heftier lean towards C. Now, Mazzino has to greet them at the door.
Already getting tagged up. There's the Aftershock. Throws the Paranoid to buy some time. Gets himself tucked into the corner. Relatively safe for now. Dart has to be cleared. He's still going to get pinged, though. TP's across. Playing with the info game as much as he can, but will only be good for a 1-for-1 trade. It's a back with King over here at Lumber. We'll find one, but it's just a back-and-forth brawl. Now we're down to a 2v2.
Yeah, it's still, let's look at where the other 2 players are. One towards CT, one still towards B.
Good delay.
Halsey down to 10 HP. He's the walking wounded. Taco, great damage for the 1v2 now. Tap on the spike, he's been spotted. He can't get away with this anymore. He needs to find one of these 2 kills, and they're giving him no options.
But no one's watching behind. With 44 seconds on the clock, he could absolutely rotate out of this, but he's going to be creeping back into C, looking to take the fight. Spots one. Now he's going to hightail it. Cuts a crossover towards A.
Yeah, he's making a go of this one. Gonna make him work for this. Still a little bit of utility on the fade as well, so Sender, where do you take this one? Gonna get himself a plant here, but it's all about timing, and how does he divide these 2 players?
10 seconds left, now 8 on that fade for the Haunt. Could be instrumental in trying to spot out exactly where Sender's gonna be lurking from, but he's gonna be pushing down into short, looking to see if he can catch anybody in the lobby. Not necessarily reading that they're already in the site. As they continue to poke and prod around, Haunt still not yet coming out.
The plant's almost baiting for the other side, right? Oh, no way, that's devastating for Sender.
Just enough space to be able to spot him out. The Prowler now chases. Taco goes in the aggro swing, gets the headshot, and Lev will go ahead and even up the score at 2-2.
I like the concept there from Sender, though, kind of faking out the plant spot to an extent and then slipping in towards Sewer, trying to maybe keep them guessing. They were both facing towards CT, looking towards heaven, but again, gets revealed and the jig's up. There's no more getting away with it. You can't do anything. So split at 2 apiece here. This is what I expected from this game. What a high quality game we're seeing so far. Highly volatile. We're still seeing that value from Twiston hitting on this. I'm looking on the other side. Leviathan, as a collective though, answering back in kind. Not a single individual standing up and kind of over-delivering yet, but my eye's still going towards Shy. He has been so good at kind of the quiet, unsung hero to an extent at times in their previous games as well, so have to wait and see if this carries on forward. Different look this time, over towards A.
Sending out the haunt, to be cleared. Thought maybe we would see that seize nade combo, but for now, Taco's just going to be holding on to the paint shells. Heavy pressure applied as they get that 3-man push down, but with the smoke coming through, looks like they will just maybe look to back away. King getting ready to reply to some of this garage pressure that was being put out there by Sender, but he's backed off the fault line, ends up getting held. And the blades get popped.
Yeah, Sender though needs to go through the protocol list, trying to clear some of this utility, try and draw one of the 3 players away from A, but it's still pretty convincing. Twiston's on a tear though. Oh my word! Taco in the meantime explodes Bone Cold, and they still don't have that springboard towards the side. They have no access thus far, and these angles are deadly. That's a barrel spotted, and that's a body on the ground.
Destry just not reading that somebody could have been tucked there. Right in the cubby, they get spotted. Now the haunt out, tagging 2. Twiston entries, finds 1. Sender getting Nazwar as well. King now just looking to hold down the site, but Twiston answers back. Another 3K for him. Shy now pops that lockdown. The plant interrupted for a brief moment. They're going to be running the clock pretty close here. Shy gets himself up into heaven.
Doesn't catch him on the way out, but he's going to be pretty assured where they're going to be. Lockdown does clear.
Eats the fall damage.
But the plant's good for long. They need players to correctly, and they do. Vitality. Really nice adjustment even on the plant there to make sure they could play from that cubby. And no, I can't believe they still find value on the site. This is still Twiston just striding in. They had no success initially. This was Taco just taking the wind out of their sails. They still had that player tucked into the cubby to deny the sewer access. It looked like the gates were shut. And then Twiston pulls off this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just brutal. The fact that you are able to open up, find those 2 kills, you get the showstopper out onto Bone Cold, you have just that lurk tucked away, being able to take down Destrin, but Twiston just shows up and rips them asunder. Well, Vitality back in the lead once more as we see this forward push coming out here from Taco. He's got some backup. They cleared the turret, so they have not noted his forward position yet, but this drone certainly can.
Oh, shot. Wow. Yeah, Taco not making too many subtleties about this. Mazzino with him as well. I want to see how well this default holds. Yeah, they're being very diligent. There's still a little bit of a threat here in the form of Mazzino, so maybe he could do some chip damage, but I like what I'm seeing from Vitality. Again, when you look at this squad, it's a little bit more kind of the gunslingers of EMEA, right? They're super high potential players, incredibly mechanically gifted. Throwing Bone Cold as a great mind, a great kind of leader in that essence. But again, it's do they have that composure? Do they not overextend? Do they not get, sloppy in their anti-ecos? So far, super clean.
Yep.
Like in seeing that, because Leviathan are super slippery, right? They will find space. They are just as explosive back. The aggression is normally great. Right here, though, this is a very diligent Vitality.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of the change-up getting Taco Leah in that forward position. Unfortunately, it's just fairly well read from the side of Vitality. Hawk goes out, instantly cleared. No spots, no headshots through the smoke. Really, from here on out, it's about whatever damage Leviathan can try to inflict. Just try to get some of these guns out of the hands of Vitality. The money is stacked up nicely. They will be able to get that next buy, but you don't want them to really bolster the economy. But it seems like they're actually just going to hang back, wait for the spike to explode, not give over any more ult charges, even though Twiston's the only one who lacks it.
Yeah, and I'd say for Vitality, they can somewhat, I don't want to say cruise, that's incorrect, but they are very comfortable. Once their money now will become far more robust with this buy in hand, basically. You've got 5 rifles still on deck. You've got all these ults that are still there if they need it. They have that almost round in hand if they get the opportunity. Now for Leviathan, they're not too far away themselves. I'm going to have to little double check on this. Twiston is just feeling out the game. Everything's going his way. It's lovely to see Twiston actually getting probably the eyeballs on his talent that he deserves, because he has been a hot prospect. But to be able to do this against Leviathan, that is a very different ordeal.
Yeah. So far, we just haven't really seen Lev find their footing yet. Taco with a decently quiet beginning, 3 and 5 at the moment. No match. Need that explosive raise to really rely on, be able to get them back into this one. Because, I mean, you heard the desk's reactions, him shifting over to the raise. We figured Chamber out of the meta. King's probably going to be playing something a bit more flexible. He's shown in those off-season tournaments that he has been playing Breach on Haven. We're expecting that Jet to still come through.
Ooh, a little mid-piece. No one there this time. Again, yes, Bone Cold has been occasionally lingering there in their defaults, but when they're going for these A pieces, he's with them. That's different. Mazzino takes down Sender, eyes towards Twiston. He's still standing, and he's still deadly. Ult's coming through. Bone Cold pins down Mazzino, but it ain't clean.
No, it certainly is not. Shy able to find Twiston there. After Shock, just pushing Destrian out of hell. Molesy able to still stay tucked away. The two still alive, but the man advantage is here for the side of Levin. This is a round that they desperately need to win, and they also need to try to get it as cleanly as possible.
King's ult, right? That is always going to be the caveat to this round. There it is. They actually held the pace a little. See if they can get away with. Oh, Bone Cold stuck around just long enough. Perfect play from Bone Cold, keeps himself to the site, and all in the meantime, Destrian takes the TP, hits the ult, and heads over towards C. Support needs to get there quick, though.
It's just a fantastic adjustment for them. I was worried because they weren't playing in hell. That Rolling Thunder was going to be able to hit everybody, but Destrian just goes ahead, pulls the trigger on the TP ult, gets himself into C. They get the safe plant, as well as that huge kill on Taco Leah.
And they're still so paranoid about a lurk, potentially, and I don't blame you. There's a chance that Bone Cold could have still been on A, trying to backfill this, and there's just nothing going their way. I question if they're saving yet. They're going to just hit the brakes on this one.
Oh.
The rifles are far more valuable at this point. They have very little to play in with this on. And yes, Vitality burn a great deal of their ultimates in this round, but in another round on the board and the gap going further away from Leviathan, the money, I want to look towards it for Leviathan as well. What sort of buys are they going to be down on? They also burn most of their ults that they had to hand, so they are going to be on the lower end of that as well. I've got to expect a timeout soon, Seth. They got to pump the brakes on this, get a grip on this game, because it's spiraling out of control now.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to do it here. But I do agree, the 3-round deficit on your map pick, not going to be feeling too great. Granted, it is round, or side selection rather, for the side of Vitality, but yeah, Bone Cold just pulling back, eluding that Rolling Thunder, just gets the snipes across there on the Taco Leah. At first, I thought he was stunned. We've seen so many stunned kills from those Rolling Thunders, just getting those headshots, but that would have been even more impressive than the ones we've seen so far.
Right, they still feel like they've got a little something here, and aggression might be the name of the game, and straight away Taco slices right through them. Shy in support through Garage. It's not over yet. Vitality needs to get a grip on this round.
How does he win that?
A bounding fade apparently denies it. So this is the first time the aggression has been turned up to 11.
As we're able to win that out, sure, it goes down to 8 HP, but the man advantage drastically now in the favor of Leviathan. Molesy just going to be pushing that spike over towards Twiston, who's invested for the operator. Let's see if they try to play this one out for now. He's just going to be holding back towards spawn. They do have an abundance of cash, so even if this op does get downed, they will be able to buy another one should they choose, but it's more about not letting it get into the hands of the defending team.
Do they have any chances in this? Molesy?
King has to know that he's close, especially now.
Molesy and Taco now, ready to greet. Spots one player. Does Molesy read there could be someone close? Again, 4 players against you. All of these angles are so unfavorable, and he has absolutely no idea. Twiston, no trade straight away either. 58 HP and an operator to hand.
Now how do you try to hold on to this one? Throws down the Cloud Burst. Starting to encroach on his position. The swing around from behind coming in through Shy. Taco Leah just continues to jiggle. Does get taken down.
He's open.
That's still going to hurt a bit. And yep, they see that Cloudburst coming in. And with 12 seconds remaining, he's actually going to be able to get a potential plant in.
Obviously, he doesn't know how much space he's got, so he still has to clear slightly. Expecting someone to be closer by. Shy could be the end of this anyway, going towards C-Long. One towards CT on King. Twiston, he's going to be surrounded here.
Right as he goes to pull off of getting that spike planted. Granted, they don't really need that plant money. The Swarm will come in to get the kill. Still though, dropping a couple guns for the side of Lev. Just continue to make them feel a little bit more uncomfortable. But crucially, they're able to win that back without having to call the timeout.
Yeah, and again though, you will have to look at this in the aspect of, could you do that again? Is this now something you can find, repeatable success with?
Sure.
I don't think you get away with it a second time. It's great to throw in there once in a while. That's perfect. Reset that momentum. Bring yourself back into it. Now I need to see them approach this in a more traditional fashion that Vitality have been winning out in.
For me, the best thing about that play, just upping that aggression and being able to get the round win, is that the coach didn't have to get involved. It was just on the in-game leadership saying, okay, we're going to go for this, and then they made it work. They didn't need that intervention. If they can continue to run things back now, bring this to a 5-4 scoreline, You start feeling really good about Lev's options, because the longer you can pocket those timeouts, the better it's going to be.
Yeah, I like the kind of counter utility towards Garage, because they know there's been a layered piece coming in for Vitality. Destrian's in a little bit of trouble, to say the least. Down pretty low, and he's been found out so early on. They're not denying these players on the back of the side. There's very little pressure. Twiston, yes, still standing, but so many more on the Leviathan side.
Mizzino, he's so very low. Twiston will be able to find King, but he just can't quite take down Nazware. Now Bone Cold left out in the open, the spike on the ground. It seems like Lev should be able to go ahead and convert this into a second round win in a row. Let's see what Bone Cold can do. He's got no ideas really, aside from Mizzino's position. Just narrowly avoids that. Smoke will come in. He'll turn tail, start heading towards A yet again.
30 seconds to play with.
30 seconds left.
Does he manage to catch one on rotation? That'd be ideal. Mizzino, yes, he is low.
It's just outside of that audio range, and with Shy taken down, doesn't have to worry about this KJ utility. Seems like Mizzino a little bit late to realize, but now we'll go ahead and cut back. Bone Cold needs to win this first fight if he wants a clutch.
Not gonna happen. Leviathan, that's big. Finding answers mid-game. As said, I expected a timeout to be coming in soon, but off the back of the aggression, they found what they need here. Far more support towards C, earlier rotations, having players in the right place here, expecting that late garage pressure as well. This is looking way more robust from Leviathan, getting a little bit more of a grip on the game now.
They're running it back. 5, though, on the half, probably still more than they wanted to be able to give up. In position to potentially run this into a 7-5 if they can continue to streak. See the fans out in abundance here, making a creative use of their thunder sticks. Some ults to work with though. Lockdowns on either side. Expecting to see those come into play since we do have a double buy round.
Okay, setup still stands. And early intention towards pressure. Yeah, Twiston getting far further ahead of this. Now noting another player towards A Connector. Do they now expect to push up towards A Long? Yes, they do! Sender! Heads up play. Noting the additional rotation potentially, or just simply quicker to pull the trigger. And now, where the hell is this final player on this A side? Can they get around them?
Nazware would love to have gotten out of this lockdown, but as he tries to get repositioned, Sender just pushes in out of short, finds the kill. Molesy now gonna be the one left behind to watch for these flanks. As they just spam out, but it seems like Lev right now, no intention whatsoever of even trying to play for this one. I can't blame them. The cash is all right, but 2v5 just seems so impossible. It's just not worth the attempt.
Good response from Vitality. Twiston's ability to start these rounds off has been off the charts as well. Since even taken up towards the operator as well, still so much impact. Not slowed down at all. Looking fantastic on the attacking side here. On the other side of things, Leviathan, once again, will be posed a question. This A site now looking a little bit more vulnerable. That early pick towards B just kind of shuffled everyone slightly over, causing those rotations and the instantaneous pressure off the back. Multi, does he get it? Yep, that's a rifle gone. Mizzino, the only one to keep that going forward. I'm worried about the money here for Leviathan. I do want to keep note on that once we get into that next round.
Okay, Mizzino right at the very end of the round does find one, but not really putting too many dents in at this point. 6,200 before the buys start flying. But yeah, Twiston just postured up, gets that early catch onto King. That's the IGL taken down. Sender with a nasty little flick, perfectly reading that Taco Leo was going to be in that forward position. And from there, it's just looks very easy for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, a couple
all
of
the shots are all on point.
Yeah, coming through now for Leviathan. Little bit on the back foot in that regard, but still able to post up what they need. I want to see what if there is a response again. So much threat early around Twiston, trying to be hyper-mobile with this. We've seen pressure towards B, we've seen A long, we've seen C long. He is everywhere, happy to challenge where he can. Looking to see if maybe A is the end goal once again. We are seeing a little bit more pressure coming down on long. Yes, Taco this time still here. Oh, pop, they've got a fleet. They all make it out. A little bit of damage, yes, on Bone Cold, but everyone else still standing pretty.
Takes him down low, but it's not the elimination he was hoping for, but under pressure, that at least allows him to be able to escape, not get that drone tag and get overwhelmed. So now, in position, there's the fault line from King. Sends it out, trying to delay. They go for the swing, but Molesy, Bone Cold, not tagged up. They just counter swing down, stare into that sewer, and find the elimination. So again, it's Vitality starting with the right foot forward.
Now, the only factor is to this, it's only Sender here so far. They're actually looking towards B. Now, there's still that Killjoy utility in place towards this, and Sender's finding success. That's
so much success.
Issue, Sender! You are meant to be the bait, you're meant to be the fake, and now they're winning out on towards A. They've taken the B side, but there's still utility here, as noted earlier. The lockdown gets dealt with, and the plant can now come back around for the second time. I do like what I'm seeing from Destrian, though, slipping back in towards deeper mid, knowing Mazzino's been on C long. This is a high potential position, and he's been spotted.
He has been spotted, and as he tries to go for the paranoia, there's the swing out. Destrian just lurking perfectly. And then Shy again. 0 credits. Money across the board for the side of Lev. Very much down in the dumps. He's just going to back away. Make sure that he's not getting wrapped around on. The push is starting to come through. Bone Cold says, you know what? I've got 4,300, 29 HP. I might as well try to get this gun out of his hands. And right now, Shy's not watching for this crunch. Turns around. Shy will be able to win it out. Seems like holding on to the Vandal. Maybe he'll be able to make it happen, but now Twistin coming in on the hunt.
That angle is not what you're going to be pre-aiming, but at this point, though, it's worth trying to get these guns out of their hands. Their money is shattered. They are struggling now to string together full purchases. They have been manhandled. Vitality, I'm so impressed. Again, that little early look, that little linger towards A, and then just sending out Molesy, and he over-delivers, right? He pulls out the ult from KJ. He finds the first. He carries on. Exactly! You're not meant to be finding this much value. Maybe one and done, a little bit of a show and tell, but that's it. But no, he takes the whole site by himself. You couldn't ask for a better round. Leviathan need to get a grip on this one, and they need it fast.
Yet still not seeing those timeouts come through.
Nope.
Owner holding on to him. Blades pop, because why not? Up shot not going to connect. Do they read Takolia in this fourth position? He goes for the swing out. But he's got the Spectre, and Twistin gets the follow-up shot. Mazzino's dead. C-Site not quite open. Shy manages to answer back with a kill with a Bulldog. But now he's fault-lined, pushed into the corner. King gets covered in fire. But then he needs still so much more, and King is looking to deliver! A 4K from King with a Guardian shuts him down and brings Lev back. 7 to 5 in the half, Vitality in the lead, but man, what a turnaround.
And you thought Shy was dead to rights there, right? They were just chasing him down, and there was King, saving him, keeping him safe. It was perfect timing from King.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff here from King at the end, but still not necessarily where Lev would like to be. We'll see, though. All of the swap sides take to the attack as well. We'll see how they fare on that one. But for now, we're going to throw it down to Doug, who's got a very special guest standing by for an interview.
Thank you so much, Achilles. Yeah, I'm hanging out with Astarda here from Team Liquid. We're going to pick her brain for a little bit during this halftime break. Astarda, first and foremost, what do you think about the game that's going on? Primero de todo, ¿qué opinas del partido?
Hola a todos, opino que el partido está siendo súper interesante y va a ser difícil para los dos equipos y ojalá que Leviatán gane porque yo apoyo a Chile, soy chilena, así que vamos Leviatán.
She says the game's really interesting. She really hopes that Leviatan's able to win because they're Chilean and so is she, and that totally makes sense. Now, the next question I have for you is very similar. Given what you've seen, who do you think is going to win?
Obviamente Leviatán, porque tienen confianza entre ellos, son un equipo con mucha confianza, entonces yo creo que aunque estén perdiendo, aunque tengan poca desventaja, yo creo que van a ganar.
And she says that even given the face that they're losing, she's very comfortably rooting for Leviathan. She feels like they're very confident, they're playing together, and while it may have not been a great start, there's high hopes for the squad. Now, last question I have for you. How excited are you for Game Changers? ¿Estás animada para Game Changers este año?
Sí, estoy súper animada y ansiosa por lo que se viene, dónde va a ser, cuántas vacas va a tener.
Claro.
Y espero que esta vez mi equipo gane, porque mi equipo este año se viene más fuerte que el año pasado.
She says she's incredibly excited. She's so curious about where it's going to be, when it's going to be. And then the last important thing is she just hopes that her team is the one that wins this year. We'll throw it back to the casters. Pansy Achilles, take it away. Holy smokes, it's loud in here.
Thank you. Yeah, it is loud in here, actually. It really started to heat up once they're showing the Leviathan players. And at 5-7, it is certainly a workable scoreline. Leviathan's attacking side is arguably one of their strong points as well in my mind. That aggression's there, the work they can put in. But I've got to say, Taco's having a quiet game here. I need him to be that tip of the spear. I need him to start activating because he's one of the most exciting prospects we saw rolling your mind back at the prior events. And sitting at 4-10 for me, not quite enough yet. I want to see him heat up here. This is the half where I hope we see that. I want to see King in tow. I mean, Shy is the safest pair of hands we've seen. And this has been the same story throughout their previous games as well. I need someone to step up with him because right now, in my mind, Vitality are looking very good.
Feels like the Rays still a bit more work to be done as, okay, King gonna find Twistin. That's a great way to start things off on the attacking half here from Lev. King closes the first half, starts the second. With the jet gone, you breathe a bit more easily here if you are Leviathan.
You have to say, one of the weakest points of Vitality is the pistol round. It looked so good even on the first half, and then it still somehow went wrong. So for them, this is kind of par for the course, so the scoreline could get close here. Leviathan have a big opportunity to close the game back in, and the chip damage is wonderful.
That Bunkel down to 50, but Takolia taking a hell of a lot of damage, but mostly going to get finished off there by the Boombot. TP in the close corner from Destrian, but everybody else from Lev is making the call, rotate out. You can see that's going to be Sender as well, responding in kind. They push to the garage, the Nanoswarm setup is there. King would be at risk. Let's see if they can get the read on this, get the timings. There's the push, there it is, and ooh, he narrowly survives.
Yeah, very fortunate to be alive. Shy, though, going to try and lean a little ahead. Don't know if Bone Cold noted that. They're actually readdressing towards B. Stunning shot from Leviathan. Destrian's lurk gets red. This is gorgeous.
Mazzino reads that perfectly. Gets the timing, says, I play Omen as well. I know what you're trying to do. Cuts him off inside window. Just like that, Lev closing out another pistol round. Vitality seemingly just allergic to pistol round victories.
They can't do it, man.
It's like old division strikers where they could just never do it, but they always win the eco round.
I mean, look,
They got sheriffs.
If you've forgotten about Bone Cold, put a sheriff in his hands and see what he can do. He's one of those weird specialists that always seems to be able to hit with that. Twistin obviously mechanically gifted, but the buy back in for Leviathan. Light armors, yes, twice over, at least with the rifles. That's what I'm looking at. This is a heavy investment coming in. This is dangerous. They have to keep these in this game.
Yeah.
They lose them, I'm worried.
Looks like they want just that much more firepower to try to ensure that they don't have that anti-eco loss. Twistin a whippy on the first shot, and Shy cleans up too. The A side is theirs.
That is exactly what we were asking for. Precision, clean approach, not allowing any of those sheriffs to find any damage really at all. Yeah, Shy took a little bit down to 70, but he's still standing. This is wondrous stuff. No threats being made. Vitality unable to find any sort of danger here. Now, Mazzino.
He's going to take this fight.
Okay, that's the first.
Okay.
Not one of the two rifles, though. That's the problem. One of the rifles just got lost. Now I'm worried.
Don't think they're going to be able to have access to it, though. It is below window. Time is ticking down. Widely, though. Any more damage they can deal? Takolia dead. The shots flying. King stabilizes, swaps back over to the rifle, and he will be the finisher. But that's still a hefty investment here, Lauren. Lev will be able to tie it up, but they lose one of those Vandals.
Ooh. It just gets so precarious if you're coming in on this. Because again, this round they're gonna have 3.3, 3.5 left on Taco, and again, I get worried when I see this because they're left in that predicament of what do we do now with this purchase? Do we try and just get around it with the light armor, which is totally viable if they fancy it, but on the other side, it's a far greater purchase now coming out from Vitality. Pretty comfortable, not perfect by any means themselves, but again, if you're looking on the checklist of things to do in those sort of rounds when you only have sheriffs up against rifles like that, they did everything correct for Vitality. Now the test begins. This is what we want to be looking for.
I do just love to see these rounds being put up by King. So Shy. All right. Why not? Great way to start. But as SK Rossi was saying on the desk, you see your IGL doing well. That really rallies the rest of the team behind because you say, you know what? I need to be putting in that much effort too. I need to be having that impact. And King is certainly delivering. The rest of the team, at least in this half so far, looking pretty damn good. Thing comes across, but again, it's King.
Yeah, between King and Shy, they are holding onto this game and putting up numbers. Yeah, Taco's disappeared a little, but there's someone ready to step up in his place. And now we'll see the readdress of the other side of the map. Maybe expecting a pull of the rotation here, but actually Sender is tucked in that corner still. And actually the re-explore from Twiston now, noting no one's here. Able to clear through towards mid as well. They're going to be at least note that this will be the CPs coming in. Do they stick around? I think they do. Sender! That's 3 kills! He's massacred Leviathan and brought back to a 2v2.
Absolutely unreal from him. Now Shy taking down Takolia. He's been a bit quiet so far on the map, but now it is his time to be loud. Finds the kill. Goes to cut across. He's against Twiston. Didn't spot him. Doesn't know. He's running low on time. He's going to go for a backside plant. Twiston starting to get into position. Let's see how he plays this out. Swings around the front. He gets jumped on, and Twiston will close it. Last man standing, but Vitality will retake the lead.
Taco was so paranoid about Long, so paranoid about Garage. After just, a couple of jump peeks, couple of fakes, he went, okay, I'm just going to go for the backside. Surely that's the safest option. We may be already considering that they noted him on that flank earlier on, but in all reality, you got to say Twiston there playing it perfectly, didn't fall foul to the pressure. And pound for pound right now, Twiston is drastically outdoing Taco. That is a weight off his shoulders as well, gets Vitality around on this half now. Potentially they can build, but their money is not good. Leviathan will still have the better purchase coming into this one. Ultimate-wise, very similar, near on mirrored in this.
Yeah. Lockdown for lockdown. Rolling Thunder for King, just 2 away. Molesy, if he can get that early orb, would be nice for a kill. And you can see that's exactly why they're pushing out into A. We'll be able to have that now online. Garage, however, being pressured out. Turret cleared on the C site. Destrian up top, Guardian in hand. Gets a couple taps across on a Mazzino, but cannot find the kill. And that's going to be the go there for Shaw to go ahead and drop down the lockdown.
Yeah, they have to respect this. They have no means really to challenge. So I actually quite like this kind of gear shift coming out from Leviathan, taking that garage control substantially quicker, pressuring in towards C. This is nice, but it does then pose the question, how deadly is this retake? Smoke coming in towards C long, one towards CT, kind of almost again mirroring each other. Paranoia sent in. It's all time being purchased. Get secure in the post plant. There is no big flank in this. It's the lockdown coming in. This has to be the go signal. Shy can still be devastating from here.
Yeah, but now he's spotted. He wanted to push in, trying to go ahead and destroy it. He's unable to do so, and that Rolling Thunder is still in the back pocket of Molesy. So they buy themselves some space to get over towards the spike. Now the Rolling Thunder comes across. Paint Shell's lobbed in. Does it interrupt? No, it gets the kill, but they still got it up the half. Showstopper comes in. They lob it, but it's shorted. But Mazzino with the spray finds Bone Cold. They're back onto it. Sender trying to prevent, but he just can't keep him covered. He's back on it once more, holding for dear life, and he's managed to get it. The Paint Shells, the reset was there, but it's a bit too late. He holds it out. He gets the clutch. Vitality stretched the lead by 2.
How the hell did that happen? I thought that was Leviathan, I think, had 4 players standing, desperately spamming, and Taco was putting everything to this. He put the Showstopper in, the Paint Shell in, he spammed people off the spike. I mean, it was everything. Joined by Mazzino as well, for that final moment, like a thief in the night, takes the defuse and gets the hell out of there.
Half a second sooner on that Paint Shell. He was down to 30 HP. But somehow, some way, he managed to hold it out to get the clutch and stretch the lead. And somewhat surprisingly, it's going to be Vitality who are calling this timeout, not Leviathan. They still hold on to both.
Yeah, with Leviathan keeping this many players alive, even in their losses, they're still able to fashion really good purchases throughout this. Yes, they burned through some of the ults, but again, they are 2 away on King, 2 away from Mazzino, 3 off from the Fador as well. They're still sitting on the verge of it, but the money's far from stable for Vitality either. There's still kind of bits and pieces missing from this. You're going to see Bulldogs, you're going to see Guardians, you're going to see Light Armor. Otherwise, they're also on the verge. Twister not far off himself. You're going to have that in pocket soon. Bone Cold as well. You're going to have a couple of the very critical pieces coming online, and the later into the game this gets, the more worried I get. I got to see Leviathan try and get a grip on this game here, because it's starting to slip away from them a little bit, considering this is their map choice. As much as we have seen teams now previously in this tournament losing their map picks, I think Leviathan, there's a world in which it goes wrong for them here.
The backs are certainly against the wall, but as you mentioned, the buy still looking decent here for them. Just need to clean up those post plants a little bit more. All tools that both teams had invested into that last round, but a couple of these ults not too far off. King Wasn't really able to get anything in that last one, so still going to be 2 away. And
Big.
just get the double push down here and C, and Deathstrain comes away with the kill on a Mazzino.
And considering how deep Vitality is in towards A, this couldn't have gone a better way from Deathstrain's in danger. Yeah, he's dead.
Perfect
Shy,
timing.
really good timing to double check on this. They know Sender's still around somewhere, but again, being able to equal this out to a 4v4, traditionally this should at least favor the attacking side if they can still manipulate this map, cause some of these rotations to be a little bit more hesitant. Leviathan starting to clear through. No one committed deep towards long this time. As we note, Sender posturing towards logs on site, does have the support towards Garage, does have Molzy as well, sitting towards CT. There's the information, that's huge, that's everything. Can he get anything done here though? He looks dead to
Twistin!
Saving the day!
Just like King has the covering fire with the Guardian of all things. Takolia dead, and that's their way, trying to get in. Molzy counter swings, finds Nazware. Now it's 2v3, low HP bars, yes, on the side of Vitality. They do have that defending position. Shy dead, Molzy as well. Vitality, the timeout looking wonderful. An upgrade there from the Bulldog. And now 10 rounds locked in.
It was something that I think was really kind of highlighted, especially in their earlier games, like on Pearl, for example, but some of the spacing from Vitality, and if the spacing is off, if they can punish any of this, it's always incredible to watch. They are great at the trades, they're good at spacing. There's no easy fight here, right? Like, let's say you try and swing towards Garage, you're gonna have Molzy backside. They had no utility, you have to try and divide and conquer towards that C site at the end of it. So again, that early pressure, paying off well, having to use some of the utility to re-clear long after that. A little bit of aggression was committed to. Leviathan now sat at 7 to 10, double digits against them. They have to come up with a concept here. And when some of your stars are not finding the impact you need, where do you go?
A lot of it's going to have to be on King, Shy. These guys have been absolute monsters so far for the side of Leviathan. He's just now one more charge away from having that ult online. It's just a different style that we're seeing here from him. Not the usual approach of Breach on Haven, which is farm orbs as much as you possibly can, and the kills and deaths that you have in there just to be able to get those Rolling Thunders up as quickly as possible. It's been a bit more passive from him. The impact is still felt, but he is falling behind as far as those ults are concerned, it feels like. So Molzy now 3 charges up towards that next 1.5.
Yeah, they're still going to go for as much as they can for this Leviathan purchase in place, noting the Guardian, the Bulldog as well, the 3 light armors, no ults to play with. King is one away, Mazzino as well. Like they are on the cusp of getting a few through, and they look like they want to brawl for this. Leviathan and Vitality both willing to fight down towards C-Long potentially at the start. Let's see who comes out the victor on this one. Twistin does have the knives. He might be in the right place for it too.
One's going to be cleared. They're trying to get that orb. King able to grab it, but then he's cut down to size as Twistin finds 3. Takolia dead on the opposite side of the map. Shy, not a hope in the world. It's flawless, it's quick, it's dirty. The timeout, unfortunately for Lev, doesn't do a damn thing.
No, and they seemed so aware of that want, that desire to try and get that orb going, and the punish on the back of it was just divine. Look at this. You'll let them take the orb, is fine. We'll take 3 of your lives. In reply, and Sender comfy at the end, no pressure coming through. Yeah, they are just living large. This is Vitality just shining in this game. I can't credit them enough. That was a flawless round as well.
Yeah.
Now the buys in pieces. Leviathan finally suffering from the money now. Way more aggression thrown in, but it's still not going to be without a match. Twistin is here. He's everywhere.
Spots one, gets a little bit of damage there, but it's going to be Nazware actually finding Bone Cold. Twistin, Espacino TP's up into heaven, puts some damage down here onto the enemy jet. They managed to flush him out into the rest of the players. The kills come through, and it's just as fast of a hit as we saw in the last round, but this time it's Lev looking fantastic.
Yeah, the pace change here. You don't want that one. The pace change is perfect. Yeah, it was absolute pandemonium on the site. But Leviathan had a plan and they made it work. The crossfire here is set in stone. It shouldn't be beaten. What am I saying? Okay, it's fine. Mazzino there. It's all good. Leviathan not out of it yet, keeping Vitality away from map point.
It's another little breath of fresh air here, a hope for Lev to be able to rally back. Still 4 just to be able to get themselves locked in for a guaranteed overtime.
But roll your mind back to that first half. We saw that incredible aggression down mid, right? And we asked repeatable success. Is it there? And it's so hard to make that happen. I don't know if Leviathan can do this again. Does that find the same value? Do they need it anymore? They've got the lockdown there. They've got the full buy to an extent coming in here. They have everything they need. This is the best attempt they've had yet.
The problem is there's that counter lockdown on the other side as well as the Hunter's Fury from Bone Cold available. So should they go for that? He should be looking it out, but actually no, he's going to open up. Try to get a tag. Just a little bit off. Does get one shot across there on the Nazwa at the very end, but as they pile into B, they will all go crumbling down.
The utility just keeping the way, softening them up, maybe expecting this more aggressive approach. The Hunter's Fury allowing that pressure to come down towards A-Long from Twist, and he's taking the space. And now what remains is attempts. A desperate attempt at trying to find some space. And now Destrian is surrounded. He's in a whole lot of danger. Leans a little forward, tries to find the fight and loses. Shy, Mazzino trying to keep Leviathan alive.
Now they can actually get an immense amount of value here. There's nothing left to really clear out this lockdown. They drop it right into the site. But they're still being approached on all sides. Mazzino winning that fight is everything.
And spots no one else towards CT, so telling. Now they know it's either Garage or it's Long, so they can readjust accordingly.
Mazzino looking to get himself up in the window. There's the push. Tries to take a fight, but yeah, Molsey gets the headshot. Shy, well aware, knows where everyone's at, but now he needs to play this to perfection.
He is the safest pair of hands. They've got 20 kills already. Needs to make it 22. That's 21. Does he have anything left? Twisted on the other side. The shot, it's gone astray. Another Lisa life Shy. Leviathan are just in this one off the back of that man.
Snipes him out of the air. Twisted doing his damnedest, but just couldn't quite line him up. As Lev continue to fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in this map. We'll look back, I mean, it seemed like that should have been Mazzino walking away with a win. Everything there from Molsey to get the kill. And there it felt like it was done, but Shy, as you say, a safe pair of hands, manages to close it out. Look at him, he's got a pillow behind him, he's all cozy.
He's comfortable. The scoreline still not, though. Need to wait a little longer in this, and once again they're trying to get Twisted deep towards A-Long, but the response from Leviathan is just take B fast, instant pressure, navigate around, and Shy is heating up.
He's incredible right now. 23, 14, and 3, reads it perfectly, backs away from the lobby after the turret gets cleared. Just gets that lineup absolutely perfect. Bone Cold still in a position where he can potentially do an immense amount of damage, but now he's going to be spotted. Just takes King down to a total of 80. 81, I can do math.
That's brave of you to try. But again, they're still holding a depot here. Leviathan haven't truly explored any of their options. It's a drastically heavier lean from Vitality towards C, a little bit of attention towards B, but most of the utility's been somewhat cleared and at limited amounts here. So with the re-aggress towards A-Long, this is quite good confirmation for Vitality that actually, yes, it is once again this B piece, or it could be potentially coming through Garage. It's not, it is B. Where's the counter this time? Where's the pressure this time?
Aftershock, yep. Goes through,
denied.
but they continue to interrupt this one.
Molsey!
Mazzino left, and now that Spike's gonna be stranded inside of the site.
There's no one there to follow it up. Leviathan left him on an island, and now Bone Cold in between them and the Spike. Bone Cold is on guard duty, Destrian by his side, and Leviathan might have just let this one slip.
They absolutely have. Because that's where narrowly manages to avoid getting locked down, but yeah, leaving Mazzino all on his lonesome. That smoke from Destrian, it cuts off the access to B. They're so terrified of pushing in. You see Takolia attempting it. But Bone Cold just hugs against the wall and cuts him down.
But I just love the faith behind the utility. The utility comes in from Molsey, and you know that there was going to be some pressure behind it, and that is the nightmare for Leviathan, right? You're trying to get that spike down. Half your team already sitting slightly deeper towards the post plant. They have to respect the smoke in play. So again, you get left on your own. As soon as that spike is down, you saw Vitality flood through. Look at the amount of utility thrown in towards this, and there is no help on the way. That is gorgeous work from Molsey, straight up understanding what his goal is, and he achieves it. And now what do you do? 9-12, Vitality on the verge of picking up map 1 against Leviathan on their map choice.
So they're gonna be looking to up the pace a bit. Blast pack out, Dart gonna bounce around. Doesn't get the scan, but they've heard plenty of gunfire, so they know that this A lobby is stacked. It's Twisted, not enough for the operator. Just gonna be watching from the top of ramp down to the short. Look at this heavy stack over on C. Prowler does not scout. Taco spotted. Just a couple bullets right there at the base of his feet. Widely walks away unscathed.
So they've kind of worked out the early round here, right? They've won out towards A-Long. Information having a little look. Spots, I don't think actually spotting anyone on that Omen TP, so you know, no harm, no foul to an extent, finds nothing. Aldrone again. You can see Vitality are desperate to find information on where the hell the Leviathan are looking towards, because they want to get twisted into the right place.
Another warning ping comes down on B, so they're starting to think this is going to be a back-to-back B hit. They still leave Bone Cold, but as he swings out here, he's going to have a nasty surprise. Lots of damage going across. He does avoid the fault line, so can get into a defensive position.
Turns a flash. He still needs a frag here, not going to get it. King deletes him, and the site's completely free. We already noted, you noted correctly, Twiston tried to lean towards that B side just in case. It's a 4-man retake against 5 players in this post-plant now.
And all of the ults were committed in the last round. They don't have that lockdown, that rolling thunder to really escort them into the site. They just need to straight up take this one with aim. Paranoia goes across, finds one. Molzy gets the ball rolling, taking down Takolia.
Destrian and Molzy doing wondrous work, trying to clear back through this site, but King and Nazira, this is the response they needed. Digging their heels in, refusing to relent. Leviathan still just about getting themselves across the line in this, denying Vitality a comfortable close. They are back to the drawing board, because the money is not going to be there comfortably for Vitality now.
Not super comfortable either on the opposite side. Shy still having to buy down. Damn low, 1900 remaining for him without a rifle to work with. But just a great take. Bone Cold kind of needing to win out, at least trade a kill there to give the rest of the team a bit of a hope. But Lev just overwhelmed. They flush him out, and yeah, you can see hero rifle here in the hands of Molzy. Twiston, oh, he's back on his old stuff. He's got that shorty in his hands. Haven't really seen it so far in this map, but now he's looking to shut them down with it.
Yeah, Taco just got his ult as well. That's pretty big to add to the arsenal that Leviathan are bringing in. Vizino one away from his. They're starting to really hit quite the economic stride. And now Twiston might get checked on here. Actually gets away with it. Not spotted. Prowler goes past. Okay, Twiston's got a chance here. But again, it's only a shorty. It's only a shorty.
They need to push into him.
One
He
cross.
spots one. There you go. Taco finally turns back around, spots him. The shorty not going to find any value, and Bone Cold narrowly misses the window to get that headshot and take away one of these guns.
Traditionally on the back of that level of contact towards A, they've just been instantaneously springboarding in towards B. But you can see a little bit of an adjustment here from Vitality as well, getting Molzy in the right place for this. Could be good! No way! How does Taco still get away with that? Molzy dead, but it's worth it for now. Pinging out 3, they know what's up. They actually stopped the plant for now.
They do, but they're right back onto it. Just a single dart, not going to be enough to interrupt them. Mazzino takes a little bit of a chip damage there, but Widely's going to be fine. But now they have this double approach coming in through B main. Do they have the read on this? Because right now King is looking over towards Link.
Oh, Bone Cold, that's one. The Iceman himself with that Sheriff. But King's still here. Mazzino's still here. Surely they don't let this one slip. Spotting out Destro and they take him down. It's a 2v2.
The fault line's everything. Mazzino now TP's up onto the high ground, spots Bone Cold on the swing, and they just cannot read this one. Sender brings it to a 1v1, but he's only got 59 HP. He's trying to get him here with this headshot. King jumps across in desperation. He's got to back off of it, and King finishes him with the classic. Lauren, we are not done yet. Leviathan bring it 11-12. One more to take this into overtime. And look at the ult economy right now. One away from a Rolling Thunder, one away from a Nightfall. The lockdown is there.
Leviathan, slippery as ever. We do have Vitality pumping the brakes zips. They've had a couple of opportunities to close, and they have not been going their way. This was huge. Again, the diligence to double check. Maybe just feeling a little something. There it was, just noting him on the way back through. Again, Taco, so fortunate to even find that in this round. The right click from the classic. I guess the desk wanted it, so they got what they asked for.
There you go. That'll make Josh smile a little bit. Some classic kills coming in instead of the shorty ones. But you can hear how fired up this audience is. They want to see that overtime coming through.
Oh, they want blood. This audience loves a bit of it, right? They are absolutely ferocious for their teams. And now we do see Twiston on the operator. We haven't got to see too much of it on this half, really.
Yeah, it was mostly the attack side.
Yeah, so again, the economy in the right place for him. He's able to get it himself, light armor to boot. He is 2 away from the Bladestorm as well. And outside of that, pretty robust purchase. On the other side, it's the ults that are so close to what you're looking at, right? And what is the final attempt from Vitality? Yes, they have the safety of overtime, I guess, but you don't want to be depending on that.
Taking a look at the minimap right now, you see Molzy, Bone Cold getting stacked up over here at A long. Lev should be aware that, you know, obviously Molzy just 2 charges away from having that Rolling Thunder, and that's one of the biggest thorns in their side that could be there to deny them from taking this into overtime. So they have to be ready to fight for this. Fault line comes out first. Takolia jumps across. They will just back away. And I mean, they think they have this read. He's actually on the box, but now he should have been spotted. Paranoia across, but Bone Cold up close. Somehow doesn't win the fight. Mazzino guns him down. And that could be tragedy here for Vitality.
Morzy has no way out of this. CT's overrun. The push-up's on the way. There's somebody on the side, but they finally clear him. Mazzino's there. 5 standing against the 3. Vitality not looking likely now.
How has this happened? Now the lockdown is in. The Rolling Thunder still held. King can just play back. Mazzino will get taken out, but Sender can't overstay. He has to just pull out of the site. Respect the ult.
They have a little bit of utility and ain't much. Sender's got a touch of it. King, counter utility in place. Look at this. Seconds just pouring onto the post plant. And Vitality have so few options, they have to just make a go of it. And Leviathan are dragging this game back, pick by pick, kill by kill. Twisted can only do so much. They're making a damn good go. Oh, try as he might. King reigns supreme.
He just cannot be displaced. When they need him the most, King is consistently there to take them across the finish line. 12-12 now, and it's just played to utter perfection by him. The Rolling Thunder to delay. We'll see it here in the replay, I'm sure. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a retake. I think it's just a retake. It is. Some nasty shots through the smoke to be able to clear that out. But he has the Rolling Thunder crossing the link, pushing them back into the aftershock to further delay and make sure that that clock is just bleeding down.
What a game we have on our hands. I said it would be volatile, and it certainly is. These two teams are really nicely matched. It's such a rare treat. The resilience from Leviathan to bring it back to this point, huge. And now we go back in. Leviathan on the defending side, Vitality on the attacking side. It's OT, and a game of this caliber deserves it.
What's the delay on this Nano Swarm, though? They throw it out late. Fault line a little bit slow. If they've been able to couple that together, you would have had a lot more damage there on the Twistin. But good from Shy, expecting that Sova Dart to be coming through, so just delays the Nano.
Yeah, I like the early willingness to take a little bit of a challenge, burning up some of the utility on either side. I mean, Shy's been pretty much worked through at this point, so they can go back to what they intend. Taco noted on long, so protocol list for Vitality is quite good so far.
Just making sure that they're not being pressured. Just shutting down any forward aggression. Boombot as well, not going to get to reveal too much. Same with the Haunt. King just looks to continue anchoring, but Ping's coming down. They're expecting somebody in window, not necessarily for Shy to be this close up. Now they start looking for it. Shy looks away. He turns back, finds one, but it will be traded.
Oh no, Mazzino's been spotted. The paranoia is sending. He's blind and he's just so dazed and confused. He's in danger. Slips into the smoke while Morzy takes down King. The support system's gone, and now just one left to make a stand. Vitality taking it away from them in OT here for the first strike on the board.
Now they have that match point. Locked in, ready to go.
Not the first time we've seen that, though.
No, it is not. But that was not nearly as close of a round as you would like to see from Lev going into this OT. It's fairly clean, just Twistin getting taken down. Shy, good to be able to get that pivot, but just wasn't ready for the rest of Vitality rather to come rushing in. And now as we see the buys, Twistin is going for that glass cannon over on C, up in hand.
This is when your metal gets tested, though, if you're Leviathan. Some of their best approaching rounds on the attacking side have been pretty aggressive. Those B pieces finally got kind of thwarted towards the end. Very hard to go back towards that. It looks like Garage actually is the first port of call. Clearing through, they meet no resilience until now. Noting the operator, that's a worry, but they find Sender.
You do. Twistin is just getting pushed around this site. He hasn't found any stable spot to sit in. Just backs away. You know that he will have exited over towards the defending side, so they throw down the smoke. Don't want to expose themselves to any op shots. And now the plant can come through.
Bone Cold on the back lines. There is utility in the way, though, so does get to slip the first. Tries to clear Garage for them. Spots nothing so far. It is all players on C-Long.
He's not looking to try to take the fight there. He's expecting that they're all going to be pulled back away. I almost would have liked him to go for this kind of as an attention pull. Stop them from focusing in onto the site itself.
Paranoia.
They're onto the spike for now, holding it to half. Spam comes in, they interrupt.
Leviathan, this is great. This time not making mistakes. Twisten's found. 13-13 with a Prime Gaming, flawless. We go again.
Like I said, that first round, not nearly as close as you would like to see for Lev, only finding the 1 kill. This time, they bounce back and they get the flawless as we reset. Continue to go deeper. Yeah, not having any attention dragged away. You've just got 5 people sat at C-Long, spraying into a smoke. You're bound to kill those diffusers time and time again. Now we see, as Lev's gonna call a timeout, Owner wants to make sure that they walk away from this round on the defending half with a win.
Yeah, and the timeouts almost get reset in OT. You get one regardless. So, but Vitality can also have a conversation at the same time. So this actually isn't a complete negative in their regard either. They can have a conversation as to what they want to do because they have been now. I mean, they got away with that ninja defuse on C-Long, but again, do you want to depend on the fact that maybe the bullets don't get through the smoke? I'd love to have seen maybe Bone Cold or someone try and be disruptive towards that deeper C-Long post plant, but I still want to see what the plan is here, because again, they managed to do that when Twiston was on C, which again would have been one of the, I guess, danger players if you want to avoid the operator, still able to work that out. Rammed through the utility and Garage comfortably, didn't have anything to worry there, so again, that'll be in the second half of this second OT, but for now, Leviathan have been struggling a little on this side, so I want to see what their adjustment may be as well.
And you have to be a little bit concerned because last time Lev did call that timeout, we saw Vitality counter-strat them perfectly. It was the setup to just try to get King that orb over on C-Long. They triple stack it. They have the blades pop for the side of Twiston. They get the fault line across, and they just go ahead and kill 3 people right off the rip. Let's see if Vitality get a similar clean read this time around as Twiston just pushing past the nano.
Come
and
on.
there you go. Shy cannot get the kill this time around.
Yeah, that's a difference maker. Twiston still standing. Mazzino wants to deal with it quickly, and he does. Wonderful work. Gets away to the back of the side, and King is here.
So elusive. Needs to win this fight, though. Bone Cold will strike him down. Plays off that slight one-way decently well. Snazwer, however, does arrive. Luckily as well. Forced out into the open, but he takes the fight and he wins it. A clutch as Lev will take the lead and now have match point in their hands for the very first time.
So flamboyant, so aggressive to refight on that. The audacity. Taco's had a quiet game for his standard, but that fight at the end, again, swinging out here, reading it so well. That's a 1v2 he's worked out to finally give them the upper hand. That's the Taco you need to be seeing. That's been somewhat absent. That little spark or something has given them the upper hand here, but it's not over yet. 14-13, Vitality finally have the chance to answer back with their turn on the defensive side.
Again, back on the defense, though, Twiston going for the operator. Another glass cannon setup. Taco Leah backs away, eludes that paranoia cutting across, and get a decent amount of util out of the side of Vitality there just by applying some pressure in Garage. Twiston now going to be noted here in B. So just fan out and make sure that there's no forward pushes here over towards the A side.
Pretty telling anyway, the deeper utility, and bear in mind that Sender never got checked deeper in towards Garage. The utility towards mid has not been cleared. This is going to be, I don't want to say readable, but it should be understandable for Vitality. They still have Molesy here, they have Bone Cold towards A, they're in the right place, and they're clearing C-Long. So the information game currently, pendulum swing in Vitality favor. However, we've seen the explosive nature of Leviathan. Even with all the cards red, they are still dangerous. And they've got 40 seconds to play with here.
Clock down. Doesn't make it that much more scary when you do go for that site. Exactly, if somebody were to fall, much like that. Bone Cold opens it up, finds one. Now going to be stunned. Just wants to try to get a couple darts across, and Twiston watches for the lurk. Shy now taken down. The dart's going to find some decent chip damage.
A little bit on King, down to 85. Follow up, not going to find as much, but still there's 3 players. Double stack towards Hell it looks like, and a slip back towards Sewer for King. The crossfire has to be good. The trades have to be almost divine for Leviathan, or again, OT will be calling.
Right now what you're really hoping for is for King to be able to find 2 of these kills here as they push their way into the site, because that gives you the rolling thunder, but it's going to be Mazzino, and as we're finding 1, Twiston entries. The King gets 1 before getting taken down, and we are not done yet. Lev cannot close it here. It's going to be 14-14. Vitality, keep this overtime rolling.
I'd love it's so tricky because Leviathan to an extent then almost it's not a complete contact play towards A, but by the time they were really investing utility, they were already deep towards A long. They hadn't cleared the deeper utility towards Garage. They hadn't cleared that B utility, which allowed Twiston to note the player that was coming through that way. Again, it was a little bit of a more comfortable read for Vitality in this, even though it did still come down quite close. You can see the pressure is mounting on these players. And now the question is put again to Leviathan, for example. Can they keep doing this? Does Vitality have this depth as well? We wanted to find out how much depth these two teams have. This could be a long old game if it keeps going like this.
What's the OT record that Tom hold? Why not? Let's just break it.
Don't talk about it.
I'd rather have a long OT than a long tech pause.
That's true. That you know what? You're not wrong.
We're aligned on that. For now, just looking to go ahead and drone forward into garage. Turret going to be cleared. Twiston just hopes for a straight shot to connect. Vitality assessing the options here. Shuffling around, spike over to Molesey. They start checking over towards A. Takolia is waiting. Spotted neither player looking to take that fight aggressively.
And Twiston's being quite nasty here. He's waiting for those rotations to come in off the back of contact. Yeah, there's the punish. As soon as Mazzino wanted to try and support, get in position to rotate towards A, he was waiting for the punish on it. This is actually a really nice play. They're almost trying to counter what they were doing if there was an aggressive push down C long, but he actually gets rewarded on the punish of the rotation instead. Now they reset somewhat. 35 seconds. They still have a little bit of room to work with on B here. There's the smokes, there's the utility, and there they go towards the B site.
Flank getting ready to come in, but they also have this flank coming through right now from Bone Cold. He's managed to sneak in behind him. Destrian going to be the first one to fall, but the spike still gets planted. And Bone Cold unread at the moment in this position, and he's going to look to do maximum damage. Just waiting for his opportunity. There's a tap of the spike. He creeps in. The shots, they whip initially, but he still will eventually find Nazar. Now Takolia taken down. Able to answer back with one, with two. They still need so much more than this.
But they're not on the spike.
Shy's done it.
Vitality fighting so far ahead of where they needed to, maybe overheating a little, taking maybe earlier fights than necessary, caught in the middle of the window. But punished nonetheless, Leviathan take it to 15. Even with that lurk, even with that early pick, it all was starting to look good for Vitality. And then they crumble at the end, and Leviathan once again take the lead.
And this is the best way to start it off. They get rid of Destrian before he can TP out to safety. The paint shells, the nano swarm, they find the kills. That lurk from Bone Cold should have been everything. It should have been Vitality once again taking this to a map point. It's a little whiffy. He still manages to get that kill, but it's enough time for the comms to come through from Leviathan, make the call that he's approaching from that A link. King swings out, they find the kill, and then from there, it's nothing but shy. Crisp headshots coming through from him. And now Lev. Sala gonna be using their timeout as well as they look to keep themselves in this map and stop it from slipping away.
Yeah, I do see the statisticians in the background. So I do see Space and Co. discussing the longest OTs, the highest kill records, because this is getting towards that territory a little bit here. They seem somewhat inseparable, but it's by such fine margins. That's the mad part of this. It's very hard to separate these two, kind of taking turns now. This is that Vitality timeout, so maybe their turn to try and reinvigorate some of the errors that have been coming through into play. But I believe it is 1917 would be the, that'd be the OT record. I'm trying to look at this, 1816. I'm seeing a couple of numbers coming through. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't know yet. I don't know. It's not there yet. We're fine.
The longest at this event is that 1816.
Bloody hell.
Shout out to Space though. Of course, 1917 at a VCT event. It's the good old DRX versus FPX ascent.
The class. Oh, mid aggression. Hold on. We've not seen this yet. Twiston throwing in a little bit of mid pressure. Haven't seen them go for that look. Really, maybe, I don't know, maybe trying to buy a little bit of time on the default, burn some of that utility on the way in. Yeah, you're going to see a little bit of that sent through the Prowler invested for sure. But again, this default's been decent from Leviathan, but I still want to see a deeper check towards Garage if that was their intention. But it's not. They're still eyeing up this A site. Posturing up 3 players and committing them towards long, leaving 2 on the back lines and a 3-man walk down middle.
Shy, not sure how many he spotted. Either way, he's lucky to get away with his life. Small amounts of damage taken by him. Looks like Bone Cold going to be shifting out of heaven, getting himself onto the A side proper. Smoke comes in from Destrian, just trying to cut off anybody who wants to approach from short. Dart out, and that is a hell of a ping. Bolt line goes across, they get the haunt as well. Mosley tries to clear it, but he's completely paranoid right now. They both tuck that back around the backside of the site. Takalia arrives, finds one, tries to go for the short, he can't make it happen. Mosley picks up two, but there's King.
But it's a 2v2. After all that mayhem, it's still all even. We said inseparable. How much more can they do? King still standing, Shy still there, but for only a second, Sender sends him packing, and now a 1v2 for King. The readjust is nice. But can he divide and conquer these two players? An attempt at the bait on the TP keeps him paranoid. King now worried, but he wants to get proactive. Gets
He's got a Rolling Thunder!
It's a 1v1, and he does have his ult.
The ult is in. One more teleport pedestrian. But he's got to know that this Rolling Thunder is going to come at him. If he taps the spike, let's see if he can dodge it. He just takes the fight, and King wins it out! The IGL drags them across the finish line once more in a 16-14 victory. Leviathan will narrowly close out on their map pick of Haven.
Narrowly indeed. The crowd is elated. The pressure relieved from Leviathan because that game was close as hell. What resilience shown from Vitality in just map one. Seth, this is the series I've been looking out for. The Red Bull clutch at the end, but look at this work from King. When I saw it was King and Shy still alive, you know there's a chance in the audacity to take the fight on CT in a moment like this, and wins out, doesn't even have to use the ult. Man, I am just so impressed with them already.
Absolutely gorgeous play, but definitely I think a couple more mistakes, a couple more roadblocks than you might have anticipated given their propensity for playing on Haven. But now we got Pearl on the horizon, Lauren.
We certainly do, and that's what's coming up next, so do not go anywhere. This game is a barn burner.
Hey, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. Hey, I never care what the others do. I'm in the penthouse enjoying the upper view. Don't ever think that your lady is stuck with you. She pull up on me and told me I'm lovable. Don't do the cap, never been gullible. I've been a plug and I'm unpluggable. Been undefeated for like a month or two. Call me.com, that's www. Really feeling myself. This ain't the place to approach me. I ain't never been on a shelf. I save that space for the trophies. I'm running to it, we get it and laugh. We catch a dub and we running it back. I'm like a boxer that's training to fight, cause I wake up and punching to get to the bag. I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. I'm well. Yeah, prices keep on going well. Y'all still need to get you well. Nothing left to say, I'm well. Hey, look Look at the drip, I'm looking colorful. I took a chick, kiss her in front of you. We got the win, that is a W. I ain't your twin, but I've been W. Said it before, I say it again and again. The way that I work is incredible. Do all the talking you want, I don't want to hear it. Whatever you say is incredible. Me and the losers are just not relatable. Don't call my phone cause I'm still unavailable. I've been the greatest, it's still undebatable. Breaking the records and make them unbreakable. Blazing the spot, mad clean. Hate it or not, game 7, game tie, vaccine. I'm taking a shot, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. W, 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 W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W, 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 W. Well, yeah, prices keep on going well. I still need to get you well. Nothing left to say, I'm well. I'm well.
Wanna break my soul in two, 'cause I would die to give what I take. Illusions are still on my skin.
Welcome back, everyone. Honestly, I don't think that break was long enough for us to be able to gather ourselves, but I'm Yingsu. I've got Bren, Sideshow, and SK Rossi with me here. Rossi, talk me through what you thought of that game.
That game was all about King and Shy. I mean, how many rounds did King save for them? You know, it's just insane. Like, every round he just wins for them. And it was like King show.
Yeah, it really, really was.
No, I mean, that guy is just a freak. He's just a freak of nature. Like, going up on that stage in that fashion, but just look at how close this was as well. I mean, a classic combination of Leviathan going to OT on Haven and taking it 16-14 again.
Exactly the same as when they played against XN.
Yeah.
The same level of chaos and clutches and absurd moments and King stealing the show. I mean, it's just bonkers. It always happens on this map. And I feel sorry for the Vitality guys because the set plays, the mid-rounding, they had such awesome ideas, but they couldn't keep it going. The strat book ran out and that you could feel the tension, the pressure, the inexperience all mounting up.
I want to quickly talk about the pistol rounds as well. Of course, with that map, that means they've now officially lost 8 pistols in a row. Rossi, you know, you were on the 6 of those you were involved in. So what do you think is going on with them? Why are they losing so many pistols?
I think they're not gathered up or clumped up on the pistol rounds. You know, it's just like people peeking solo against 4-5 people. I think that's the part. I think like Vitality should just buy Sheriff. You know, they after every eco round on the eco round they just win. After the pistol round they just win like so many rounds, and the Sheriff is just so good.
I mean, I think they're going to be kicking themselves though as well, because you look at that stat, right, and how close that map was. Vitality, if you win a pistol round there, despite the fact that they were winning the rounds afterwards because of just sheer heroics as well, like in that one instance, I think in the first half, you win a pistol round, you win that map.
But there were so many other moments as well, though, that they could have won. You know, Bone Cold inside a smoke, and somehow Mazzino kills him. And listen, there were just so many moments that we could go over and over and over.
And let's go over one of those moments right now in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. Of course, this massive from Leviathan. I think it was a 2v5 they managed to win. And this was in regulation time, and it felt like, Brent, so long ago.
And this was just crazy as well, because up until this point, Vitality was so clean with the trading and being able to play off of each other. And it was that 2v5 that just didn't go their way. And Bone Cold, the decision there as well to just wide swing with the util out. Multi does a really good job of maintaining that kill there in Garage. But Shy is just like the finisher here, man. I mean, this guy has been so consistent as that final level, that final layer in terms of like when it gets down to that situation where it's just him or King, always bringing it to them.
Yeah, I think SK Rossi hit the nail on the head earlier. And while we were watching the match as well, you were saying this is all about the mental game now.
Yeah.
Because when it gets to that kind of point, Vitality clearly have the skill, the talent, and the strats, but they lost it. They didn't have the experience. And King and Shy did.
I mean, it's a 5v2. It's really hard to come back from that. And the scoreline is not like, it's not the beginning stage of the game. It's like the end stage of the game. And you lose a 5v2, and it's very difficult to come back from that. And it's all about the mental game from there.
Yeah.
I mean, one guy was really trying to keep them in the game over and over again is Twiston.
Yeah.
Here he is in the AIM Lab shoot-around as he is warming up for the next map. Ross, you know, earlier you said that the way that they could beat them is to kind of punish Twiston. Do you feel like they did enough of that?
No, I don't think so. Twiston was still stealing the show there. But, you know, like, there were two people from the other side. It's King and Shy.
Yeah. They just outdid him, I guess.
Yeah.
I think they had some really good ideas to set Twiston up, though. There was a lot of aggression, and it's coordinated. The set play that they had to punish the ult orb being picked up, where Twiston's up on top with his knives, that's awesome. Vitality, I think, played the better game on Haven, but they couldn't keep it together towards the end.
Yeah, it was always about the clutch rounds and the
clutch rounds.
The close situations. It's always, I think it's just the pressure.
And now I'm looking forwards as well, looking at Twiston as a player, right? Because the guy is pretty new to the big stage like this. He's putting up unbelievable numbers as well for someone who is kind of new to this kind of pressure and global stage. But when you lose in the fashion that you did on map number 1, heading forwards, you got to keep it together. And that is going to be the next big test for Vitality, because you cannot think about map 1 and how close you were to claiming it. You just have to solely focus and reset the mental heading into Pearl. And that can be so difficult to do with like a newly formed team like this.
I want to talk about with you, because we are heading into Pearl, and Rossi, you guys kind of got smashed on map 1, 13-4, but then you did come back.
Yeah.
So how do you come back into this?
I think it's all a mental game. When we lost the first game, you know, our coach is like, what you guys are doing? This is not how you guys play. And they're just like, yeah, this is not how we play. On the big stages, you need to be very confident, very bold, and just group up together and keep hitting sides. And together on this stage, it's all about like trust each other and just go together and just win the game.
Yeah, I'm really... I think Vitality are going to be kicking themselves, because I'm looking at that map graphic, and honestly, when things go to map 3, it's not going to get any easier. No. I don't think Haven looked as good for Leviathan, and they let it slip away from them. I think they're going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're planning like a trap play. You win Pearl here, you take it to that map 3, and it goes to Ascent. It doesn't matter if you in your heads you were like, we wanted them to pick this, we are counter-stratting it, because Leviathan are just that good. I don't know if we hammered it home enough at the beginning, before this match. They are unbelievable on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl was also the map that they dropped as well. Are you guys surprised that this is where we're going to go? Vitality wanted to go there.
Yeah,
out of all the other choices?
I mean, I think the map pool is just so weird for this match, frankly. But I think that it's set us up for an insane game. So I'm hoping that we get to see all the classics. Twiston coming out and really getting on fire with his jet. And I want to see the continuation of this from King. The final moment where he's just stepped up.
Oh my God.
Just pure, I don't even know what the emotion is on his face, just dominance. His iron will over the course of that map, I think he's going to extend into it. He just forced Vitality to bend the knee. It was absurd.
That was just pure ego, I think. That's just like, I am better than all of you.
Yeah.
No, just an insane. That shot at the end as well. I mean, just looking upon his kingdom and seeing all that he had conquered. I mean, the guy is just...
I'm convinced he has a divine right to rule.
It seems
I'm
like
down
it, right?
with that. I'm down with that. Yeah, we're all the citizens of King's Kingdom. There you go. There is something there. Give me some time. Give me some time. We are going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select soon. But again, Ross, you know, you've played against Vitality already. What are some of the, you think, strong and weaknesses they have here?
I think the B long, they always, as a defenders, Vitality have a flash peek ready always. Like every time we try to hit B long, there's always one of us used to die because of their flash peek. That their timing is really good. I think that will be a thing for them.
Something to look out for. Well, no changes it looks like when it comes to the Agent Select at least.
Oh wow, but we do get that head-to-head battle between the Jets this time. Literally just brute forcing it out, you know, Twiston versus Taco Leah. It's going to be interesting to see if Taco doesn't have a bad beginning like he did at the start of Haven that we just witnessed.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it much because it didn't end up mattering, I guess, for the map overall, but Taco had a really rough beginning, and he only woke up by the time he got to OT. He can't do that here.
Well, speaking of OT, I hope that Achilles and Pansy have had a nice rest and are ready for another potential overtime. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm down for it. I mean, what else do we have to do? So
yeah,
and I think the desk had such a good way of characterizing that game that I do think overall Vitality had a really good approach to it. But then just between Shy and King,
the clutches were insane. I mean, what are you gonna do against that? I mean, a couple blunders there from the side of Vitality, but I mean, widely the calls of mid-rounding was quite solid. They just kept getting outdone. at the very ends of those rounds. But now we get ready to go back into Pearl, something that we have seen from both of these teams here. Crucially, one of the maps that, that Global was able to take away from Vitality. We'll see if they've been able to workshop this and really clean it up. Leviathan in their own right, 13-11 versus Zeta when they knocked them out of the tournament, so wasn't necessarily a one-sided affair by any means.
No, that was with Sugar Hero, though. That was a
Fair
game
point.
and a half. But
Well, now they have to play this without Twisted.
yeah, we did want to see Taco heat up early and actually get into the game earlier on. Yes, he activated an OT. I want to see him find that impact here. Him on the Jet, I think he looks way more comfortable overall than the Raze, if I'm honest. I think
for
it
sure.
suits him hands down way better.
I mean, he's played it, what, now 11 times, something to that figure, so it's not been a big experience agent for him. The Jet very much should be, lend itself to a lot more comfort for Taco Leo.
Can't wait to see what he does with it. But on the other side, Vitality, those losses, even in those moments, so difficult because it was that damn close, but very strained start. No one wanted to overstep here, but that confidence going to be building off that first pick. Taking down Twiston is a huge scalp to claim.
The thing I am looking for from Taco Leo is a bit of an improved performance here on this map, because when they did beat Best Zeta, crushing that first map of Ascent, and then wasn't finding that much value. Okay, King just eats all of that damage, but it doesn't matter, still finds Bone Cold. Pedestrian's able to trade back too. Man advantage there for the side of Lev. Plant does come in. Sender playing out from B-Link needs to really help keep Destrian protected.
Yeah, Sender needs to really create a nice crossfire here. Has to just kind of commit the all RCT. That paranoia that someone could be coming late middle has been the death of him, and Leviathan clearing perfectly. I love the little set piece they had in play to try and clear through B-Link there. That worked quite well, but even still finding value on the site, Leviathan's still doing damage, and once again, Vitality's inability, it feels, to win pistols has come back to haunt them.
Now, where are we at, 0 and 9?
Something like that, something horrific.
Something to that effect.
Yep.
Not been great, but again, let's see if they can go ahead and convert this, because those ever dangerous Sheriffs are going to be coming through. Sender himself not looking to pick one up. He was one of the really big factors in that split game. The Sheriff in hand. Nope, never mind. He's got it. The call's been made. The Sheriff Savants, I believe, as we deem them on the desk. Let's see if they can get it done once more.
But if you're Leviathan, you've got to be so readily available for this. It's so characteristic of this side now. Early flash will give away Sender's position, but not exactly the end of the world. You can see Twiston trying to test towards R early on. A little bit of a split towards A potentially. Plenty of bodies in between here and there, though, and a whole boat of utility, too.
Turret playing contact to try to swing off that one. Nebula does come up. Suppress out on the Nazwort. Just clears the haunt. Can wait this out, and then we'll have those flashes available yet once more. Ash now gone. Dog's going to be sent over. Will spot Senders. There's still somebody lingering around A. Was able to go ahead and pick up that ult orb as well. Get it one step closer towards having lockdown available.
Yeah, and they deal with utility pretty early on if you're Vitality. They've cleared well through up, but now they start to deal with the players in the place. Deep Flash will confirm attendance and actually does connect pretty well on this. Taco almost overextending towards A main, but again, you want to see him confident. You want to see him taking that space as he's done well. Doesn't even get to be punished on it either. Falls away freely towards Pit, and still none of Vitality able to close down towards him.
Couple spams through. Taco Leo will be taken down. Has to go for the reload there. Dangerous spot. A brief moment from Shy as Twiston will wrap around the side. Gets that headshot across and gets another one. Shy dead. King will again be there to finish the job, but fantastic amount of damage dealt here from the side of Vitality, getting rid of 3 of these weapons.
Again, they always seem to find the small successes in these second rounds, but bigger picture, Leviathan off to the start that they needed. You got Taco way more activated this time. King still putting up that performance we want to be seeing from map 1. I just want to see what happens if Taco keeps this level of confidence high, because I think that's the one missing factor that could set Leviathan that one step ahead here. Yes, we know that Twiston is exceptionally good, but we had a very missing Taco on the first map, and they're still able to overcome the opponents. So if he is able to find this form, feel that confidence early on, that's where my eyes really tend to go towards. And similar scenes here, but again, the bonus round here quite light in regards to what Leviathan have. Spectres, Stingers, and a couple of Sheriffs coming out. So the question gets posed, how clean do Vitality keep this with their rifles and the light armor beside them? Oh no, Taco! He's been set up for success. cheeky as you like, slippery as ever. And that's 2 rifles gone, and they are very much collectible late round.
Yep, as they go ahead and drift away, back over towards shop, into B. Go ahead and pick them up. So far, they're still showing some apprehension of pushing that position, and it seems like it's actually quite wise, because they're doubling back at least to push their way in through mid-link. King with a nice little jiggle will go ahead and spot him out. Does get tagged down to 62. They still garner a great deal of information.
You could see the pings earlier on from Leviathan that there was a chance that someone had slipped through towards kind of, the mid-connector, go down towards water, but no one actually had. Now they've backfilled it a little, play some utility, but it gives them a fair fight towards the site, somewhat. A 3v2. There is still King here, and maybe it outweighs his singular value. Destrian trying to close in towards long, but again, wall still there. Not going to be easy. 15 seconds now. They're running out of time.
They are, and looks like they're wearing this position. They do spam it out. King was trying to lurk, didn't go for the destruction on that 0.9 because he wanted to try to hide his positioning, but Shy and Nazwer, they go ahead, they storm their way in. They're going to go ahead and convert this bonus. 3-0 start now for Leviathan.
And 2 rifles taken into this round. Actually, I think it was 3 at the end potentially. I'm not 100% sure. But again, winning out in every way that they wanted to. Yeah, got a little dicey at the end there, a couple of casualties, sure, but you'll suffer through that, considering your purchase was nothing. It's off the back of this slippery little play, just sitting tucked in off the back of the contact as soon as they came through Art, which was a high priority area that Vitality have been trying to address early on. So a nice little counter from Leviathan.
All right, that's a new look from Owner.
That's a gif. That's a gif right there. And the buyback here is atrocious for Vitality. They're really suffering under the weight of this, and already Taco, Operator, is out and about, and not shy to make, make a little noise with it either.
Okay, just the one tag there on Destrian through the wall. Obviously no healing available. The Skyless composition is Bone Cold's just trying to clear the turret. Kings is now you're not allowed to play this position at all. Really good early damage already out here on one of the Vitality members. Twisted with this, Judge needs to be able to get into close quarters. He's got the dash, it's at the ready, pushes in. And Taco's just gonna back away, doesn't even want to try to challenge holes, and that's wise.
Yeah, smart choice. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome. They can potentially play for a retake here. They still have good information on the back lines. The chip damage has been achieved, but they still need to get past these players. So again, that Operator should take somewhat of a back seat in this. It's going to be hard to clear those close corners that Twiston, for example, is trying to lock down. Needs support, though. He can't be doing this alone. Let's see if he does have that support on the way through. Smoke invested to allow for the cross. The timing's great. Twiston, Judge back to hand and ready to go.
Yep, they just have to pull away from this position. They don't want to try to challenge it anymore. They're going to try to get him from the other side, and the flash timing is perfect. Taco finds a headshot, but Bone Cold answers back. 3 members left on either side. The post-plant util, however, looking very weak for the side of Vitality. They're just holding this up to half now. They pull off of it. Both players on all sides really dangerously low. There's the headshot. The hold's coming through, but Sender's got it. The 3K to drag them across the finish line. They somehow make it work.
Vitality, please. What the hell is that? Sheriff's out, a Marshal to the Judge backside. Bloody hell, have a watch of this Red Bull clutch again. Twiston, yeah, dirty with it on the quick shot there, but Bone Cold still doing great damage at the start, but it was Sender at the end. Oh, that's a Vitality round if you've ever seen one. Scrappy as you like. Now, it does quell the, I guess, the swell of the money that could have happened here for Leviathan, but they're still able to buy back into this. So right back into the thick of things, and early work from Taco. Sees nothing in middle, and they have been exploring towards Art as a high priority place, right? That's what we've been seeing. So this could be quite indicative. This is a heavier A piece, but again, let's see how much they read into this one. Do they re-clear through Art? Do they continue to keep someone postured up on that with that Sky?
Lockdown, Cosmic Divide at the ready. Good tools to get themselves safely into the site. Orb snatched up there from Molesy just to try to get even closer towards that null command as well. There's the divide. Prowler leads in, flash over the top. Dash in right up close, Twisted getting ready to push out of the smoke. Nazworth's the first one to fall. Snaps on, but Taco answers back. Mazzino as well, finding 2, and they will just go ahead and shut them out of this push.
You don't get fair fights against Leviathan. They fight as a team. The trades are gorgeous. See what I mean?
Oh, no.
You don't get a fair fight on them. Leviathan Leviathan play as 5 strong. Every single fight is there. Every single trade is there. The fact that Taco was able to get away, tucked in towards a site like that, while you had someone like Mazzino bailing him out as well. It's just perfect. It's so hard to break down, even with that divide in place. Look at the push and pull here. As soon as they're trying to clear that close angle, you got the swing coming through from A-Link. It's just gorgeous to watch. And as said, Leviathan, you're not going to find easy picks towards them. They are in just perfect positioning here. That's how you stabilize, though. I think that was 4 standing at the end. Rifle's going to come across, and it crushes Vitality right back down to Sheriffs.
This is just Naswer who ends up dying in that round. Vitality now going to be calling this early timeout. Put themselves in that 3-round deficit, and they want to look to course correct right now. So make the call. We have some kind of plan here going into this attempted eco round. And then also set the stage for what they can anticipate going into the next buy. Twistin does have those blades available, so we can expect to see him pop those. Can potentially have an immense amount of impact with it.
Absolutely, but we are very much seeing Leviathan with a little caveat now that you get Taco there. So it's a whole different puzzle that's been presented to Vitality that they have to deal with him as well. Because before, as I said, it wasn't as much of a threat. Yes, you had King doing really well. Shy, I will always just call him just, the rock of the team, the safest pair of hands. He's always good for it. But now you've got to deal with Taco, and that's a different kind of protocol list that they have to address, because this guy is getting super slippery with it. You're seeing him warming in. Must feel nice to have actually a really good start in this game after really struggling on that raise. Mentally for him, this should be good. And we wanted a counter to Twistin, right? Someone to maybe slow the roll down a little bit. Let's see if maybe Taco is going to be that player.
Blitz at the ready. Taco just hugging back here behind the screen. Looks like they just want to see if they can spot anybody out there on the site. Knew that there wasn't going to be an operator on the opposing side, so didn't go for the shop up draft play. Though Hattie actually probably could have been able to catch Taco.
This is almost an indicator of what we saw before, right? The Nanoswarm clears down towards the end of B-Link, but this time looking to get that double door pressure going through. The Prowler should find Shy, and this should be the swing off the back, but actually Leviathan not really being too affected, just having to respect the smokes as it stands. Vitality gets space. They work for it, though. They've had to put a lot of utility early into this, but now I need to see them convert that towards a site, and you can see the counter to this. Taco taking space elsewhere. It's going to be towards ramp. It's going to be towards B-Long. Does get the pressure on, but again, they've taken over mid here. This is really tricky for Leviathan to feel comfortable with.
Okay, little whiffy there from King. Still puts Sender down to 5 HP, though. It's not going to be the greatest concern, but Shy was able to confirm that at least one person got through that mid position. Now should anticipate that the majority of the players have, and yeah, should have been enough to at least spot 1 or 2. Taco just looks to hold close. Dash in, the blades connect. Twistin gets the headshot. That could just be the entry done. Zeno now stuck in a bad spot, does trade 1 before getting taken down. Spike has to be recovered though, and yeah, they're running out of time.
They got to get this down now. Shy gets from above. This guy is impossible to remove. Safe pair of hands, an explosive play. Leviathan once again handling Vitality. In those final couple of seconds there, Seth, it looked like it could have been Vitality finding what they needed. They cleared the site. They'd done what they had to off the back of that man, Twistin. 2 critical kills. And then Shy answers back in kind, and then more.
I mean, he already got a Verizon high speed. Might as well give him the reflex as well. With plays like that. This guy, full comfort is, I mean, Otis just bouncing up and down in his seat.
Look, you want to see how well Secretlab's chairs are made. I mean, that's a pretty telling sign. That
some
man
abuse.
is pulling it apart, but 5-1, buy back in for Vitality. We do see the operator into play for Taco again. See how that looks in his hands. Couple of ults now sitting with Vitality trying to implement, but already that denial is huge. That's half the map of their access points denied here.
Yeah, and they know that they consistently have been challenging for position, trying to, just gain all of that space in art. So they say, okay, we just throw the pit down, cut off that access point, which makes A that much more unassailable. So again, it's going to be Vitality turning their eyes towards B site. This time, though, Taco Lia, he's got another operator in his hands.
They're ready
Box
for it.
One, there it is.
But they're not ready for it being that quick. This guy is like bottled lightning when he goes off. And he's pushing up for a bit more. Has to respect it now. The lockdown's going to be there. How long does he try and linger? How long does he stand?
Pretty
He's
damn
rejecting.
long. Gets another one. Twistin taken out, and that puts them down to 3 players. He's going to try to make his way out of here, and he just narrowly does avoid getting detained. Space gained The plant can come through.
Good choice.
One spotted. Can he win out on both?
Mozzie making the right choice here. He had to have done that. He had to take some space because they didn't have CT. It wasn't safe. Going back around, Vitality winning out the fights they need. Now just 2 alive. It's a 2v3. Spike planted. Time on Vitality's side finally. Oh, but Taco! This guy is different. That's 3 kills already. He could be on for the ace.
He could be. He's going to go ahead and grab a rifle. They hear the shot from Sender. He gets the 4th. The 5th not quite going to come through. Sender puts him down on the ground, brings it now to a 1v1. But he's looking the wrong way. Gets a read of it. But now they're running out of time as we're just trying to bait him in here, make sure that he can't carry this gun forward. At this point, it's not going to happen, but as well, will not be able to escape. The spike will explode. The op will be left on the ground. And Vitality will narrowly scrape by the 2nd round victory.
Almost a massacre at this man's hands. At first was just unthinkable. The audacity to double dip, and then this shot just, filthy. But credit to Vitality to still running them down on the clock, playing it perfectly at the end, desperate to play to that tune of the timer. 5-2, they get the 2nd on the board. They break the trend. They break the run of rounds. There's no 3 on the trot now. But the buy's still here for Leviathan, and they still have a couple of ults to play with themselves. 1 still left with Vitality, but a lighter purchase, light armor. That's all they can really offer into this round.
And again, heavy focus from both teams over towards mid. Taco just holding, trying to just jiggle around, try to get the spot on him, but it's going to be Bone Cold taken down. And you mentioned that operator, or rather that ult being available. That's the ult gone.
Yeah, and he can just dip away here. They still have support systems in place. King can kind of backfill that role. He's now slipped through towards Art. He is omnipresent in this map. He wants to be the instigator of all of this mayhem. Twisted on the other side seems a bit cautious. I think he's feeling this out now. Does not like what he's seeing. Try and just hold for a second, pause for thought, see if they can punish any over-aggress.
I think the dog spotted Twisted as well. They're still wary that somebody will be lurking. They're in Art, flash up over the top. Give them all the confirmation that they need. From here, this Vitality, how do you decide to approach this? Not having the Nightfall try to escort your way into the site could prove to be very brutal.
Rather than peeking towards Art, sitting a little deeper, Leviathan giving him just that little bit of room, having to respect this round. Now, Vitality have fought hard for this space.
30 seconds left.
Zeno sat here on the site, looking for the wallbang attempt. He's trying to answer back in kind, but angle's just a little bit off. Mostly changes it up, and Zeno does get knocked down to 33. King gonna be finished off.
Yeah, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Clears towards pit. Destrin's done well there. That's Mazzino gone. But does he recheck this? If he repeaks this, he's in danger. Up and over the top! Taco trying to get a little nasty with it, and Leviathan just crushing Vitality, and Twisted alive, and he's still behind the divide. He has no idea, but the reveal, he finds Shy, but he has to take down Taco.
Taco
crashing forward!
Oh, the right click!
You wanted a counter to Twister, you got it in Taco. We've finally seen what's taken him down, someone willing to challenge, and someone willing to best him.
And it's such a bold maneuver, but he plays it to absolute perfection. Just rushes him down. Knows that holding the angle with the operator is just not gonna be good enough. It's a bit rough. I mean, Mazzino swinging out without having that flash to escort from Nazwer is definitely a big risk. He gets punished for it, but man, does Takolia make up for it. I mean, already, Lauren, just look at his stat line, 15, 5, and 2. You can tell that this man is very well at home with the Jet.
100%, but you look at who else is around the map with him. You got King, who's been playing perfectly towards B, being a really nice anchor towards that B-Link side. There's that ult we've been waiting to see come out. I wonder how much value it finds, because it looks like Twiston was up for the challenge there, but Shy having to respect this fall away, but he takes a body with him.
Just brutalized. Takolia does fall, but there's a push in. Nazwer swings in and also guns down Molesey. The attempt at the Thrifty really starts falling apart. Bone Cold does have an operator, but see if he can find one. He can't. Shot goes up top, up high. It's just Sender getting pinched on as Leviathan continue to run away with this map, with this half.
They are in fine form right now, Seth. This is a different looking Leviathan from map 1. Got a little too close for comfort, and now they're fighting fire with fire, and Leviathan seem to be burning a little hotter. 7-2, and you've got to see the rounds from Vitality here a little sporadic. unable to string much together, not getting the ults at the right time to try and complement them either. The little utility setups we've seen them trying to invest, not finding the value to be able to springboard off it. Someone like King's been wonderful at holding still towards B-Link. You've got now Shy occasionally coming over towards that mid-connector. Totally different look this time though. As already Taco taking a couple of brave steps towards middle here.
Vitality desperately need to get a fire lit underneath them. Run back these last three, make it a 7-5 half. You and I were talking about it during the break. The concern about coming to this map again after they dropped it to Global Esports. Have they managed to fix the mistakes that were there? Not sure if that's the case, or really right now it seems like Lev have just studied it and they know exactly what Vitality wants to do every single round. But if they can't rebound here, it feels like going over after the halftime should just be a one-sided affair.
Still, trying to pressure these double doors has not really netted them what they wanted long-term. Again, this is what I credit King for. He's been a constant nuisance at trying to keep that under wraps, allowing the freedom then on the rest of the extremities to come through. Someone then like Taco can start, you know, pressuring through by art, which is done already. A pick towards middle.
Okay. Oh. Squeaky bum time there for Shy. Knockdown 36.
30 seconds left.
The clock getting run down. Divide comes out. That should leave no illusions as far as where they're intending to play this, and there you go. Lockdown invested. They will be able to get this plant off, but they still have to back out of the site. Taco finds Sender on the lurk.
That's a big element removed now, because Taco is good at clearing towards long. We've seen it just moments ago, and the first glimpses now. Does miss the first attempt at it, but a tap on the spike's going to draw the attention and draw the fire, but this time it's not just a tap, it's a hold. Shy has finally been denied off it, but there's the danger back in. Taco's going to make more impact, and it needs to happen now. The defuse, they can't deny it!
And they will just go ahead and steal this one right out from under their noses yet again. Taco, another 4K round for him. Thought maybe he'd have the ace. He wasn't looking to over-aggress for it. He wants to hold on to the operator. He also really just continue to bank up that cash. But, I mean, this opening kill, we didn't get to see it on screen. Taking down Molesy, just that narrow sight line. And he's just playing like a man possessed up in his hands on the jet. It seems like there's nothing that can be done to slow him down.
I mean, caged away on the first map, not feeling comfortable on the agent he was playing, finally gets that release, finally gets the go-ahead and says, hey, have at it, do what you want, and he's absolutely doing that. The support systems are great as well. It's all there for him. And a little bit of a switch up again this time. Look at this new adjustment. We're going to have King sitting towards ARP this time. You're going to have the Sky combination trying with Shy maybe. I don't know how I feel about it, but right now it's looking good. Destrian gets just thrown to the wolves.
Just charging in, just trying to break something open over at doors. Ends up dying. Sender with a nice kill, of course, with the Sheriff. It does get rid of Mazzino, so there goes the rest of the Nebulas in the round here for the side of Leviathan. So a bit more space to work with, perhaps, for Vitality. Lockdown going to be used as well, just to try to flush them out of this site so they can get in safely and get that plant down. But used by King, not perfectly landing, so they've got a really good avenue to just push forward and avoid getting clipped.
Yeah, but Twiston's just carrying on. And maybe thinking he had a little bit more time on that, but absolutely not. The cross being watched as well. That's not an easy point of access, but 5 HP and Sender.
Oh,
the
turret is set up.
turret's got him. That's lovely. Very heads-up play. No plant until now.
Do get it rolling through. Taco Leah dashing ready. There's the Prowler, instantly cleared. 2 towards Art, 1 on the site. One cold. Trying to escape. They spot him, they gun him down. That's 3 for Shy. Cloudburst comes up. And the spike. Oh, the Nanoswarm will deny a little bit more. It's just not quite planted for them, and Shy just charges in to clean up for 9 rounds now locked in for Leviathan, who are running away with this defending side.
Maybe Vitality burning the candle at both ends on map 1, giving it everything they had, and now sadly into map 2. Vitality looking a little flat here, not able to get the grip on the game, and you're seeing Taco dropping 20 and 1/2. This guy is just absolutely unchained, but you've got to also then note in this round, Shy having a whale of a time. As said, there are 3 superstars right now, at least on this team, that are stepping up in some individual moments. King, that last map, Shy every map, he's always good, and then Taco now joining. You've got 3 heavy hitters, finding form, and Vitality now are being doused by this.
You just haven't needed to have King have that same impact from the last map. Clearly everybody way more comfortable coming into this Pearl. They've got that warm up, that nail biter map out of their way. And for now, Leviatana breathing easy. Push out, Taco's good for the kill. Destrian immediately out of there, and again, that is going to be the smoke squad. The Nebula, he gets the leg on the Twistin as well.
This
just to further weaken them.
He can do no wrong. And is that another tag on Twistin?
Smoke.
Okay,
Viper,
it's
I
fine.
believe.
Oh my god. They are just now holding on to things. They've just about got stability on the site for maybe getting a plant here. Twistin does go down to 3 here. Send a Molzy Bone Cold. Do you have something left in the tank? There is a flank on the way. This is maybe an inevitable crunch coming in, but Vitality now hyper-focused towards Taco, waiting for it to spring.
He was out of the way. He did not get spotted by the alarm bot, so they might not know that it's coming. Sender does do well to find one more, but Mazzino now stepping up. Bone Cold needs to get the clutch. The knife's whipping. He gets the kill. There's the bite to try to flush him out, and it's just burning him down.
He's so confused.
He didn't know where he was.
He was so confused. King's flank was from nowhere. Had no idea.
He should have just enough time.
Yeah, he's fine. He should be fine.
Down to the wire, couple seconds remaining. But you can see that right now, the comms, they're getting shaken up. That alarm bot not triggering on that flank adds to the confusion of where that snake bite comes from.
I have to say, long story short, Leviathan, there were rumors, there were whispers, you know, the scrim bucks about this side were at an all-time high. And I think we're seeing exactly as to why Taco on 21 kills on the half here. This is a performance he's putting on a show, so don't go anywhere.
Wow, what a show it is, Pansy and Achilles, thank you very much. Rossi, it feels like everything is going Leviathan's way. They just can't lose anything.
It's Taco's world, we're just living in it. The way he played the first game, he was very quiet. And after that overtime, he just started feeling himself, you know, started getting some kills, and now it's just, he's just popping off. He's just getting every kill. Every time the first kill goes for Taco.
It is crazy. When he played against Zeta Division, he got shut down. He went 3-6 on the defense side. And now he's got 21 kills on the defense side.
Right?
Yeah,
and it loops back to what we were talking about prior as well. You know, not only about this Jet head-to-head, but about, you know, the kind of level of experience that's needed to be able to come back after that map 1 when you know you should have won it.
Again, when he played against Zeta on defense, he had 81 ACS. Taco's performance is making all of the difference between why Pearl now looks unbeatable, because you can't get past Taco.
And we were singing the praises of players like King and Shy being the difference makers for them to pull it through on Haven. They're not even needed on this map. They haven't been needed because Taco has just been taking charge of the situation. He's been dominating from top to bottom.
And Rossi, it feels like after what happened in the last map, Vitality, they just can't get out of that mental state.
Yeah, it's like it still haunts, right? It was your map. It was very close, and Vitality could have won it, and they know it. And when the pressure starts building up, when they start losing the Pearl map, they realize that we could have won the first map and the momentum could have gone our way, but it's not anymore.
Yeah, and everybody on Leviathan is pumped up. Everyone's playing off the crowd. The crowd is going nuts to it too. And I think all of this is going to be weighing onto Vitality. Remember, the Vitality can see what you're seeing here. They can see King going nuts and standing up. They can see the crowd chanting in their ears and supporting the opposing team.
And this is something that you'll never really be prepared for without just that event experience, something that Vitality are only just getting now.
Well, Vitality, they need a miracle here, but Pansy and Kilios, we've seen it before. Will we see it here?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. I mean, look, if there was ever a time to win a pistol round,
now please.
This damn well is it.
Oh, man.
And as you can see, Leviathan only dropping 1 so far.
The odds aren't great, Seth. The odds, you know, there's something about the numbers there that tell me this is worrying.
It already sucks to potentially get eliminated from this tournament. It would suck even more to get eliminated from this tournament after going 0 and 10 in pistols.
Oh god, Twistin's in danger. He can't actually get away. The overrun Shy mows him down. And Taco's on the site. Leviathan are rolling through him already.
The scouting is just absolute perfection. Molzy will be able to trade 1 back.
Good fight, good fight.
And on to Shy as well to make it limit even, but they're just running at him. And suddenly Destrian's the last man standing.
It's just a death ball, and Destrian, bless his heart. They are a little wounded. King down low, gets a fair fight on 1!
Swings.
But you never get a fair fight.
0 and 10 in pistol rounds here at Lock-In, Lauren.
Oh, it's a bad time to not be good at pistols. It's a bad time that is a bit of a problem. But, hey, caveat to that, they are really good at these second rounds when they just get sheriffs and get kind of weird with it. There's still a little bit of danger. They're not completely out of the woods, but Leviathan are just growing strength by strength. It's very hard to stop this now. We've got 2 rifles coming out. Taco and Chai both getting on the rifles now. Vandals in hand, sheriffs and marshals. Give me something here, Vitality. Let's see it.
Sign of life, a willingness to fight back. The ability to fight back would be great to see. From how this series started with the absolutely insane overtime on Haven, it felt like surely Pearl was also going to deliver. Unfortunately, it seems Vitality. Gas is running low in the tank right now. Util around the back, spots out Bone Cold. He's gonna have to reroute through shops, join in through that B link.
There's no subtlety to this now. All in towards B. A 5v5 on the site. And a little bit of caution being shown by Leviathan, not getting overwhelmed here just yet. Chipping away slowly at Vitality. Now Sender and Bone Cold, well, you know, a little worse for wear, but still standing. And now they go. Taco picks up the pace. Only a ghost by his side, but he's feeling well enough to do it. Vitality trying to do some damage back, but nothing really connecting just yet.
Taco just waiting to see if he can see some shots coming out from that lane.
There it is.
Twistin, yep, gets the headshot. And that's exactly what we're wanting to see. Vitality not going down without a fight. Spike now here on the ground does get picked up. A little bit of damage out. The man to trade it back though, Shy again, coming up with 2. And now we find Naswar in a 1v2. And Sender will go ahead and send him to his grave. They pull it off again, Lauren. I don't know how, but they manage to win out the eco round to keep themselves afloat.
And they sneak away with 2 of the rifles. That's huge for them. Look, Vitality, maybe not that first round, but the second, they do really well at. So they've given themselves a chance. And I'll say it's a slim chance because the climb back into this game would need no pop-off rounds from Taco, no clutches from Shy, no, you know, quiet heroics from King. And that feels like it's inevitable, but prove me wrong, Vitality. See if you can activate Twistin, get Sender into this game. Let's see what we can get going here, because as it stands, you've got a long road ahead of you, a marathon of a game to turn this around.
I mean, it would be one of the greatest comebacks that we've seen, at least certainly at this tournament, the best one. But it would definitely go down in history, but that double swing, managing to find a single elimination. Molsey quick on the reply, but Destrian taken down. Molsey's doing his damnedest, but he's only able to find 1. Now that's going to be a weapon here in the hands of King.
Down.
But Spike is down, as you say.
Okay, trying to buy a little bit of time, but Mazzino's got a little bit of room to work here. Sender expects it, but seems nervous, looks worried, backs away, and rightly so. He's on his own here. Twistin's over by Pit. He is not able to help him yet. Spike is recovered, and Twistin trying to creep a little closer.
They're wary of this, but the wall bang looking good. They take him down so low, but Shai just swings the corner. He takes him out of the fight, and this would be a tragedy if they convert this. 1v1, a lockdown at the ready. Does he decide to use it?
Oh my God, Shai!
He doesn't even need it.
Anything Vitality can do, Leviathan can do better right now. 12-3, they turn it right back around. And it's no longer just map point, it's match point. And Vitality now are clutching at straws. They get 2 rifles on. They have 1 away from the ult on Sender, 1 away from Molsey, but none ready to be played into such a pivotal round. Leviathan on the verge of crushing them now.
And that should just be the breath ripped away, rather, from Vitality. 2 rifles, a Ghost, a Sheriff, a Spectre. They try to keep themselves in this. Molsey does manage to grab the ult orb over by A. Null Command is at the ready. Sender just 1 off having that lockdown. But instead, he's going to be staring into the face of the attacking lockdown. Shy slaps it on the ground as they continue to inch their way up towards the B site. The full rotation coming across. Null Command out from Molsey. And a nice opening kill from Sender, but it's quickly traded back.
Yeah, good trades, but look at the weaponry again. Still Sheriff, still bits and pieces. Molsey's gone down. It's a 4v3 standing. Bone Cold, Twist, and Destrian Where's your way in here? What is going to get you back into this round to try and get away from this? The spike's still not planted yet. They haven't found full safety on this. Now allowing enough time for the res to come back up. We're at a 4v4.
They res him, he's instantly tagged back down to 22, and they finally get the spike planted within the pit. Flash goes across. Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well. Mazzino just really looking to end this right here, right now.
They still have to dig them out along, and Twiston is desperate for it, but Leviathan not falling for their games, not sweating on the plant just yet. But now the spam comes out, it's found the first.
And there's the Nano Swarm to take down Bone Cold. It seems like Lev should be able to end things right here, right now. Destrian desperately trying to flush them out, trying to hunt them down. But there is nothing to be found other than death and demise. Vitality fall. 13-3, Leviathan can hold their heads high in front of the crowd as they knock out the EMEA representation.
Really wonderful game from Leviathan. Glad we got to see that side of Taco, but for me, again, have to say, Shy is marvelous. Absolutely incredible in his form.
Across both maps, performing at an incredibly high level. Yes, Taco, this was his map by all means. He ran this lobby, but Shy was right there, also leading the charge this whole way throughout. Through all of those overtime rounds in that 16-14 Haven, and then this absolute decimation of Vitality at the 13-3.
But roll your minds back to map 1. Vitality put up a marvelous game.
Absolutely.
There. Truly a team to be looked out for, and you know, I call them the gunslingers of EMEA because I genuinely think they are one of the most dangerous teams to come up against. This time around, they met their match. A team that can burn even brighter than them, Leviathan.
They did their damnedest. I think they surprised all of us by pushing them to the limit, but it felt like after suffering that loss on that map, it was just a bit too much to recover from. But that's something that comes with experience, that comes with time. It's a lot of these players' first time on a stage like this, especially with a crowd that is against you. And as long as you can utilize this experience and put it towards growth in your competitive career, then it's nothing but upward. So Vitality, I'm looking forward to seeing them in the future at more events because they clearly have what it takes.
Oh, they absolutely do. Wondrous potential within that squad. Twist and a superstar in the making, but Taco confirming what we were alluding to in those first couple of glimpses of this man in prior tournaments. He is a superstar, and now he's got his crowd around him. King, what an absolute captain's performance as well on map 1. Stepping up when their superstar was not having a big game. They had players there to take that mantle and run it forward. I cannot wait to see how far Leviathan goes because they truly are a dark horse for this tournament now.
And I'll harken back to what SK Rossi said on the desk earlier. You have that performance from your IGL, it rallies the rest of the team. And it felt like that rallying really came to the forefront here on Pearl. Everybody playing out of their minds. King did not have to be the star. He did not have to drag the team over the finish line, getting those clutches. They were very much reinvigorated by that map 1 performance.
Just beautiful VALORANT coming through from them. Really quite beautiful to watch.
It's just clean stuff. And now this means that we get an incredible series on the horizon of this Leviathan going up against Navi.
And what contrasting styles of VALORANT you get. Hyper explosive against some of the most considered and articulate ways of playing. A beautiful contrast there, as you said, on the horizon. I cannot wait for that game, but long story short, I think we've had a fabulous series here. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to cast this with you, and it would be a miss to not highlight an MVP as well, right?
Yes.
But this is a hard vote because this obviously includes map 1, map 2. Where would you call this?
You could have put anybody up here. For me, it's still King because he was the one who kept them in that haven. He was the one that guided them through both of these maps. I think that going for the IGL here makes a lot of sense, but I'm not going to be surprised if people go for Taco Leah because, oh, Flashy Jet plays knives in the faces. I love that stuff, but for me, it would be the IGL.
I'd say Shy as well is in for a shout.
Sure.
Safe from both maps. Maybe not the most flashy player, but he kept them just as relevant as Taco did in map 2 and King did in map 1. But a wonderful series, long and short, and we'll be passing it back to the desk in just a moment to wrap everything up and put a bow on it.
My future, no karma. future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind. 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 You've been on my mind.
Welcome back to VCT Lock-In. I'm here with Taco Lilla of Leviathan. Felicitaciones, mano. First question off the bat. Okay, you played out of your mind, right? You played probably one of the best performances we've ever seen on the international stage. And I imagine a player of your caliber, when you're feeling it, you just want to go, right? And you want to keep going. How do you balance between what you want to do and what the team is calling for you in those instances?
Bueno, primero que todo el equipo juega una estructura, a una base y fundamentos de juego y así como hoy día yo jugué muy bien, va a ser muy normal que de repente vean a King jugar muy bien o a Chai jugar muy bien o a No jugar muy bien o a Masino. Lo que tenemos es que somos 5 players individualmente muy fuertes y tenemos una estructura tan buena y tan que la respetamos tanto es que no necesitamos siempre de una individualidad o de un jugador que tenga que como carrear. Entonces cuando a uno se le da el momento, lo agarra y a mí me pasó que tuve suerte de que le achunté a los lugares donde iba. Empecé a agarrar vuelo, a agarrar confianza, me sentí imparable en un momento y así fue. Sentía que no perdía ninguna otra ocasión y es este espacio cuando tenéis que jugar y demostrar que estáis hecho para competir en la Grandes Ligas. Al menos a mí en esta partida se me dio, no se me había dado antes y la verdad tenía esa presión de demostrar o muchas cosas, pero me siento muy conforme con eso.
So first off, he says structure is a key part of this team, and the thing is, it just kind of clicked for him today. It could have been any of the other players, and it happens to them. It's not uncommon, but today it was just Taco's day. He felt it. He felt himself, started hitting some shots. Confidence followed thereafter, and it really just kind of went from there. And it was a lot to prove that, yeah, man, Leviathan belongs. Like, you guys are the real deal. I want to ask you a bit about the team that you guys have now. You've gone through some roster changes. What is it that you guys have in this team now that you didn't have before?
Experiencia, mejor preparación y nada. El año pasado fuimos más que nada pioneros de una nueva rutina, nuevos estilos de disciplina. Fue como más que nada encontrar el camino y lastimosamente no pudimos seguir con los mismos jugadores del año pasado, pero este año se profesionalizó todo, tipo fuera del juego. Y cuando las cosas se toman en serio fuera del juego, afectan indirectamente dentro del juego.
Afecta todo.
Si uno es disciplinado, tiene rutina, cumple horario, dentro del juego uno también es disciplinado y cumple, por ejemplo, los fundamentos de juego, como, no sé, pues cosas básicas, y ahí es cuando el equipo juega lo mismo y es más unido.
So the first thing he says is experience. Experience, number one, and then structure was a big thing for him. They're taking everything very seriously outside of the game, and naturally that translates to everything inside the game. Discipline has been a big key, and he did also note that unfortunately they weren't able to continue with their teammates from last year, but they've gone through a lot of structure changes. Discipline has been a key, and obviously it shows off. Taco, again, congratulations on the win. Super excited for you. I'm glad to see what the rest of the tournament has in store for you. We're going to throw it back to the desk for Sue to close out the show.
Thank you very much, Doug. A beautiful translation as always, and thank you to Taco as well. What a performance that was. Yeah. What a way to close it out. Honestly, I don't see anything else stopping Leviathan at this point.
I don't know, man. But Taco, on an individual level, if he can hit that form every day, yeah, then there's nothing stopping Leviathan. I mean, that was just absurd. Vitality couldn't do anything.
No, I mean, that was just absolutely jaw-dropping, isn't it? Like that last final performance where he's just cleaning them up. But, you know, for Vitality, you look at that team, said it over and over again. Thing that, you know, Takalea was saying in the interview was that experience and structure. He mentioned that multiple times in the interview, and that was the clear difference maker, right? The clear difference maker. Vitality just need a little bit more time to cook, but, you know, real potential, I think, for Leviathan to just carry this one forward. They've got nice momentum. They didn't give away too much, really, I suppose. Well, I mean, listen, we already know that our ascent is good, so they wouldn't have given up too much if we went to map 3, but yeah, overall, really amazing showing.
Yeah, I think what they showcased is that they're never going to be out of any map. It doesn't matter how far down they are, it doesn't matter how good the other team looks, Leviathan are always going to be able to win. I think that's what they demonstrated really on Haven. I mean, they were never out of it here, were they?
Yeah, what a map, Rossi. What did you make of that in the end?
I mean, on the big stages, all it matters is, like Taco mentioned, it's all about structure and fundamentals. Like, on the big stages, when you're losing, you tend to go back to your old habits of making mistakes and stuff. So I think the basics and the fundamentals, the structure of the team is really important in the big matches on the big stages.
Yeah, I think every single member of Leviathan had a great game today, honestly. Every single person stepped up at some point. But let's take a look at the, I feel like, again, sounds unfair because everyone stepped up, but obviously Sideshow King from map 1 and Taco from map 2, which is crazy.
Yeah, they were so good. And I think that Taco talking about how it can actually be any of them, depending on the map, depending on the day, is really true. Shy looked amazing at the beginning of Haven. King really took over towards the end. Taco dominated Pearl, of course, but we've seen the other guys turn up in so many occasions. It is a really well-rounded team.
How much of that, Rossi, do you feel like it came down to the difference between just how good the players were on the side of Leviathan?
I mean, it's pretty scary when he said that. Like, it can be anyone, right? What can the opposite team can expect? Like, anyone can pop off and win the games for them. So it's very scary.
I will say, though, the glimpses of talent that we saw from Vitality, like the peaks from Sender, from players like, you know, Twiston, of course, as well, were really, really high. And it looked like it was almost going pound to pound with a team like Leviathan. But obviously, there's just those slight differences, right? Maybe that's down to the role switch-ups that Vitality ended up doing. Like, Destrian's moved away from Initiator and now playing Smokes for them. You know, things are not quite as what they're used to. It could just be a time thing where they just need need to, you know, cook a little bit more.
I mean, things could have been very different if they just won a pistol round on Haven as well.
Very
Like, you
different.
literally never know.
A pistol round anywhere. One pistol round.
Anywhere. But sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Vitality. They did great in this tournament. Obviously, they went past round 1. Rossi, this is an unfair question. But, I mean, they beat you, so did you want them to maybe go all the way here?
Yeah, I wanted like them making all the way will make us look good. So I wanted in the bottom of my heart, I was like, okay, Vitality, do good, go to top 4, you know, that will make us look good. But yeah, like doesn't matter. In the end, better teams goes forward and the better teams win. So I'm happy.
Not today.
You see that stat? They won a third of their eco rounds. A third of their eco rounds. No pistol rounds.
Just insane.
What is this team?
Yeah.
They're going to be so weird and fun to watch in EMEA.
Well, if they you know, shore up the weaknesses though, listen, if they win a pistol round, they might be able to actually do some serious damage in EMEA. Looking forward to 2023.
They're a dark horse. They're a dark horse upset team.
I think you worked it out. It's the Sheriff, 5
yeah,
Sheriffs
I
and
think
pistol.
like buy 5 Sheriff and just test it out one round. If you win, just continue the strat every round. I don't know, like they got so many kills with Sheriff and they won so many rounds with Sheriff, if I recall properly. Yeah.
27% of their kills on Pearl were with Sheriffs.
Yeah.
That's insane.
There you go then.
That is actually
Coach Rossi, sub him in. Sub him in.
Just check with 1 pistol round 5 Sheriff. If you win, just keep running
Then
it
you're
until
right.
you lose.
Yeah. That's a great strat. I love that. Now, before the break, we asked you guys at home to vote for the player of the match. I'm super interested to see who you guys voted for. At home, there were some pretty good candidates on this poll, but Takalea's taken it.
I feel like that's some recency bias personally.
Yeah,
because
I
I
agree.
would have given it to King as an individual. This guy was the final boss for Leviathan that Vitality had to face over and over again. It was his calls, it was his experience that carried them through that first map, and I don't think they would have had as easy as a task if he wasn't able to pull it through and win that map for them.
The thing in this game, though...
Oh my god, what is this? I need context.
God, I mean...
It's King's Word.
Like Takolea, like
it's Taco.
like Taco Godzilla. Is that what we're going for?
Tacozilla?
Tacozilla? I'm lost in the sauce there.
Oh, Tacozilla. We had to confirm. We had to confirm.
I get that. I think what I was looking for in this series, though, was that I thought Vitality were going to be dangerous on both of those first 2 maps. And Taco made it so that there was no danger at all on Pearl. So even if they had slipped up map 1, they would have gone to Ascent, and I think Leviathan would have still been able to close it out. So they just have so many different win conditions with this squad.
Well, Rossi's been here all day with us today, for the second match, and we've seen a lot of Sheriff stuff. I don't know if you watched map 1, Rossi, but I'm about to show you another Sheriff play. I hope you like this. This is the HyperX reflex moment of the day. It goes to Envy from Team Secret. Yeah, talk me through this, Rossi. What do you think of this?
It's just insane. What else I can say? Like, he took the perfect fights. He didn't pick 2-3 people, you know. It was just like isolating 1v1 duels.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to isolate it, pops the util as well, so nobody can get onto into the spike the entire time in this. I thought Navi played this quite well. They were spacing themselves out, you know, but just didn't take the swing at the end, right?
I love that reaction from CNED. It just, what am I supposed to do?
Angel's reaction, look at that one. Oh, you have to give it to them. You have to give it to them.
Appreciate that.
I mean, with that match, though, we know what the next round is going to be for this side of the bracket. It is going to be Leviathan versus Na'Vi. Saisho, do you feel like one team looked particularly better than the other here?
Yeah, I do. And it's going to be unpopular because we've just watched Takolea pound. But I think it was Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi demonstrated that they've got crazy deep map pool. Their player strength is insane. They have CNED, who's good enough to be able to shut down Taco. Taco got boomed by Zeta Division, by a slow team on Pearl. Na'Vi is a slow team on Pearl. He is not going to be allowed to run around and drop 40 kills or whatever the hell just happened there.
That's a really good point. Na'Vi perfected the slow game, I feel like. I mean, we've already seen them exploit. When PaperX were in their prime of playing really aggressively, really fast plays, it was FPX back then that just mastered it, being able to slow it down and really just, you know, pry open those weaknesses.
I'm thinking Leviathan. What about you?
Me too. Like, just like you said, it's not only about Taco. They have King, they have Shy, and there are so many players. Like Taco also mentioned, they're like, it can be anyone in their game, and any player can pop off. So I think Leviathan is looking pretty strong, especially on the map 2 and how they came back from the map 1, you know, being being so many rounds down and to come back and go to overtime and win it, I think it takes a lot of mental strength, and that map particularly gave them a lot of momentum and confidence.
Yeah, no, I mean, Leviathan definitely showcased that they are the real deal when those players can be unlocked, when they perform well. They've got the experience, they've got the structure, they've got the discipline. But the map pool, listen, you know, it seems quite good. It seems quite good.
But the thing with the map pool is, I can just imagine Angel just ego picking Ascent because he thinks he's better than them anyway.
Yep.
Because
But then they'll lose.
That's what happened with Lotus.
Yeah, that team has been really good at Ascent before, and I think he might just be like, yeah, I've watched the VODs, I know how to beat them.
Of course we can win on Lotus. Why won't we pick it? Those guys.
Oh
That's
my God,
actually a
Brent.
great impression. I
Is
like
it?
that.
Is
been
it
around
really?
him a lot.
Well,
Been around him a lot.
well, the Omega bracket is being filled in a little bit more here. We can see teams have advancing. We're not going to have you with us tomorrow, Rossi, so I kind of want to get your predictions. Let's start with 100 Thieves versus Footballers. Who do you think is taking
I think 100 Thieves.
Okay.
They look pretty solid, yeah.
Close one or easy?
I think easy 2-0 maybe.
Ooh, all right. What about Fnatic versus Furia?
I want Boston to win. It's Fnatic. Let's go.
Well, you want them to win, but do you think they can?
Huh?
Do you think they
Yeah,
can do
I think
it?
they can. Like, Durka is on pretty good form, and Alfire also. They were like pretty solid yesterday. They were on fire. I think, yeah, everything going well for Fnatic. I think they're going to take it.
We'll see how strong the curse is tomorrow.
Yeah, your bracket's boomed. We need
It's already gone, mate. I mean,
we need to set it on fire or something.
But I did have both of those teams winning, so...
Yeah, but Vitality didn't win, so...
Okay,
You
well,
had Vitality winning the whole tournament, so
Oh,
yeah.
they're not. They're out.
Not her out, not her out, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, Rossi, for joining us.
Oh,
It's
thank you
been
for
an
having me.
absolute
It
pleasure
was
to
fun.
have
It was
you.
fun.
Aw, thank you very much,
I enjoyed
Brent.
it.
You guys never give me that feedback. Come on,
What?
learn from Rossi. Learn from Rossi.
I don't have fun on a desk. Every
I could
moment's
tell. I could
torture.
tell. I could tell. Thank you very much at home. You guys are home for watching. We're going to be back for more bangers tomorrow, as you guys heard. 100 Thieves versus Footballers and Fnatic versus Furia. Make sure you come back and join us, and we'll see you then. 8 teams survived the first round of this Omega bracket, but today 2 more will be sent home. Team Secret have already taken down one EMEA team, but are they the real EU Slayers?
CNET is going to be key here.
Yes,
Already
he is.
finds the pick, but I'm really concerned if he... Oh, never mind. I'm not concerned anymore.
CNET seems to have awoken. Oh, that's a hand! He hits the hand!
Go for it!
Hey, we got this, boys. High energy, remember, high energy. We want this more than enough.
I didn't know I could have this much fun watching Icebox. I'm not going to lie.
He's been so good, you have to call it out. Shouts against Jujunato. Another Prime Gaming flawless comes through for Navi. A kill in the hand is worth 2 in the bush? Maybe? Something like that. Now 4v2 economy. Horrible. Sugetsu's clean as he gets 3. In the face of magic from Secret, Navi take map 1. They've been glad to let him walk into his lap, but Jesse with 2 massive kills. Too far away from the play, but he may have gotten the position.
He's making noise.
He may have gotten the timing, but his knife was out.
What is that?
Gonna attempt to get it to happen. Cena, it's gonna be sacrificial. He's gonna go forward. A 1v1 left. Jesse's so weak. Timeout on his side, and Shao pushes it.
Again and again, man.
The flash, Cena swings around, and just really unfortunate. Cena is just frying. Navi look like an unstoppable force right now.
And all led by the evil genius himself, Angel. What a performance.
Neither of these teams have ever faced each other before, and today they're playing for their tournament lives and a shot at Navi.
Pushed into the corner. King
Good
gets
swing,
got
good
covered
swing.
fire. Needs still so much more. And King is looking to deliver! A 4K from King with the Guardian shuts them down. They're trying to get that orb. King able to grab it, but then he's cut down to size as Twisted finds 3.
They're making a damn good go! Oh, try as he might! King reigns supreme!
When they need him the most, King is consistently there. Bolsey picks up 2, but there's King. If he taps the spike, let's see if he can dodge it. He just takes the fight, and King wins it out! The IGL drags them across the finish line once more in a 16-14 victory. But gets to be recovered though, and yeah, they're running out of time.
They gotta get this down now! Shy gets from above! This guy! Just a tap into hold. Shy has finally been denied off it. But there's the danger back in. Taco's gonna make more impact, and it needs to happen now. The defuse, they can't deny it!
Does he decide to use it?
Oh my God, Shy!
Vitality fall! 13-3, Leviathan can hold their heads high in front of the crowd as they knock out the EMEA representation.
What you're fretting for? You knew that this was coming. Try to